Chapter 1 Awakening from a Dream. Su Fan, stop pretending and get up. Su Fan was awakened from his sleep by a cold remark. He opened his eyes and saw an exquisite white face. The woman was very beautiful and looked to be in her 20s. But at this moment, there were bloodshot eyes, as well as deep bitterness, disappointment, and indescribable complex meanings. Su Fan was completely confused. Who is this beauty? Why does she look familiar? Where was I now? Wasn't I sleeping in my dorm after staying up all night playing Blade Soul? Beauty. I opened my mouth and it felt very dry. There is also a dizziness like a hangover. I'll wait for you outside. But before Su Fan could say anything, the beauty turned around and walked out of the room. All that was left was Su Fan's graceful back in a professional suit. Su Fan felt more and more strange. Because he suddenly remembered why this beauty looked familiar to him. This beauty's eyebrows, eyes and face were so similar to Su Mengyao, the school belle in his school. Su Mengyao likes to wear jeans, long straight black hair, and no makeup. But this beauty wears light makeup, professional clothes and stockings, and her temperament and charm are much more mature. Could she be Su Mengyao's biological sister? But he had never heard that Su Mengyao had an equally beautiful sister. Su Fan got up from the bed with a confused look on his face and walked out of the house. The woman sat on the sofa with a cold expression. Su Fan scratched his head and said, "Beauty, can you tell me who you are? And, where am I?" The woman frowned slightly, turned her head and looked at Su Fan with disgust, and said, "Do you think it's still fun to act out this kind of drama now?" Su Fan frowned and said, "What kind of drama are you acting? Who are you?" Although the woman in front of him was very pretty and looked a lot like his crush Su Mengyao, the fact that he owed her money made him a little angry. He even wondered if this woman was mentally ill. "Do you know her?" The woman turned her head away. "I only asked for 2 hours of leave. Please hurry up. Also, don't forget your ID card, household registration booklet, and marriage certificate." She seemed unwilling to see Su Fan's face, and after saying that, she simply stood up and walked outside. The sound of the door closing made Su Fan's heart jump for no apparent reason. Is it possible that I have really encountered a mental patient? Su Fan muttered to himself. Go back to the room. The ground was covered with peanut shells, scattered beer bottles, and many cigarette butts. A strong smell of alcohol had not yet completely evaporated. Su Fan scratched his head and touched his pocket. The phone is not in my pocket. Looked towards the bed, charging on the bedside table. He blinked and walked over. I'm wiping it. Where is my Huawei Mate 10 Porsche? That was the latest model he had just bought with the money he had gotten from his mother. But the phone in front of him was Xiaomi. It was a model he had never seen before. This is definitely not mine. Su Fan's head was about to explode. What is going on? At this moment, there was another knock on the door, mixed with a bit of impatience. It must be that crazy woman who is urging me. What about marriage certificate, household registration booklet, and ID card? Could it be that I was stolen from the dormitory by a mentally ill person? Su Fan rolled his eyes. Just by turning my head, I saw a red book and a piece of paper in the half-open drawer of the dressing table, with the ID card next to it. Su Fan opened the drawer, took the ID card in his hand, and became even more confused. It turned out to be his ID card. Did you run into a ghost? Or did you travel through time? Su Fan took out the red marriage certificate and the household registration booklet, which was only one piece of paper. The household registration booklet turned out to be his own. It was not until he opened the marriage certificate that Su Fan's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had been struck by lightning. Certificate holder, Su Fan, registration date, February 14, 2019. The ID photo next to it was a photo of him and Su Mengyao. With that delicate face without makeup and long hair like a waterfall, Su Fan, who was secretly in love with Su Mengyao, was sure that this was definitely Su Mengyao. His eyes shifted to the page below. Name, Su Mengyao. It's really Su Mengyao. Su Fan suddenly raised his hand and slapped his forehead, then shook his head vigorously. It's a dream, it must be a dream. He actually married Su Mengyao. But the dream was all too real. And he showed no signs of waking up. Could it be that I really traveled through time? But in novels, they all talk about time traveling forward and rebirth, and he has never seen anyone travel backward in time. And he didn't even have any memory of those years in his head. Are you married to Su Mengyao? Su Fan was filled with joy. But now it seems that Su Mengyao wants to divorce me? I couldn't help twitching again. He regarded Su Mengyao as his goddess. After encountering her by chance on the playground, his heart was touched as if it was shot by an arrow from the fat little white-winged Cupid, and his biggest wish was to pursue Su Mengyao. There is nothing more fortunate than marrying Su Mengyao. You get divorced after getting married, is there something wrong with your brain? Even in a dream, that won't work. I haven't been with Su Mengyao yet. Su Fan shook his head, getting rid of the despicable thoughts that were flooding into his mind. He had a vague feeling that he was not dreaming, but had traveled through time. Then this phone should be mine too, right? Su Fan picked up the phone from the bedside table and unlocked it with his fingerprint. It actually opened. The date displayed on the phone made his eyes widen again. August 30th, 24. Su Fan hurriedly jumped to the dressing table next to her and looked at herself in the mirror. He was wearing shorts, had an unshaven beard, and had a small belly. Is this myself? What about six-pack abs? It was difficult for him to connect the sloppy young man in front of him with himself. Although he was not a hard-working and motivated person in school, he was not too decadent. He would occasionally play games all night, but he also insisted on jogging in the morning and was a good basketball player. Su Fan didn't even know how he got married to Su Mengyao, so naturally, he didn't know why he and Su Mengyao had reached the point of divorce. He found it unbelievable. Although his parents were not particularly wealthy, they were small construction owners with a net worth of tens of millions. How could he and Su Mengyao live in this shabby and old house? He estimated that the house must be several decades old. Even the furnishings inside and the window styles have been outdated by the times. Their school all used aluminum alloy glass windows, but this house still used the yellow-painted wooden windows with iron bolts. After coming to his senses, Su Fan quickly called his mother on his cell phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is invalid. Please check. Su Fan was confused. Then he called his dad. The same sound still rang in the phone. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. There was another knock on the door at this time. Are you ready? Chapter 2, Deserted by Friends. I'm going to the bathroom, wait a minute. Su Fan shouted towards the door. Fortunately, there is the green bubble app on the mobile phone screen. Su Fan quickly opened the green bubble. The information page comes out first. But it was almost blank, with only a few pieces of information. At the top is the chat with Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao, I hope you don't forget that we agreed to sign tomorrow morning. This is the most recent message, sent at around 11 o'clock last night. Su Fan didn't reply. The previous information was from more than a week ago. Su Mengyao, I'm working overtime today, can you pick up Yaya from school? Su Fan, I'm busy, I have to figure it out myself. August 11th. Su Mengyao, I have to work overtime, can you pick up Yaya from school? Su Fan, oh. July 7th. Su Mengyao, Yaya said she wanted to eat KFC. Can you bring her some New Zealand grilled wings when you go back later? Su Fan, no money. There is no other information above that, so the record must have been deleted. Su Fan's head was about to explode. It seems that the relationship between him and Su Mengyao has been broken for a long time, and it is not Su Mengyao's unilateral problem. Yaya? Who is Yaya? Could it be his own daughter? Below the chat box with Su Mengyao, there was a person whose nickname was Tianlai Baby that Su Fan had no impression of. The profile picture was very charming, and he looked to be in his 20s. I don't know if it was a selfie. Honey, will you come over tonight? Su Fan, I don't have time tonight, let us do it another day. Tianlai Baby, okay. I'll wait for you, okay. Just these 3 messages, sent last night. Su Fan's heart was trembling. He couldn't help swallowing. Am I having an extramarital affair? Because of this, the relationship with Su Mengyao broke down? What a beast. He felt that after having Su Mengyao, he still had an extramarital affair, which was simply a beastly behavior. The other information is from a few friends. There are chat records with Pengzi. Pengzi, Zhou Peng, was Su Fan's best friend in high school and remained so even in college. But when he opened the chat history with Pengzi, there was only one sentence on it. It was more than 3 months ago. That's it. This sentence was sent by Pengzi. Su Fan did not reply to the message. The rest includes news about my college buddies Lu Yang and Yang Shankai, as well as a few of my best buddies from high school and junior high school. Su Fan frowned as he watched. All the messages in the chat box were sent by him. Very consistent. Can you lend me another 500? I'll pay you back in a few days. And then no one got back to him. Even 2 of my friends have deleted him. What's going on? Have I borrowed so much money that everyone has deserted me? Su Fan couldn't think of any other reason. The word again in the message is really spiritual. I am afraid that I will borrow without returning, and it will be difficult to borrow again. But why would I borrow money like this? He didn't see any chat records with his parents or relatives, nor with his friends and classmates. Su Fan opened the address book. There are only a dozen or so friends on it. He remembered that he had added more than 200 people before. Was it deleted? Or was it deleted by someone else? Fortunately, my parents' green bubbles are still inside. Su Fan sent a message to her mother. Mom, why is your phone number no longer in service? I sent the same message to my dad again. There was another knock on the door. Are you okay? Are you going to be happy only if my salary is deducted? Immediately. Su Fan had no choice but to agree. Then he quickly put on the clothes thrown at the end of the bed. He was filled with the smell of sweat and cigarettes and was about to vomit. I quickly took it off and opened the closet. It was almost empty, but luckily there were 2 clean short-sleeved shirts. Su Fan comes on. Pick up the phone again. Neither my parents replied. This is really strange. He dialed the video. While walking out of the room. Outside was a small living room with yellowed walls and a large mirror hanging on the right-hand side. There was a door on the left. There is a door directly opposite Su Fan's station, through which you can see the toilet. He went into the bathroom. There were toiletries on the sink and towels hanging on the wall. He was really sure that he had a daughter. Because there are children's toothbrushes and toothpaste on the sink. Where is your daughter? Su Fan didn't know which toothbrush was his, and didn't have the energy to clean up. He turned on the faucet, lowered his head to get some water, and rinsed his mouth casually. He scooped up some water and rubbed it on his face a few times, which was considered washing his face. Dark circles, vicissitudes of life, decadence, these can't be washed away anyway. The mobile phone video call automatically hung up and no one answered. Su Fan sent it to his father again. The same is true. Su Mengyao outside the house was probably very impatient. Are you done? Su Fan had no choice but to go out. Exist? He sent a message to Pingzi hoping for a lucky break. What he wanted to figure out most now was what was going on between him and Su Mengyao, and what was going on with his parents. This is his hometown, Jiang County. Su Fan has seen the weather location on his phone. Pingzi is also from Jiang County, so he should be very clear about his situation. But Pingzi did not reply. Su Fan walked into another room. This room is next to the outside door and was originally supposed to be a guest room. The inside was very clean, but the light was dim, making it look a bit eerie. Su Mengyao must be sleeping in this room. They have already slept in separate beds. Su Fan opened the door. There is a small corridor outside with a door outside, but it is made of glass. Su Mengyao was standing outside the glass door. He glanced at Su Fan, said nothing, and turned away. Her eyes were so cold, almost disgusting. Su Fan glanced outside. There were already many cracks and blackened cement floors with weeds growing on them. Opposite the door is another house. It was indeed a very dilapidated house, with a staircase. On the left is a row of low red brick houses whose use is unknown. There are several old camphor trees and a slope at the end of the low house. Su Fan knew where this was. He came here to play when he was in elementary school. At that time, a primary school classmate lived here. It seems to be a house that belonged to some unit before, but that unit has been cancelled. It's been so many years, why am I still living in this shabby place? He estimated that this building was about to become a dangerous building, but it had not been demolished yet. Su Mengyao. Seeing that Su Mengyao had walked more than 10 meters away, Su Fan called out to Su Mengyao to stop. He looked at his phone and found that Pingzi had not replied yet. Su Mengyao turned around. Although haggard, she is still breathtakingly beautiful. She frowned slightly, seeming a little confused, but didn't say anything, just looked at Su Fan. Su Fan walked up quickly and said, "Can the divorce wait?" I have lost my memory. He really didn't know how to explain his situation. Talk about time travel? Su Mengyao must have thought he was crazy. It can only be called amnesia. You think it's interesting? Su Mengyao, however, showed a look of deep sarcasm. She didn't believe Su Fan at all. This person was no longer worthy of the slightest trust. Really? I really have lost my memory. Su Fan said. Su Mengyao looked at Su Fan deeply, her eyes sad but still cold. Do you have to force me to death to be happy? Chapter 3: A few years of blankness. Su Fan didn't know what he had done to hurt Su Mengyao to this extent. Looking at the much more mature Su Mengyao in front of him, he felt heartbroken. I'm serious. I swear, okay? Su Fan whispered. Oh. What he got in return was Su Mengyao's sneer. You've sworn enough, haven't you? If swearing is useful to someone like you, you would have been struck by lightning long ago. What do you want? Su Fan was stunned. I didn't mean to do anything. I just hope you can believe me. It's impossible. Su Mengyao just said. Su Fan frowned slightly. We still have a daughter, yeah, right? If you want to divorce me, why don't you consider her? He wanted to use Yaha to make Su Mengyao change her mind, even if it meant delaying the matter temporarily. When parents divorce, it will definitely have a huge impact on their children. If it wasn't Yaya, do you think I would have given you so many chances? Su Mengyao turned back again, with some hatred in her eyes. Stop acting crazy and stupid, and don't mention Yaya anymore. You are not worthy of being her father. Her eyes were reddening. I have already promised to sell everything in the house that can be converted into cash to give you the money. I only want Yaya. What else do you want from me? Do you want me to take on all your debts? Debt again. Su Fan didn't know how much money he owed. I really have amnesia. Su Fan said, I only remember the things before I graduated from college. Even if we want a divorce, can you tell me what happened in these years? Su Mengyao looked at Su Fan suspiciously. There was indeed something wrong with Su Fan today. It seemed that even the way he looked at himself was a little different from before. She even caught a glimpse of sadness and heartbreak in Su Fan's eyes. But when she thought of what Su Fan had done before, the ripple in her heart quickly disappeared. None of this matters anymore. I only ask you to divorce me now and let Yaya and I go. Then I can always see Yaya, right? Su Fan said. He couldn't bear to part with Su Mengyao. Of course, he also didn't want his wife and children to be separated after he had just traveled through time. He doesn't even know how old his daughter is or what she looks like. Judging from Su Mengyao's appearance, her daughter should be a lovely girl with a delicate figure, right? Impossible. I won't let you see her again before we get divorced. But this seemed to touch Su Mengyao's sensitivity and bottom line. She suddenly showed signs of hysteria and stared at Su Fan. The look was so cold, almost full of hatred. Su Fan couldn't help but tremble in his heart again, and then he was grabbed fiercely. What on earth had I done to anger God and the people? Did he even hurt his own daughter? He didn't know what to say next. No matter how slow he was, he could see that Su Mengyao no longer had any trust in him. As for love and affection, without trust as a foundation, these are obviously even more impossible. He guessed that Su Mengyao wished she could die immediately. He was really worried that Su Mengyao would break down to the point of hysteria, so he could only remain silent and follow Su Mengyao. But he absolutely did not want such an unclear divorce. Su Fan's steps are very slow. The walls of the old houses on both sides of the cement road were covered with ivy, which was so deep green that it was almost black, just like the gloom in his heart at the moment. Walk up the hill to the end, then go downhill and you will be out of this old neighborhood. Su Mengyao waved to stop a taxi. She sat in the passenger seat, and Su Fan could only sit in the back seat. To the citizen's house. Su Mengyao said to the driver. The driver, who should be in his 40s and had a slightly bald head, nodded with a look of surprise in his eyes. Not to mention in a county town like Zheng County, even in the provincial capital of Tancheng, a beauty like Su Mengyao is very rare. Su Fan frowned and took out his cell phone. Open the green bubble. What's up? Pengzi finally got back to him. Su Fan thought for a moment and replied, I have lost my memory. Do you know what happened to me over the years? That's not necessary. I don't want the money anymore, and we won't contact each other anymore. This is how Zhou Peng responded. Deserted by friends and family? Credibility destroyed? Su Fan smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, Lian Pingzi no longer believed in himself. He replied, I really have lost my memory, Pingzi, you are my best buddy. If I have done anything wrong to you before, I apologize. Tell me how much I owe you and I will definitely pay you back. But now I really need to figure out what happened. My parents' phone numbers have become unavailable, and no one answered the video. Do you know their situation? Did something happen to them? Zhou Peng replied a few minutes later, Are you really losing your memory? Su Fan said, Really? I only remember things before I graduated from college. I don't even remember my senior year. Your parents are in jail. Jail? What's going on? Su Fan's heart twitched. Your parents are in jail? Pengzi, I don't know the details of what happened. You said it yourself that it was because of bribery regarding a project, and it seemed like someone was implicated in it. Su Fan, where are they being held? How long will they be held? What about my relatives? Pengzi, I don't know about that. Su Fan, what about me and Su Mengyao? How did I marry her? Why is she asking me to divorce her now? Arrive. The citizen's home is not far from the old community and can be reached in just a few minutes. Su Fan was upset. But seeing Su Mengyao getting off the car, he had no choice but to follow suit. It's only a little after 8 in the morning and the sun is already scorching. Su Mengyao walked straight into the citizen's home building. Su Fan followed behind while looking at his phone. Pingzi, where are you now? I'll come find you. Your story can't be explained in a few words. Brothers are brothers, Su Fan felt in his heart. But it is obviously inconvenient to let Pingzi come over now. Su Fan said, Let's talk on the phone. Su Mengyao and I are at the citizen's home now, so it's not convenient. Good. Zhou Peng replied with one word. He seems busy. Then came the voice message. You said that you got Su Mengyao because you helped her get her phone back after it was stolen by a pickpocket outside the school, and you were beaten up for it. She got pregnant in your senior year, so you got married and had a baby soon after graduation. Everything was fine, and you and your wife were the envy of every one of us brothers, but after your parents got into trouble a few years ago, you seem to have changed. You stayed at home all day and drank heavily. We all tried to persuade you, but it was no use. Later, I don't know how you got addicted to gambling again, and you took out all the loans you could get online, and you borrowed from all of us. Su Mengyao worked to support you and took care of Yaya, but you still committed domestic violence, beating her and Yaya when you were drunk. We tried to persuade you, but you scolded us, and we didn't contact you anymore. Alcoholism, gambling, and domestic violence? Su Fan turned the volume down very low, put the phone to her ear, and listened to Zhou Peng's voice, her heart aching. This is simply a pure-blooded beast. But that person is himself. It was hard for him to imagine that he would become such a dick. Yet there are traces to follow. I have never suffered any hardship in my life, but my parents failed in business and went to jail. I was afraid that I could not withstand the blow and my temperament changed drastically. Su Fan looked up at the sky. The sunlight was so bright that it made his eyes sore. Is this God giving me a chance to make amends? Although I can't start over, fortunately, there should still be a chance to make amends. Chapter 4, Decent. Thank you. Su Fan replied to Pingzi with 2 words. Then he hurriedly caught up with Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao paused and turned back, her brows still slightly furrowed. Su Fan looked straight into her eyes, lowered his head slightly, and said, I know I was wrong. I have let you down over the years. Can you give me a chance? I promise to change and let you and Yaya live a happy life. In a hurry, he forgot that he had just mentioned amnesia. Su Mengyao sneered, Didn't you just say you lost your memory? Have you recovered your memory now? I'm asking Pingzi. Su Fan said quickly. He also took out his cell phone and showed it to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's expression was still indifferent. How dare you contact Zhou Peng and ask him to act with you? Forget it, Su Fan, I will never believe you again. If you really want to change, then go and complete the formalities with me. Can't you wait for a while and see how I perform, please? Su Fan said. Su Mengyao shook her head, I don't have the patience to wait any longer. She turned around. The gloom and sadness on his face were more dazzling than the sun, piercing Su Fan's heart. How much he wanted to say that he was not who he is now, but who he was when he was still in college. But his credibility has collapsed in Su Mengyao heart, and anything he says will be in vain. Silently followed Su Mengyao into the citizen's home, then to the third floor, to get a number and queue up. What an ironic society this is. The queue at the divorce window was actually much more crowded than that at the marriage window. There were even old men and women in their 60s and 70s joining in the fun. Su Fan found it hard to imagine. But he was even more unwilling to divorce Su Mengyao. Time passes so slowly and yet so quickly, it's very contradictory. It seemed that it would soon be his and Su Mengyao's turn. If he really got this certificate, he and Su Mengyao might become strangers. Even if he made some achievements in the future, Su Mengyao might not change her mind, and she might even become someone else's wife. Bringing Yaya, whom he had never met. Su Fan felt so bitter inside that he could hardly control himself. Su Mengyao, I really have lost my memory. I will make it up to you and Yaya. Give me another chance, okay? He said with a sob. Tears finally flowed from the eyes. The grown man suddenly burst into tears, making everyone around him look at him in surprise. The chaotic crowd became somewhat quiet. As the saying goes, men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. If a man really starts crying, it means he is extremely upset. Su Mengyao didn't expect Su Fan to cry in front of so many people. She knew that Su Fan was actually a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have locked himself up and not gone out after something happened at home. She was finally somewhat moved, and frowned. Don't be like this, let's part ways in peace, okay? She kinda believed that Su Fan had indeed lost his memory, and at least he had some remorse in his heart. After all, no matter how Su Fan coaxed or lied to her before, he had never shed tears in front of her. But what will this change? A family cannot do without firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Even if she didn't divorce Su Fan, she still couldn't live like this. She had been holding on for too long and was too tired. There were faint voices of discussion outside the crowd, but it was unclear what they were saying. Su Mengyao hesitated and said softly, "Please save some dignity for both of us. I'm really tired." She still refused to change her mind. Su Fan wiped away her tears and remained silent. He didn't know what he should do, nor did he know what else he could do. Kneel down to Su Mengyao? I'm afraid even so, it won't help. Su Mengyao was determined. It was that Su Fan who hurt her so deeply. Su Fan couldn't actually see his future, nor was he sure what he could give to Su Mengyao and Yaya. He lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds before looking up again. Then can you give me some more time after the divorce? Don't get married yet, okay? Su Mengyao had a complicated look in her eyes. She really wanted to tell Su Fan that it was all meaningless and that after this, she would never be able to re-establish a family with Su Fan. But in the end, I couldn't bear it. Just as she was struggling over whether to nod, her cell phone suddenly rang. Su Mengyao took out her cell phone, manager. Then his expression quickly turned ugly. Sorry, I'll change it when I come back. Then, I'll be back now. Said again. Then hung up the phone. Her eyes were red again. She looked at Su Fan and said, I have something to do now. I'll talk to you in the afternoon. After saying that, he hurried towards the elevator. The high heels clicked. Su Fan looked at Su Mengyao's graceful back and blinked. Does this mean that this marriage will not be divorced for the time being? After coming to his senses, he quickly chased after Su Mengyao. What happened? Su Mengyao said indifferently, it has nothing to do with you. Su Fan hit a snag and didn't know what to say. They stayed silent until they reached the outside of the citizen's home. Su Mengyao hailed a taxi and left, and Su Fan could only watch. Well. He sighed heavily. Although the divorce was delayed until the afternoon, it didn't seem to make much sense. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Peng. Pengzi, are you free now? I'm at the entrance of the citizen's home. Can you come and chat? He is quite confused now, so confused that he doesn't know what to do or what he can do. Good. Zhou Peng's reply was concise and to the point. Su Fan put away his phone, sat down beside the roadside flower bed, and stared into space. Give. About 10 minutes later, a cigarette was suddenly handed to Su Fan. Su Fan looked up. There was a moment of surprise. Pengzi is still not tall, but he has become fatter and more haggard. His face no longer has the childishness of the past. Just like himself in the mirror, he has an untidy beard. But the familiar feeling is still there. I don't smoke. Su Fan forced a smile and said. Joe Pang was slightly stunned. Then he put the cigarette in his mouth, sat down next to Su Fan, and said, I now believe that you really have lost your memory. What happened? Why did you suddenly lose your memory? Su Fan shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly. I don't know, I just woke up like this. Punzi, I have done a lot of ridiculous things in the past few years, right? Joe Pang took a deep puff of cigarette and did not deny it. Su Fan suddenly noticed that Joe Pang was wearing the uniform of a Meituan delivery man and was riding an electric bike. Why, did you deliver takeout? Su Fan asked doubtfully. Although Joe Pang's family was not as rich as his family before, his family also ran a roasted nuts business in the wholesale market of Jiang County for many years and was well off. Su Fan was very familiar with Joe Pang's past situation. Not to mention how much money his family had, there must be several million. Joe Pang did not even finish his freshman year before returning home to inherit the family business and help deliver goods. I don't understand why I'm ordering takeout now. Chapter 5 Brothers. Joe Pang curled his lips, and a trace of bitterness flashed across the depths of his eyes. There's nothing to do, so I just delivered the takeaway. You are not representing your family. Su Fan wanted to say that he was delivering the goods, but suddenly he remembered that several years had passed and perhaps Joe Pang's family had encountered some changes. The roasted nuts business is over. Joe Pang obviously knew what Su Fan was going to ask, and sighed. My house was also taken over by the bank, and my parents are divorced. Now I rely on this to support my family. This. Su Fan didn't know what to say, so he could only ask, are you okay now? Joe Pang smiled and said, just make do with it. It's nothing more than owing some money. I'll pay it back slowly. I won't be forced to death. You owe money too? Su Fan said, then how much do I owe you? More than 80,000. Joe Pang said, forget it, those were all borrowed in the past, I won't mention it anymore, you are worse off than me now. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, you have lost your memory. Do you feel like you are looking at an uncle when you look at me now? Su Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, a little bit, but I looked in the mirror this morning and found that we are both older men now. Joe Pang laughed out loud. Punzi, I will pay you back the money I owe you. Just give me an exact amount. Su Fan said again. More than 80,000 is not a small amount. It is impossible for him to deny such a debt, even if it is to his brother. Joe Pang nodded, okay, if you really want to pay it back, then give it to me when you have more money on hand. He himself is not having a good time now. Su Fan scratched his head. But I really don't know how to make money now. Do you have any suggestions? Joe Pang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm delivering food myself, what suggestions can I have? It's really fucking hard to make money now, and we don't have any skills. We can either work in a factory, deliver food, or set up a stall. I should have a college diploma, right? Su Fan said. He studied civil engineering. Although it was not a double first-class university, it was still a key university. He thought it should not be difficult to find a job. I think so. Joe Pang tilted his head and looked at Su Fan. But after you graduated, you worked at your construction site for 2 years and never left. If you want to go to the construction site now, it will be difficult to get a high salary. Then he turned around and looked into the citizen's home. What's going on between you and Su Mengyao? Are you really divorced? Not yet. Su Fan said she had something urgent to do and said she would come back in the afternoon. Well. Joe Pang sighed, Su Mengyao is a good person. You have really treated her badly in the past few years. Well, if you had lost your memory earlier, you might not be in this situation now. It's hard to save the relationship now. As your friend, I can't help you at all. Then he added, you have lost your memory. How do you feel about divorcing Su Mengyao now? What does it feel like? Su Fan said, it feels like a broken heart. My heart is so broken. Oh, I really can't understand how I could have become such a fucked up person in the past few years. Joe Pang finished his cigarette and lit up another one. What a pity, but if you ask me, it all comes down to making money. If you can get the money, maybe Su Mengyao will change her mind. Su Fan was very surprised that Joe Pang was so addicted to smoking now. I also smoke cheap soft white sand. It's really like going backwards as time goes by. He nodded and said, yeah, I think so too. But I already owe so much money, I really don't know where to get the money. Besides you, I must owe money to others, right? Zhou Peng also nodded. You have already borrowed all of it. You have borrowed from me, Xiaohei, Haigu and others. Well. Su Fan could only sigh. Xiaohei, whose real name is Liao Bin, was his buddy in junior high school. They had always been good friends, and later he also became friends with Zhou Peng and the others. Brother Hai, Lu Hai, is also a high school buddy. Don't tell them about my affairs yet. I should have cut ties with them. I'll contact them after I get the money. Su Fan said. Zhou Peng agreed. Then there was silence. Do you have any photos of Yaha in your phone? Su Fan suddenly asked. Zhou Peng was stunned for a moment, then said, I think so. I took a photo of you when you came to my house for dinner before. He took out his cell phone and flipped through it for a while. Pull out some photos. There was a group of people eating around the table. But it was not the house in Zhou Peng's wholesale market, the one Su Fan had been to. This photo is probably a few years old. Su Mengyao still looked fresh and refined. Sitting next to her was a little girl who was about 3 years old. She was indeed very pink and tender. Both mother and daughter were smiling happily. When Su Fan looked at the little girl, he felt a sense of closeness from the bottom of his heart, and his heart almost melted. Yaya. What's Yaya's name? Su Fan asked. Zhou Peng almost couldn't help laughing. Your amnesia is really. You even forgot your daughter's name, Su Yao. Su Yao, Su from Su Fan, Yao from Su Mengyao. Well. Su Fan gave another bitter smile, looking at the photo in front of him, unwilling to take his eyes away. Zhou Peng looked at him with a complicated expression. If you can stay together, try your best to stay together. Why don't you find a job quickly? Maybe Su Mengyao can give you a chance. After all, she has been in love with you for so many years. Su Fan reluctantly returned the phone to Zhou Peng and said with a smile, send these photos to me. He added, I asked you to come here just to ask you to give me some advice and see what I can do. To be honest, I never thought my family would fall to this point. He has not yet met his relatives, 2 aunts, an uncle, who are his closest people. But even Zhou Peng and the others had been borrowed too much by him, and Su Fan had no doubt that these elders of his had also been annoyed by him a lot. He is too embarrassed to see them now. Before that, they have to find a job or have a serious career to give them hope. The only way to find a proper job is to go to the job market or look online. Zhou Peng said, with your diploma, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a job, as long as the requirements are not too high. But before that, you'd better pretend to be good enough for Su Mengyao to see. Do what? Su Fan said. Zhou Peng thought for a moment and said, why don't you try selling balloons on the pedestrian street first? I went to the pedestrian street the other day and saw a lot of children holding these things in their hands. Business should be good. Su Fan scratched his head, not worrying about being embarrassed, and just asked, how much does this cost? He didn't know whether he had money or not, but he changed his pants before going out and now he didn't have a penny in his pocket. Zhou Peng said, I'm not sure about this, but it seems to be only 1 yuan each in the wholesale market, and 8 or 10 yuan in the pedestrian street. Then he glanced at Su Fan and said, my Miao Miao and Lele will go back to school in a few days. I can't even pay off my credit card, so I can only give you this much first. If it's not enough for the purchase, you can come to me again. Ding. Green bubble has arrived for 200 yuan. Su Fan's cell phone made a sound and he looked at Zhou Peng with complicated eyes. Pengzi, I. Chapter 6 Zhou Peng's advice. Su Fan's heart was trembling. It is a great fortune to have a few brothers like Zhou Peng in life. He was glad that he and Zhou Peng had not yet reached the point where they would never see each other again. Then I couldn't help but think of Su Mengyao. Being able to marry a wife like Su Mengyao is a great blessing in life. No matter what, he can't let Su Mengyao leave him. Don't be so hypocritical, it's just $200. Zhou Peng interrupted Su Fan directly. Then he smiled and said, but you have to pay back the $200 after you make back your money. If you don't, I will be a dog if I continue to care about you in the future. Ah, of course. Su Fan said with a smile. This was the first time he felt happy after traveling through time. Miao Miao and Lele, are they both your children? 2. Boy or girl? Then he asked Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng nodded, a proud look on his face, and raised his eyebrows and said, twin girls. Okay, twins, you're blessed. What grade are you in? Su Fan asked again. Zhou Peng said, she is just in the middle class, 1 year younger than your little girl. Little Yaya? Su Fan was slightly stunned, not understanding why Zhou Peng added a small word in front. Zhou Peng smiled and said, didn't you call Su Mengyao Big Yao Yao and your daughter Little Yaya in your family before? Su Fan also laughed, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Before his personality changed drastically, he must have loved Su Mengyao very much. Then I thought, does my daughter Yaya have to pay tuition too? Of course. Zhou Peng said, your daughter Yaya should be going to the senior class this year, but Su Mengyao should have prepared the tuition fees long ago. In the past few years, you didn't make any money and spent a lot. She is responsible for all the expenses of the family. Su Fan scratched his head hard. He wanted to take his own responsibility. But there are only a few days left before school starts, and I really don't know how to get the money unless I borrow it. But in all likelihood, he has already borrowed money from everyone around him. You can't just think about it without doing it. Even if we can't collect the total, it's better than not collecting a penny. Su Fan stood up, patted his butt, and said to Zhou Peng, okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'm going to the wholesale market to buy balloons. You go and do your own thing. Call me if you have anything. There was really no need for pretentiousness or courtesy between him and Zhou Peng. I'll take you there. There aren't many orders right now anyway. Zhou Peng threw away the cigarette butt and raised his chin. He walked over to his electric scooter and patted the back seat. Su Fan sat in the back seat. Zhou Peng rode his bike, which shook a few times before regaining stability, and headed towards Zheng County Wholesale Market. The rain was falling on the street, the awning of the car was half open, and I was soaked through. The sun is still very hot. The smell of Zhou Peng's sweat was blown into Su Fan's nose by the dull wind. Zhou Peng started singing Andy Lau's Emotional Forbidden Zone. In fact, his Cantonese level is really poor, and 8 out of 10 his pronunciations are wrong, but he just likes to sing Cantonese songs. I'm running alone, reminiscing, but I can't shake off my worries. Su Fan smiled and started singing along. Today, I watched the snow drifting in the cold night, drifting away with a chilled heart. Then they sang Beyond's boundless sea, vast sky. The smiles on the faces of the two unshaven young men were brighter and more dazzling than the sun in the sky. I always feel extra relaxed when I'm with my brothers. But Su Fan didn't notice that Zhou Peng, who was riding a bicycle in front of him, had tears in his eyes and looked sad. After singing until she could no longer sing, and ignoring the occasional strange looks from passers-by, Su Fan asked Zhou Peng, Su Mengyao also asked me to come over this afternoon to get a divorce, what should I do? He is not actually a person without his own opinions, but his current mental age and social experience are definitely far inferior to Zhou Peng. It is always a good idea to ask Zhou Peng for his opinions. What else can I do? Zhou Peng said, if you are determined not to divorce her, just keep pestering her. You can even ignore her calls in the afternoon. Then go back and explain to her that you didn't hear anything. Yes. Let's do it. Su Fan said. He made up his mind. No matter how angry or disappointed Su Mengyao was, he could not follow her to the citizen's home. He had to delay the divorce no matter what. Go to Hongyun Street Wholesale Market in Zheng County. This is the oldest wholesale market in Zheng County, and you can still buy everything there. Zhou Peng's family used to run a roasted nuts business here. They had a 6-story house, which was also behind the wholesale market. Zhou Peng has been in this market since he was a child, so he naturally has many acquaintances here. He took Su Fan around the market and soon found a store that sold balloons wholesale. Su Fan didn't know how to bargain, but luckily Zhou Peng was there. He said that he was the son of someone and said some nice things, which persuaded the boss to reduce the price by 10 cents on top of the wholesale price and also gave him a few plastic air pumps. Hydrogen balloons, the kind that children play with. The wholesale price is just as Zhou Peng said, only 1.3 yuan per piece. If it is 1 yuan cheaper, it will be 1.2 yuan. Su Fan approved a total of 150. In fact, this can't be considered a big deal. If the boss hadn't given Zhou Peng some consideration, Su Fan might not have been able to get even 1.5 yuan. Then Zhou Peng took Su Fan to buy a big black backpack. Su Fan didn't have enough money, so Zhou Peng put in more than 10 yuan. Su Fan suddenly wondered whether Zhou Peng sent him here because he was worried about him and was afraid that he would use the 200 yuan to do something else. But there is no unhappiness in my heart, just a warm current flowing. Where are we going now? Should I take you back? Back to the balloon shop, Su Fan put all the balloons and air pumps into his backpack, and Joe Peng asked Su Fan. Su Fan said, "I'll go directly to the pedestrian street." Joe Peng was speechless. It's so sunny now, and there's no one on the pedestrian street. Even if you're in a hurry to make money, this isn't the way to do it. He then added, "But there should be someone over there at Emerald Lake. You can try going to the door, as long as you are not afraid of the heat." Emerald Lake? Where? Su Fan has never heard of it. Joe Peng said, "This mall was only opened 2 years ago, and it is now the busiest mall in Jiang County. But people selling balloons should not be allowed in. Anyway, I have never seen anyone selling balloons in it." Su Fan nodded, "Let's go there." Over the past few years, Jiang County has changed a lot. The old wholesale market hasn't changed much, but Su Fan was indeed surprised that a place that was previously considered a suburb could grow into a new urban area in just a few years. The hustle and bustle of traffic and the large supermarkets covering a vast area before him gave him the illusion that he was in Tanchang. Joe Peng rode a small electric scooter to take Su Fan to the entrance of Fatesaway Lake Shopping Mall. The sun is even hotter. There is a Cha Yen Yusei restaurant next to the supermarket door, with a long queue of customers inside. After getting off the car, Su Fan glanced inside Cha Yen Yusei, frowned, gritted his teeth, and sat down in a place at the door that was blocked from the sunlight. It is cloudy, but it is definitely not cold. The weather is terribly hot and muggy. Su Fan took out the balloon and the air pump and started to inflate it. I was also cheering myself up in my heart. If you want to meet someone you know, then just meet him. If you don't even have the courage to face your failure calmly, then the point of starting over? Nothing is more important than keeping Su Mengyao and Yaya right now. Chapter 7 Distress. Okay, then you do your thing here. I have to go deliver the order too. Call me if you need anything. Joe Peng said to Su Fan with a smile. Su Fan nodded, and finally said, "Thank you, Pengzi. You're so polite." Joe Peng scolded with a smile. Then he left on his electric scooter, neither in a cool nor graceful manner. Su Fan continued to work hard. He didn't know that Joe Peng burst into tears not far away from the Emerald Lake Shopping Mall on his electric scooter. Every family has its own problems. There are many styles of balloons, including Ultraman, green dinosaurs, pink dolphins and so on, just like the various troubles in the world. Su Fan inflated a balloon, tied it to his backpack, and pressed down the backpack with one foot. Soon there were a dozen balloons of various colors floating above his head. But even though school hasn't started yet, not many parents would take their children out to play in this kind of weather. Su Fan looked at the people coming in and out. He was very envious of the young couples holding their children. As I watched, I started to laugh. How much he wanted to take Yaya out to play like Su Mengyao did. How much is a balloon? Almost half an hour passed before someone finally came out of the mall and asked Su Fan. Su Fan looked up. It was a woman who looked to be in her 50s, holding the hand of a little girl who was probably about 5 or 6 years old. The woman was not dressed very elaborately, she must be the little girl's grandmother. Su Fan said, $10. Although he had never done business before and was mentally prepared to be criticized by acquaintances after being recognized, he was still a little nervous when he actually did business with people. It's so expensive, the woman said with a frown. Then he looked down at the little girl holding his hand, a little hesitant. Su Fan opened his mouth, ready to say that he could sell it for $8. He needed the money, he needed it so badly, and making a few bucks was better than failing the deal. Can you sell it for $8? However, the woman seemed unable to resist the expectation in the little girl's eyes and asked about Su Fan. Su Fan nodded repeatedly, "Yes, it can be sold. Yes, it can be sold." The woman was a little unhappy and felt that she had bargained down the price. But since they had already agreed on a good price, she felt embarrassed to change her mind, so she took out a wad of money from her pocket, pulled out a 10 yuan note and handed it to Su Fan. Su Fan was stunned. He had never thought about the problem of change before, as he didn't have a penny in cash in his pocket. To collect money. The woman said, smiling at the little girl again, "Which one do you like? Pick it yourself?" Su Fan was a little embarrassed and said, "I don't have cash, can you pay with green bubble?" The woman frowned, "I don't have any green bubbles." Although she is still considered a young grandmother, not everyone her age keeps up with the times. Su Fan looked at Cha Yen Yusei next to him and said, "Then I'll go over and change the money. Please wait." As he said this, he took the money from the woman's hand. He smiled at the little girl and said, "Little sister, choose one you like. It's best to tie it on your finger to prevent it from flying away." Then he hurriedly walked into Cha Yin-Yusei. "Hey! Hey!" I had only taken a few steps when I heard a scream from a woman behind me. Su Fan turned around. It turned out that his backpack couldn't hold down the balloons, and more than a dozen balloons were floating upwards with the backpack. The woman was at a loss, but did not reach out to pull it. Su Fan quickly turned around and ran, and after jumping up he finally managed to grab the backpack in his hand. His eyes suddenly turned red. To be honest, he had never encountered such an embarrassing thing in his life, and he had never been so embarrassed. But at least he didn't cry. Su Fan looked embarrassed and said, I'm sorry. Please help me step on it with your foot." He put his backpack on the ground. The woman seemed a little impatient, but when she looked at Su Fan's slightly red eyes, her impatience disappeared. She nodded and stepped on the backpack with her foot. Su Fan's Adam's apple moved, his lips trembled slightly, and he turned his head and walked into Cha Yin-Yusei. "Grandma, I want this little dolphin." The little girl pointed at a pink dolphin and looked up at the woman. Okay, I'll get it for you when the boss comes out." The woman smiled and glanced at Su Fan's back again. There are quite a few young people setting up stalls outside nowadays, but she has rarely seen anyone as old as Su Fan selling balloons outside. And she saw Su Fan's eyes suddenly turn red just now. She didn't know what happened to this young man. But all she could do was be patient and endure the heat and wait a few more minutes. If not for this, she would have probably taken her granddaughter away just now. Hello, can you give me $10 in change?" Su Fan walked into Cha Yin-Yusei, walked to the front embarrassedly, and said to a waiter who was working inside. The cashier was a girl and she was very busy. Listening to Su Fan's words, I couldn't help but be stunned. $10 in change? $10 is just change now. She was actually really too busy because business was so good, but looking at Su Fan's eyes, she somehow felt soft-hearted, as if this man's eyes were filled with sadness. Good. She finally forced a smile at Su Fan, opened the cashier drawer, counted out 10 $1 bills, and handed them to Su Fan. Su Fan stuffed the 10 yuan note into the girl's hand and said, Thank you. The people queuing behind me all looked a little strange. It's not because Su Fan was exchanging money, but because everyone seemed to be able to sense a sense of humility from Su Fan. There was a girl who was disgusted by covering her nose. Su Fan's sweat smell was so strong that it made her feel sick. Su Fan didn't care about these things and just ran out of Cha Yin-Yusei in a hurry. I'm sorry to keep you waiting in such hot weather. He ran back to the shade and handed the woman $2 with a smile. Seeing that the little girl had nothing in her hands, he asked with a smile, Little sister, have you chosen which balloon you want? Little dolphin. The little girl said in a childish tone. Well. Su Fan stepped on the backpack and quickly took off the pink dolphin balloon. When he handed it to the little girl, he said, Big brother, can you tie it for me? The little girl blinked. She seemed to think that the big brother in front of her was a little too old. Su Fan carefully tied the balloon string around the little girl's finger. The woman took the little girl away. Call. The first business deal is completed. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before I knew it, it was almost noon. Even though Su Fan was hiding in the shade, he was already sweating profusely. He himself didn't know how many times his short-sleeved shirt had been wet and dry. Fortunately, this business has decent profits. After more than 2 hours, he sold 8 balloons, and 2 of the orders were completed within just 15 minutes. At this lunchtime, there are more people coming in and out of the mall. In fact, Su Fan knew clearly that most people would go in and out directly from the underground parking lot. If he went to the underground parking lot to sell, business would definitely be better, and it wouldn't be so popular. But he still remembered what Zhou Peng said and was afraid that he would be kicked out by the security guards if he went in. Chapter 8 Meeting Yaya. My stomach is growling. Su Fan had just gotten up and followed Su Mengyao to the citizen's home. He hadn't even had breakfast yet, but his stomach was actually rebelling. But think about it, buying a loaf of bread would cost several or even more than 10 yuan, and a bowl of noodles would cost more than 10 yuan. He had never calculated such a detailed account before, so he felt reluctant to spend the money. It's okay to go hungry. We can have dinner together. Su Fan thought so in his heart. Of the 8 balloons, 3 were sold at $8, and 1 at $7. After deducting the cost, he made $61.40. By this calculation, there should be hope of earning 200 or 300 a day. After all, it will definitely be more lively here at night. But Yaya's tuition fee would be several thousand yuan, and no matter how I calculated, it would not be enough. If I spent 1 cent more, I would have to pay 1 cent less to Su Mengyao. Su Fan just held on like this. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after the window period, there is no business. Su Mengyao really called Su Fan. Su Fan looked at the word wife on the phone and felt nervous, wondering whether to answer the call. Then I stayed in this dilemma until Su Mengyao hung up the phone. But then Su Mengyao called again. Su Fan gritted his teeth and took the call. He didn't want to escape anymore. Hello. Are you free now? Su Mengyao's voice rang out on the phone, still cold. Su Fan opened his mouth and said in a dry voice, no. Even if he begged for mercy, he would not follow Su Mengyao to get a divorce. Su Mengyao didn't seem to hear Su Fan's low voice, and continued, I have something to do at work, so I can't leave. I guess I have to work overtime. Can you go pick up Yaya and take her home? Su Fan was slightly stunned. Su Mengyao said, someone passed away at my mom's place, and she has to go over to see him. It's not appropriate to take Yaya with her. I said if you are free, go pick Yaya up and take her home. I'm free. I'm free. Su Fan said hurriedly. I was so surprised. Su Mengyao was busy, but she still asked him to pick up Yaya. He actually wanted to ask Su Mengyao if they would not get a divorce today. But he would have to be stupid to ask such a question. Then go pick her up now. Su Mengyao said. Su Fan scratched his head, but I don't remember where your mother's house is. Not only did he not remember where Su Mengyao's parents' home was, he didn't even know what Su Mengyao's mother looked like. Su Mengyao was silent for a moment, probably because she was wondering if Su Fan really had lost her memory, otherwise she wouldn't have acted to this extent. After all, she didn't mention anything about getting a divorce in the afternoon. Of course, she might also be surprised that Su Fan could agree to her so directly this time. In the past, Su Fan really didn't care about anything. But I just realized it now and it's too late. And given Su Fan's personality, I'm afraid he will go back to his old ways in a few days. Su Mengyao sighed inwardly and said, I'll send you the location and my mother's cell phone number. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Fan quickly received the green bubble message she sent, and immediately deflated the balloons and put them away, happily preparing to go pick up Yaya. Thinking about meeting Yaya and his mother-in-law, whom he had never met before, he felt nervous and even uneasy, but more excited. When Su Fan put on his backpack and prepared to leave, he looked back at Cha Yin-Yusei again. Zhou Peng told him before that he got drunk and went crazy, and even hit Yaya. Thinking of this, Su Fan still walked into Cha Yin-Yusei. At this time, there were no customers queuing even in Cha Yin-Yusei. He walked to the front and took a look. The milk teas on the price list ranged from about 10 yuan for the cheapest to nearly 20 yuan for the more expensive ones. In the past, Su Fan never cared about this little pocket money, but looking at it now, she finds it absurd and these numbers a little shocking. Hello, what can I do for you? The cashier recognized Su Fan, blinked in confusion, and asked with a smile. She has a little baby fat, is not tall, and looks very cute. Su Fan said, please give me a cup of gardenia green mango. As he said this, he took out money from his pocket, counted out $15 and handed it over. He felt that he was really out of tune with this society. Nowadays, there are very few young people who use cash. Even before he traveled through time, it was rare. If you have to resort to cash, you are definitely close to the end of your rope. Su Fan suddenly remembered a passage he had read somewhere and smiled bitterly. He would have to sell 2 balloons to earn $15. That might take an hour. After waiting for a while, Su Fan got the gardenia green light. I felt a little sad, but when I walked to the street, I had to endure the heartache and hailed another taxi. It was the hottest time of the day, so it was okay for him to bask in the sun, but he couldn't let Yaya bask in the sun with him. Besides, Su Mengyao's home was several kilometers away from Emerald Lake. After turning on the navigation, I handed the phone to the driver. It will only take about 10 minutes to get there. Su Mengyao's home is in the suburbs, an ordinary 2-story building. Please wait, I'm leaving soon. Before getting off the car, Su Fan said to the driver. Then got off the bus in a hurry. To the door of the house. There was a yellow dog lying lazily in the shade near the kitchen. There was no one in the main room, only the faint sound of a television could be heard from the next room. Su Fan covered his chest, walked over and knocked gently on the screen door. The person who came over was a dark-complexioned, thin old man who looked to be about 60 years old. When he saw Su Fan, he didn't say anything, his eyes were a little cold. After just one glance, he turned his head away and said, "Yeah, your dad is here to pick you up." Su Fan immediately knew that this must be Su Mengyao's father. But when he wanted to open his mouth and shout out the word dad, he couldn't open his mouth. A rural woman who also looked a little skinny came out, holding the hand of a 4 or 5-year-old girl with a rosy face, braided hair, and a pink school bag. Su Fan opened his mouth, but still couldn't utter the word mom. "My eyes feel a little sore." His eyes were fixed on the little girl's face. From Yaya's eyes and eyebrows, he could see the shadow of Su Mengyao, as well as his own shadow. "The eyes and nose are like Su Mengyao, and the mouth is like me." Yeah. Su Fan forced a smile at Yaya, trying his best to appear gentle. But Yaya's eyes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but hide behind the woman. Su Fan's heart tightened. He could actually feel inferiority and fear in Yaya's eyes. Beast! What kind of beastly things did I do before? Su Mengyao's mother also did not speak. She just looked at Su Fan with a complicated look, full of disappointment. She lowered her head and smiled and said to Yaya, "Yeah, come to Grandma's place again in a few days." Yaya pursed her lips and nodded slightly. But it was only after Su Mengyao's mother gently pulled him that he obediently walked to the front and opened the screen door himself. The smile on Su Fan's face seemed so stiff even to himself, but he had to try his best to keep it. He reached out and wanted to hold Yaya's hand. Chapter 9: The Best Gift. Yaya seemed frightened and shrank back again. Su Fan's heart was gripped again. Looking at the strange yet familiar young face in front of him, his eyes became sore again. I didn't even dare to hand over the milk tea in my hand, for fear of scaring Yaya again. He could only force a smile and walk in front of Yaya. Yaya looked back at her grandparents, then timidly followed Su Fan. When they got to the taxi, Su Fan opened the door, let Yaya get in, sat next to Yaya, and asked the driver to drive to Emerald Lake. He wanted to take Yaya home, but there was no way because he had to earn money for Yaya's tuition. There is air conditioning in the mall, so it's not hot, so Yaya can only sit inside the mall and wait for him. The driver started the car. Su Fan then handed the milk tea to Yaya and said with a smile, "Would you like some milk tea?" Yaya glanced at the milk tea, but lowered her head. Su Fan couldn't imagine how afraid Yaya was of him that she acted so strangely to him. With red eyes, he inserted the straw and handed the milk tea to Yaya's chest. Fortunately, although Yaya didn't look up, she finally raised her little hand to take the milk tea. Su Fan reached out to touch Yaya's head, but stopped mid-air and said softly, "Drink it." His cell phone rang again at this time. Su Fan took out his cell phone. It's an unfamiliar number. His cell phone has rang many times since the beginning of the day, but except for the 2 calls from Su Mengyao, the others were all from unfamiliar numbers. Either it was a scam call or they were asking him to pay back the money. He couldn't even figure out how much money he had borrowed and how many bad debts he owed. Su Fan hung up the phone and turned his head to look at Yaya. Yaya lowered her little head and sipped from the straw. A warm current flowed through Su Fan's heart again. He sent a green bubble message to Su Mengyao, "I have received the call, yeah." But Su Mengyao did not reply. To Emerald Lake. The taxi fare was 22 yuan, which made Su Fan feel heartbroken again. He led Yaya to the door where he had set up the stall before. He first led Yaya in, pointed to a corner, and said to Yaya, "Dad is going to set up a stall outside to sell balloons. It's too hot outside. Why don't you sit here and wait for Dad?" Yaya finally looked up, but looked at Su Fan in confusion. It's not that she doesn't understand the meaning of setting up a stall, she just doesn't know when her father started setting up a stall, and she is even more puzzled as to why her father spoke so gently today. In her impression, Su Fan was not very kind to her. When he was drunk, he often beat her or quarreled with her mother. Su Fan looked into Yaya's eyes, not knowing what to say. At this time, Yaya obediently walked to the corner and squatted down. Su Fan gritted his teeth and lowered his head and said, "Just wait here for Dad, don't go away." Then he opened the door and walked out. In the end, I couldn't help but let the tears flow out. He didn't want Yaya to see him crying. In Su Fan's opinion, a father should be as tall and strong as a mountain. He cannot give Yaya a good life now, but he does not want Yaya to see his vulnerable side. Su Fan wiped his face fiercely. "Man, stop crying." He put his backpack on the ground and looked inside. Yaya was also looking at him with her little head tilted. Sufan smiled, made a face at Yaya, then took out the balloon and air pump from his backpack and started to inflate them. Hang more than a dozen balloons in a row. Sufan waved at Yaya, come here. Yaya walked timidly in front of Sufan. Sufan looked up and pointed at the colorful balloons and said, do you like them? Whichever one you want, Dad will give it to you. Yaya looked up at the balloon without saying anything, but there was some longing in her eyes. Sufan added, these are all from Dad, take your pick. Yaya lowered her head again. After a few seconds, he said in a very low voice, I want that dinosaur. Sufan almost couldn't hear it clearly. He quickly untied the dinosaur balloon, tied it to Yaya's finger, and said, okay, go in. If you want to go to the bathroom, come out and call Daddy. Yaya agreed in a low voice. But she was finally willing to talk to Sufan. Sufan thought this was a good sign. Business is really bad in the afternoon, it's a window period. Almost the entire afternoon passed, and by around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sufan had sold 2 balloons. Yaya came out to find him and said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Sufan, carrying a backpack full of balloons, took Yaya into the mall to find the toilet. Luckily, no security came out to stop him. It became a little lively again around 5 o'clock. Suing called Sufan again and asked where Sufan was now. Sufan said it was at Emerald Lake. Suing asked again, where's Yaya? Sufan said, Yaya is here too. What are you doing at Emerald Lake? Sufan thought about it and didn't feel comfortable saying that he was setting up a stall to sell balloons, so he said, just walk around here. Suing didn't think much about it and said, I have to work overtime today, and it may be very late. Please take Yaya out to eat something, and I will transfer the money to you. If you are free, can you take Yaya to sleep at night? Yeah, okay. Sufan quickly agreed and said, I have money in my hand, don't worry, Yaya won't starve. He couldn't help but smile with relief. Suing would definitely not ask him for a divorce today, and the people at the citizens' home were probably off work. And since Suing was willing to let him take Yaya to sleep first and take care of Yaya, this should be considered a good sign. Suing was silent for a few seconds, didn't say anything else, and hung up the phone. Sufan put away his phone and turned his head to look at Yaya. Yaya was still sitting in that corner. But unlike other children, those children were holding ropes, while Yaya held the green dinosaur balloon in her arms. She just lay there timidly. Among the pedestrians coming and going in the mall, she had already been cast over with countless surprised and puzzled glances. Everyone was probably wondering why such a beautiful and lovely little girl was squatting in the corner of the door. Sufan waved at Yaya. Yaya pursed her lips, walked out obediently and came to Sufan. Are you hungry? Sufan asked softly. Yaya nodded softly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Sufan smiled and said, how about we eat bread tonight? On the left side of this door of the shopping mall is Chai Yin Yusei, and on the right side there is a bakery called Man Bakery, which Sufan had seen before. Yaya still nodded slightly. Sufan put on his backpack and took Yaya's hand. This time Yaya didn't hide anymore. The little hands are soft. Sufan's heart almost melted. He was absolutely not mentally prepared for Yaya's existence, but from the moment he saw Yaya's photo, he determined that Yaya was the best gift God had given him. Chapter 10 It's not easy to make money. Bread is really not cheap. Under Sufan's soft words, Yaya picked out a bread with meat floss, and Sufan also bought her a glass of milk. These 2 items cost 20 yuan. Sufan could only afford to buy herself a bag of plain toast. There are 8 pieces in a bag, which is large enough to fill you up, and costs 10 yuan. A total of 4 balloons were sold in the afternoon. After walking out of Man Bakery, Sufan took Yaya back to the entrance of the shopping mall and took out the money to count it. There are still $42. He really couldn't bear to buy a bottle of mineral water. In the past, when I was thirsty, I would take the opportunity to take Yaya to the toilet and just take a sip of water from the faucet. You go inside. Sufan put his backpack on the ground and said to Yaya. Yaya shook her head. Then he squatted down next to Sufan. It was a very subtle action, but it made Sufan feel like crying for a moment. He wiped his eyes, touched Yaya's head and said, then you can eat here, and go in when you feel hot. After saying that, he squatted down next to Yaya and started to eat toast in big mouthfuls. This thing is not bad to eat, but it makes you thirsty. Sufan almost choked, but he had to look at Yaya, so he had no choice but to go buy a bottle of mineral water. The unkempt young man and the cute little girl with pink and tender skin made the passing men, women, old and young all want to take a second look at Su Fan and Yaya. I don't know if it was because Yaya looked so delicate and cute, but during the dinner rush until around 7 o'clock, Su Fan sold 5 more balloons, and no one bargained with him. All in all, the balloons he sold have already made back the cost of wholesale balloons. No wonder some people would set up stalls, the income is not necessarily less than working in a factory. Su Fan thought to himself. At about 8 o'clock, Zhou Ping called Su Fan and asked, "Are you still selling balloons?" "It's on sale," Su Fan replied. Zhou Ping then asked, "How are the sales?" Su Fan said, "It's okay, the capital is almost returned." "That's fine. This is almost as much as my delivery time, and I can still sell for 2 hours. Damn. I might as well go sell balloons with you." Zhou Ping smiled. Su Fan knew he was joking and said, "If you want to sell something else, like children's toys or something." If 2 people were selling balloons together, people would think there was something wrong with us. Zhou Ping laughed, "Still at Emerald Lake? Or to the pedestrian street?" Su Fan said, "Still in Emerald Lake." Zhou Ping said, "You can go to the back of Emerald Lake now. There is a night market there. It will be much busier than the front gate after 8 o'clock. There seem to be 2 people selling balloons there." Su Fan was stunned when he heard this. "Well, I'll go over and take a look later." After hanging up the phone with Zhou Ping, he put on his backpack, held Yaya's hand, and walked to the back of the mall. There is indeed a night market in the back, but it is not very large and not very lively at the moment. Of course, most of the stalls in the night market sell snacks, but the surrounding areas are mainly for children, including people feeding pigeons, putting rings, selling plaster dolls, feeding fish, and selling toys. It can be said to be very diverse. Su Fan also saw some colleagues. He is a middle-aged man. The balloons they sold were even more advanced than his. They were the kind with small light strips wrapped around them, sparkling and sparkling. Su Fan was too embarrassed to go over, so he just squatted down next to the area enclosed by ropes for feeding the pigeons. Time passes slowly. Su Fan's heart was filled with complexity from time to time. When he saw the middle-aged couple walking side by side, he would think of Su Mengyao's disappointment and attitude towards him. Seeing young people gathered in groups, talking and laughing, I would think of my current relationship with Lu Hai, Liao Bin, and others. Occasionally, he would see someone's car keys hanging on a belt, half or fully exposed, and he would envy them. He wondered when he would be able to afford a car. But before that, if you have money, you must buy a house. Su Fan, who used to live in a villa and drive a Mercedes-Benz S600, never thought about these things, because he didn't need to worry about them at all. Every carefree person has other people around him who provide him with support. Su Fan was wondering, without the help of his parents, when would he be able to buy a house and give Su Mengyao and Yaya a happy and stable life? Perhaps, it is not easy to just support the family's expenses. Of course, the most important goal now is to make Su Mengyao change her mind, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Business in the evening was not as good as Su Fan had imagined. It is also possible that the business was taken away by the person selling glowing balloons. From 8 o'clock to around 9 o'clock, he sold 4 balloons. Su Mengyao called again, "Is Yaya asleep?" Su Fan tilted his head to look at Yaya, who was squatting beside him quietly and looking at the night market not far away. He felt a little guilty for some reason. "We are still in Emerald Lake. Why are you still bringing her to Emerald Lake? She should be sleeping." Su Mengyao seemed a little angry. Su Fanlian said, "Then I will take her back now." Su Mengyao agreed and hung up the phone. Su Fan actually wanted to wait a little longer, until there were no more children at the night market. Even if she sold 1 more balloon, it would still be money. But because he was afraid that Su Mengyao would call again, he had no choice but to close the stall. Seeing Yaya still looking at the night market, he asked, "Do you want to go eat?" Yaya shook her head. Su Fan guessed that Yaya was just watching the excitement over there, so he patted Yaya's head and said, "Then let's go back now. Then start deflating the hanging balloons." "Hey, you're still here?" Suddenly a voice sounded not far from Su Fan. Su Fan tilted his head to look over. She is a cute girl in a dress. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered that it was the cashier at Cheyenne Yusei during the day. He quickly smiled and said, "Yeah, are you off work?" "Yeah, just got off work," Yi Feifei said with a smile, revealing 2 dimples, which made her look even more playful and cute. In fact, she definitely can't remember ordinary customers. But it was the look in Su Fan's eyes when he first went to her to change, and the fact that he had been selling balloons at the entrance of the mall all day under the scorching sun, that made her involuntarily remember Su Fan's appearance in her mind. She looked up and saw Su Fan too many times in the store. I couldn't figure out what had happened to this guy of the opposite sex of the same age. This is your daughter? Then Yi Fei looked at Yaya. Yaya looked timid, her fingers tugging at the hem of Su Fan's clothes. Su Fan smiled and nodded, then said to Yaya, "Yeah, call me sister." Puff. Yi Fei was amused and said, "I should be about the same age as you. Do you want your daughter to call me sister? Then call me auntie." Su Fan changed his words. "Aunt." Yaya shouted obediently, but her voice was still very low. "Your daughter is so sweet. So pretty." Yi Fei smiled and said to Su Fan again, "Thanks." Su Fan also laughed. A sense of pride and satisfaction spread in my heart. Chapter 11 Yaya Calls Dad. Then, goodbye. Yi Fei waved at Yaya and said to Su Fan. She and Su Fan had never met each other before, so naturally there was no need for them to chat here. "Goodbye," Su Fan said. Yi Fei left with a smile. Su Fan continued to pack the balloons. After stuffing them all into the bag, she took Yaya's hand and walked home. Emerald Lake is not far from the old residential area where he lives, about 15 minutes walk away. Now that the weather is not that hot at night, Su Fan still wants to save the money. After walking a short distance, he tilted his head and asked Yaya, "Yaya, can you still walk?" Yaya looked up at him and shook her head. But Su Fan still caught a hint of tiredness in her pure eyes. I had been accompanying him like a fool for most of the day at Emerald Lake, and it was already past Yaya's usual bedtime, so Yaya must be tired. "Daddy, will you carry me?" Su Fan said. Yaya blinked, a little confused. But Su Fan certainly didn't know what was going on in her little head. Seeing that Yaya didn't shake her head, Su Fan moved the backpack to the front and squatted in front of Yaya with a smile. "Come up." Yaya hesitated. A few seconds later, just when Su Fan was wondering if he was a bit too hasty in repairing his relationship with Yaya, two white and tender hands wrapped around his neck. Yaya lay on his back. Shu Beiji carries his wife on his back. "Yaya." Su Fan grinned, held up Yaya's knees with both hands and stood up. Yaya has a relatively petite frame and is not heavy, probably only over 20 kilograms. She was also very well behaved and just lay quietly on Su Fan's back. Su Fan's steps were quite brisk, and he swayed gently, swaying to Grandma's bridge. "Grandma praised me for being a good baby." He. Maybe it was because he sang badly, or maybe he touched Yaya's ticklish spot when he was shaking, and Ya, who was well behaved but introverted to the point that Su Fan felt a little guilty, suddenly laughed. Su Fan was stunned. I felt happy. Another sour one. After all, they are just children. In fact, he was quite touched and warmed that Yaya could accept him so quickly. In the past, he was definitely not a qualified father. "Ya. Daddy is sorry for you." Su Fan said, "Dad will definitely not beat you anymore in the future. Please forgive Dad, okay?" There was silence for a few seconds again. Yaya said, "Will Daddy still beat Mommy?" Su Fan's heart tightened, and he said, "No, I promise. Dad will definitely not hit Yaya or Mom again." "Dad." Yaya called out softly, and her arms around Su Fan's neck suddenly tightened. Su Fan's mouth corners curled up and his eyes were sore. He didn't expect Yaya to be able to play and joke with him and be close to him right away, but he saw hope. Two tigers. Su Fan continued to hum a song for Yaya. The physical condition of this body is really not that good. Before he even reached home, Su Fan felt tired and his legs were a little weak. I don't know what my living habits have been like in the past few years, but I have definitely completely forgotten the habit of exercising. Have to pick it up. Su Fan lifted Yaya's legs upwards. Yaya didn't say anything, she fell asleep with her head on Su Fan's shoulder. When he got home, Su Fan suddenly remembered that he didn't have the key, so he had to call Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao told him that there was a key in the gap under the steps at the door. Su Fan was reluctant to wake Yaya up, so he carefully squatted down and took the key. He opened the door and went into the house, then put Yaya on the bed in the outer room. Yaya is really tired. She hasn't woken up yet and still has her little school bag on her back. Su Fan tiptoed to take down Yaya's school bag and put it on the desk. Then walk into the inner room and the master bedroom. The smell is terrible. In such hot weather, the wine seems to be about to ferment. Sufan took off his backpack and put it on the bed, walked to the living room to get a broom and dustpan, and returned to the master bedroom to clean. Fortunately, although the room was messy, it was small and there were not many things in it. Sufan picked up all the beer bottles and was about to throw them away, but then he remembered that he could exchange the waste for money, so he put them in a corner. After sweeping and mopping the floor again, the room was almost clean. He was actually quite tired. I went to the outer room and took a look at Yaya. She was sleeping soundly, her little face was rosy and she seemed to be smiling. I didn't know if she was dreaming. Sufan couldn't help it, he squatted beside the bed and looked at Yaya for a long time, as if he couldn't see enough. Then he gently touched Yaya's little face, went back to the master bedroom, took out a set of clean clothes from the closet, went into the bathroom, washed up, and took a cold shower. I originally wanted to wake Yaya up to wash her face, brush her teeth and take a bath, but seeing that Yaya was sleeping soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake her up. Sufan took out his cell phone and sent a green bubble message to Su Mengyao, saying that Yaya had fallen asleep and asked Su Mengyao when she would get off work and go home. Su Mengyao quickly replied, saying that she might need another 2 hours, and asked Sufan to take Yaya to sleep first. Sufan wanted to ask Su Mengyao not to tire herself out too much, but after typing out the words, he felt too embarrassed to send them. I can't even support this family now, so what's the point of sending this to Su Mengyao? I will get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to exercise, and then continue to sell balloons at Emerald Lake. Sufan thought to himself and set an alarm on his mobile phone. He wanted to carry Yaya to his bed to sleep, but he was worried that his bed was too dirty, so he took Yaya's small stool and sat on the bed. He just couldn't get enough of looking at Yaya's chubby face. Sufan rested his head on his hands, half lying on the edge of the bed, looking at Yaya's face. I was thinking about how I could make Su Mengyao change her mind and make Yaya no longer afraid of me. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. Su Mengyao was really very tired, and this state of exhaustion had lasted for a long time. This has caused her, who used to be very meticulous in her work, to make mistakes frequently recently. The manager called her hurriedly in the morning because there was an error in the report she made for the company. She makes the budget. Fatigue and the confusion in her heart caused her to make some low-level mistakes, and the budget spreadsheets she made recently were full of errors. It's not that she didn't check it, but she just didn't find it. The company was about to prepare a bulk purchase. If the manager hadn't discovered it during checking, her unemployment would have been a small matter. She would probably have to be held responsible for the company's losses. Therefore, even though Ra was a manager who trusted her quite a bit, he still spoke harshly to her after she went to the company. He also said that if he made such a mistake again, he would be helpless. Su Mengyao can't lose this job. So no matter how painful it was, she had to redo the erroneous budget sheet before the end of the month. This alone made her more determined to divorce Sufan. Sufan's decadence made life so miserable for this small family, so miserable that even though she worked very hard, she could not see any hope for the future. Su Mengyao took 2 deep breaths at the door. However, as soon as she opened the door, the scene before her made her stunned. Chapter 12 Must Win. Yaya was sleeping on the bed, Sufan was lying beside the bed, both of them were sleeping soundly. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had seen such a heartwarming scene. Sufan had not communicated with her for a long time, and he also ignored Yaya. The Cold War was the main theme of their life, and the occasional disturbances were also caused by Sufan getting drunk, quarreling, or even fighting. Is he doing this because he's afraid of divorce? Is he afraid that no one will take care of his food and drink? Su Mengyao pursed her lips, her heart softened for a moment, then became hard again the next moment. Looking at Yaya, who was still wearing her daytime clothes, I was even more disappointed. She really didn't know what she could expect or rely on from Sufan. Even if it was just to take care of the children, Sufan wouldn't do it. Yaya. Su Mengyao walked to the bedside and gently rocked Yaya. Yaya was still asleep, and Sufan opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, tilted his head to look at Su Mengyao, and said, "You're back?" Su Mengyao ignored him. This made Sufan feel a little embarrassed and a little disappointed. But considering that they had just been to the citizen's home during the day, it would be strange if Su Mengyao could easily give him a good face. He scratched his head and said, "Well, I'll go back to my room first, you should get some rest." Yeah. Su Mengyao just patted Yaya's face gently. "Mom, you're back." Yaya woke up, rubbed her eyes, then threw herself into Su Mengyao's arms with a smile. This intimate look really made Sufan jealous. I wish I could let Yaya hug me so intimately. Of course, if he could hug Su Mengyao like Yaya did. Su Fan couldn't imagine how wonderful that would be. Su Mengyao carried Yaya out of bed, with a smile on her face that she had never seen in front of Su Fan. Go wash your face, brush your teeth, take a shower, and then come back to sleep, okay? Otherwise you will stink. Yaha nodded obediently. Then he blinked his eyes and said, Mom, can you carry me over? Of course. Su Mengyao said. She turned around holding Yaya, and Su Fan quickly moved aside. Su Fan, you must win. Seeing Su Mengyao carrying Yaya to the bathroom, Su Fan secretly encouraged himself and returned to the room. The room was still very hot, but there was not even an air conditioner, only a floor fan. Su Fan turned on the floor fan, took off all his clothes except his underpants, and lay on his bed with his legs spread out. There was a sound of water splashing in the toilet. Su Fan soon fell asleep again. After taking a bath, Yaya was carried back to bed by Su Mengyao and closed her eyes obediently. Mom, today Dad bought me milk tea, bread, and a balloon. He also said that he would never hit you or me again. However, when Su Mengyao finished taking a shower and lay down next to her in her pajamas, Yaya opened her eyes and spoke to Su Mengyao in a childish voice. There were some ripples in Su Mengyao's eyes, and she remained silent. Mom knows, go to sleep. After a few seconds, he turned sideways and pinched Yaya's face. Even the master bedroom doesn't have air conditioning, so her house certainly doesn't have any. There's not even a floor fan, only a small Hongyun fan. Hongyun fan is actually a rotating fan. I don't know who gave it this name. The wind from this fan is not very strong, and Su Mengyao is sleeping on the inside of Yaya, so the wind that can blow on her is even less. Good night, Mom. Seeing Yaya closing her eyes obediently, Su Mengyao suddenly wondered, can good luck blow to me? She doesn't expect much. Gamblers have no credibility at all. Su Fan has disappointed her too many times. She always said she would change, but in the end she still refused to change. This time she was really determined not to give Su Fan another chance. But even though she thought so, Su Mengyao tossed and turned that night and didn't know when she finally fell asleep. Su Fan was woken up by the alarm clock at 6 o'clock in the morning. He suddenly turned over and sat up, and the first thing he did was to turn off the alarm clock, for fear of waking up Su Mengyao and Yaya who were sleeping in the outer room. After getting up and getting dressed, Su Fan tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up, then soaked the clothes that he had not had time to wash yesterday in a plastic bucket. There was a small gain, that is, there were still 318 yuan in the pocket of the trousers he took off yesterday. He went out through the door on the left side of the living room. He just walked to the door, but then gently walked to the door of Su Mengyao's room and looked inside. Su Mengyao and Yaya were still asleep. Even in the morning, it was still a bit stuffy. Su Fan saw that Yaya's face was flushed and some hair was still stuck to her forehead. Looking at Su Mengyao again, her waterfall-like black silk stockings were a little messy. She was wearing a purple silk nightgown, sleeping on her side facing Yaya, with her right leg bent and resting on her left leg, revealing a small part of her thigh under the nightgown. It was the cold moonlight that seemed to be glowing. Su Mengyao has such great skin. There is nothing to say about her figure. The cold moonlight against the purple background exuded an amazing charm that made Su Fan's heart warm and he couldn't take his eyes away. Su Mengyao is so beautiful that a man would feel it is worth living 10 years less to marry her. But Su Fan didn't dare to look at her for too long, for fear that Su Mengyao would wake up, and he also felt a little guilty. He quietly walked back to his room, took out the floor fan, plugged it into the socket and turned it on. The wind from the floor fan, which has a much larger air volume than the Hongyun fan, makes Su Mengyao and Yaya's hair flutter gently. Su Fan had a complex feeling of warmth yet bitterness in his heart, which eventually turned into self-blame. He gritted his teeth, walked out of the room, and left through the door on the left side of the living room. This body must have not been exercised for a long time, or it's just that I'm getting older and not as energetic as I was in college. Before crossing over, Su Fan insisted on running 10 kilometers every morning, and he would finish the run without getting red in the face or out of breath. But today, he just ran to the top of the slope in the community and he felt a little breathless. I continued running, and soon my mouth became dry and my chest felt like it was burning. Endurance is extremely poor. Luckily, he knew this was a normal reaction. When you really can't run anymore, take a rest, alternating between jogging and running. Exercise is a gradual process. You can't become fat in one go. While jogging, Su Fan discovered that there was a very simple fitness area for the elderly in the old community, with some iron fitness equipment. He also did the parallel bars and sit-ups. Mainly the latter. He wants to reduce his belly fat. 7:30. Su Mengyao's alarm clock rang. She opened her eyes and saw Yaya beside her. For some reason, she sighed at the beginning. She actually didn't want to communicate with Su Fan anymore, but she had to go to the company to continue revising the report today, and she might have to work overtime. It was not convenient for her parents, and she didn't know who to ask to help take care of Yaya except Su Fan. Su Mengyao was stunned when she suddenly saw the floor fan. No wonder she suddenly felt cooler in her sleep. But she was too sleepy at that time, so she didn't open her eyes. Su Mengyao bit her lip, got up and walked towards the bathroom. When he reached the living room, he still glanced at Su Fan's room. The door was actually open. Chapter 13, Continue to take care of Yaya. Su Mengyao couldn't help but look inside. There was no one in the bed. She walked to the door and looked inside, but Su Fan was not there. Going out so early. This is really rare. There are many times when Su Fan has not returned at this time. Is it true that it is difficult to change one's nature? Why has his true nature been revealed so quickly? Su Mengyao thought to herself. She thought Su Fan must have gone out to play cards again, although she didn't know whether Su Fan had any money in his pocket. I can only ask the manager if I can bring Yaha to the company. Su Mengyao looked sad and a little irritated, and went to the bathroom. You're up? While she was washing her face, Su Fan's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Su Mengyao turned around and looked at Su Fan in surprise. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even hear Su Fan opening the door. What are you doing? Seeing Su Fan sweating profusely, Su Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Su Fan said, "Oh, I went out for a run." Su Mengyao was even more surprised. Su Fan, who plays cards all night and sleeps all day, actually goes out for a run? Do you really want to change your appearance, or do you want to show your determination to turn over a new leaf? Su Mengyao couldn't help but be touched for a moment. No matter what, even if Su Fan was just pretending, he had a heart that was pretending. In fact, in the past few months, Su Fan didn't even pretend to do anything in front of her, and he was completely desperate. Coaxing, deceiving, and rudeness, this is how Su Fan's attitude towards her has changed in the past 2 years. Can you continue to take care of Yaha today? I need to work overtime at the company. Su Mengyao said. Today is Saturday, and even if she wants to divorce Su Fan, she has no way to go through the procedures. Good. Su Fan quickly agreed. Naturally, he wished he had more opportunities to spend time with Yaya. Su Mengyao looked at the bright smile on Su Fan's face and was distracted for a moment. It was as if she saw the high-spirited Su Fan from a few years ago. Then she turned her head and continued washing her face. Su Fan stood behind her and asked, "Can I ask what you do for a living? Why do you always have to work overtime in your company?" Su Mengyao didn't look back and said, "This has nothing to do with you." Su Fan felt embarrassed and could only walk away, scratching his head. He went to Su Mengyao's room and looked at the sleeping Yaya, feeling very satisfied. After washing up, Su Mengyao came over and looked at Su Fan, who was half squatting beside the bed with his hands supporting his face. She lowered her eyes and said, "Can you please go out? I need to change my clothes." She was still wearing the purple nightgown with cutouts. In fact, the two of them can be considered an old couple. When their relationship was good before, she didn't need to avoid Su Fan when changing clothes. However, as the relationship broke down, Su Fan naturally never received such treatment again. Su Fan's heart was slightly moved. He nodded repeatedly, walked out of the room, and turned back at the door. "You don't want to use the toilet, do you?" Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment and nodded. Su Fan returned to his room, got some clean clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. He had the habit of taking cold showers. Even in the middle of winter when ice formed, he would still pour cold water over his head at school, which made the other guys in the dormitory admire him very much. But his health is really not good now. He feels like shivering when cold water is poured on his head in this hot weather. After taking a shower at a fairly quick pace, Su Fan washed the 2 sets of clothes he had just taken off by hand. It's not that there is no washing machine at home, he also saw it, but his clothes are full of sweat smell, and he is afraid that Su Mengyao will be unhappy when seeing it. Then hang the clothes outside. Su Mengyao came out of the house at this time. She was wearing light makeup, an orange short-sleeved shirt, a light blue denim skirt, and a pair of white canvas shoes. She wasn't as charming as she was yesterday in her professional attire, but she was just as stunningly beautiful. She really has a flawless face, a slender waist and long, straight and white legs. If there is any shortcoming, it is that it is not turbulent, but it is just right. Being able to marry Su Mengyao is really a blessing from my previous life. It's a pity that I'm just such a bad person. Su Fan smiled at Su Mengyao. Are you going to work? Su Mengyao couldn't help but be stunned again, then nodded and said, you can eat takeout with Yaya at noon and in the evening, and I'll transfer the money to you. No, I still have money. Su Fan said. Su Mengyao didn't say anything else and just left. Yaya woke up around 8 o'clock. When she woke up, Su Fan was beside her. Dad. Yaya looked at Su Fan and called out. Su Fan nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, my little lazy bug has woken up. Yaya tilted her head and asked, where's Mom? Su Fan said, Mom has to work overtime today, so she went to the company. Yaya's eyes dimmed slightly, and she seemed a little unhappy. Apart from the time at school, she naturally wanted Su Mengyao to be with her. Even at her grandparents' house, no matter how good they were to her, it was not as good as being with her mother. Children may not be able to express themselves, but they may not be insensitive inside. In her heart, Su Fan is certainly not as good as Su Mengyao now. Su Fan felt a little sad, touched Yaya's head, and said, get up quickly, Daddy will take you out for breakfast, and then go sell balloons, okay? Yaya just nodded obediently. She is such a sensible little girl that makes people feel sorry for her. Su Fan originally thought that Yaya would need her help with washing up, but it turned out that Yaya was already quite skilled at it. She squeezed toothpaste, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and even applied perfume by herself. She hadn't learned how to tie her hair yet. Standing in front of the dressing table, she turned around and asked Su Fan, Dad, can you help me tie my hair? This really stumped Su Fan. He doesn't know how to tie his hair. So it was not until more than 10 minutes later that Su Fan carried his backpack and took Yaya out of the house. Yaya's hair was tied up, but it was messy. I took Yaya out of the community and there was a bun shop not far away. Su Fan asked Yaya, shall we eat buns? Yaya still nodded. She is definitely more well-behaved than most children of her age. Su Fan took Yaya to the steamed buns shop and bought 2 pickled mustard tuber buns and a cup of mung bean porridge. After asking Yaya, he bought 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk for her. Prices are really not cheap nowadays. Su Fan spent $9.50 on these things. He felt a little heartbroken. Then I felt both amused and sad, thinking that I was really too calculating. But if you don't know how to budget carefully when you don't have money, how can you live a good life? On the way to Emerald Lake, Su Fan sent a message to Joe Pang, asking him if he had woken up. If he had time, he should go to Emerald Lake to find him and he would return the money he had borrowed yesterday. The reason I didn't call or send a voice message to Joe Pang was because I was afraid of disturbing his sleep. Joe Pang told him yesterday that delivering food is not easy either. Sometimes he is still out riding his electric scooter until after 2 a.m. Even in a county town, it is not easy for anyone to make money in this low-level industry where there is no threshold except for age. Chapter 14 Pay Back the Money. It's the same door from yesterday. Su Fan took Yaya's hand and squatted down in the same place as before, and started to take out the balloon and inflate it. In fact, it is still very deserted outside the Emerald Lake at this moment. There are hardly any children around, and most of the people are old men and women out for a walk. Or they are office workers in a hurry. Of course, there were many people who worked or opened shops in Faitsui Lake, and they drove over, which made Su Fan jealous. Joe Peng told him yesterday that his family bought him a Panamera for transportation right after he graduated, but later something happened at home and they sold all the cars. Oh. I don't know if I'll have the chance to drive a Padme in this lifetime. It really didn't look like there would be any business this morning. Su Fan hung up the balloons and was afraid that Yaya would be bored, so he said to her, "Ya, do you want to play games with Dad?" Yaya blinked her eyes. Su Fan then smiled and said, "How about we play the middle finger guessing game?" He used his left hand to wrap up the fingers of his right hand, leaving only the tips of 5 fingers exposed. Guess which one is the middle finger? Yaya looked at Su Fan's fingers and thought for several seconds, then picked up one of Su Fan's fingers and asked, "This one?" "Ha, I guessed wrong." Su Fan spread out his hands. What Yaya pinched was his ring finger. Yaya tilted her little head and seemed to be a little interested. "So early?" The sudden sound interrupted Su Fan, who was playing games with Yaya. Su Fan looked up and saw the girl from Cha Yen Yu say, "Yes." He smiled and said, "Good morning to you too." Yi Feifei smiled and asked doubtfully, "Is anyone buying balloons this early?" Su Fan said, "I didn't know what to do at home, so I came out." He actually still wants to find a proper job. He looked for one on his mobile phone yesterday, but couldn't find a suitable one. The remuneration of most jobs online did not meet his expectations, and the income might even be less than selling balloons. And now he has to help take care of Yaya, so the matter of finding a job will have to be delayed. No matter what, we have to wait until Yaya starts school. You work so hard. Yi Feifei gave Su Fan a thumbs up. Su Fan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "There is no other way, life forces me." "Well, come on." Yi Feifei smiled. Her smile is so bright that it seems to infect people's hearts. Su Fan suddenly thought, if a boy could date a cheerful girl like Yi Feifei, his life would definitely be more colorful. He nodded. Yi Feifei smiled at Yaya again and walked towards Cha Yin-Yusei. But this time, Yaya seemed a little disinterested in Yi Feifei. However, Su Fan didn't think much about it and just thought that Yaya was introverted. Yi Feifei, who had walked into Cha Yin-Yusei, came out a few minutes later in work clothes, holding a few white rabbit candies in her hand. She handed them to Yaya. "Yaya, do you want some candy?" This made Su Fan feel a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't even know Yi Feifei's name. There was a hint of longing in Yaya's eyes, but she shook her head. Yi Feifei was a little surprised and smiled. "Why don't you eat it? Don't you like candy?" Yaya doesn't speak. This made Yi Feifei, who was well-intentioned, feel a little embarrassed. She actually just felt that Su Fan must have a very sad story and looked pitiful, and Yaya was really pretty and cute. It was Su Fan who took the white rabbit candy from Yi Feifei and said to Yaya, "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie." Yaya then spoke. Yi Feifei touched Yaya's head and said, "You are so good." Then he went back to the shop. This action cannot be said to be a favor, but it made Su Fan feel a warm current in his heart. From a little after 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, there was not a single business. The sun gradually became hotter. Su Fan asked Yaya to go to the mall again. He was really afraid that Yaya would feel bored, so he took Yaya to the toy store in the mall and bought her a book of magnetic stickers. It actually costs almost $20. Joe Peng came to find Su Fan at 10:30 and asked, "How's business?" Su Fan shook his head. "Too few people brought their children here this morning. We've only sold 2 so far." Joe Peng was stunned and asked, "So you're going to return the money to me now?" Su Fan laughed and said, "I went back home yesterday and found more than 300 yuan in my pocket, haha." Joe Peng raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. Su Fan took out some money from his pocket, counted out 215 and handed it to Joe Peng. Joe Peng was a little amused. "Is it so clear?" Su Fan said, 15 yuan is not a lot of money. It can buy 2 breakfasts. Joe Peng was a little dazed for a moment, and said with emotion, "You are still better the way you are now, but I am beginning to doubt whether you are still yourself." Su Fan rolled his eyes and said, "I just lost my memory, not been possessed by a ghost. Who else could it be if not me?" Joe Peng took the money and squatted next to Su Fan. Then he asked about the current situation of Su Fan and Su Mengyao. Su Fan said that the condition should be getting better, and then called Yaya out and asked Yaya to call him uncle. Yaya naturally remembered Joe Peng and called him uncle obediently. "She's willing to let you bring Yaya out, so there must be a chance. Try harder." Joe Peng winked at Su Fan and said that he didn't talk about divorce directly in front of Yaya. Su Fan nodded vigorously. Joe Peng squatted beside him and smoked 2 cigarettes, then he also went to deliver the order. Su Fan continued to sell balloons. The 2 hours at noon is a small peak. This allowed Su Fan to sell 5 more balloons, which was about the same as yesterday. And it was rare that the balloon sellers today were all young couples, so no one bargained. "I have nearly $300 of huge sum in my pocket." Su Fan noticed that when Yaya was playing with magnetic stickers in the mall, she would often look at the KFC which was right opposite Cha Yin-Yusei. In fact, he is able to do business by setting up a stall selling balloons here, and a large part of the traffic is brought by this KFC. This thing is very attractive to children. Su Fan waved his hand to call Yaya out and said to her, "Yaya, how about we have KFC for lunch?" Yaya is still so young and it is unlikely that she knows the family's financial situation, so she just nodded. She doesn't eat KFC very often. Su Fan held Yaya's hand and walked into KFC. He ordered a 4-flavor snack platter for Yaya, plus a cup of cute bubble milk, spending 53 yuan. He almost fainted from heartache. But he himself couldn't bear to eat KFC, So he went to Mannan Bakery and bought a bag of original toast and a bottle of mineral water. I feel a little regretful. Why did I forget to bring water when I went out? Otherwise, I could have saved $2. No matter how he thought about it, he was still far from being able to raise enough money for Yaya's tuition. And Yaya is going to start school tomorrow. Only occasionally would he look back and see Yaya hiding in the mall eating heartily, her little hands and mouth all greasy, and Su Fan couldn't help but smile. Keep working hard. Double your efforts. Chapter 15 Meeting Relatives. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it is almost the window period again. Su Fan planned to wait until the window period was over in the evening and then go to the pedestrian street to try. There wasn't much business at Emerald Lake last night, so there was no need for him to wait here. A tree that is moved will die, but a person who moves will live. Su Fan? A little after 4 in the afternoon. Su Fan was still sitting outside the mall, sweating profusely. Yaya is still playing with her magnetic stickers inside. A voice full of surprise suddenly sounded above Su Fan's head. Su Fan's heart skipped a beat. After all, I met an acquaintance. Just looking up, I felt even more flustered. Setting up a stall to sell balloons is not a prestigious thing. Even if a college student like him is mentally prepared, it is impossible for him to completely throw away his reputation in a short period of time. But I feel more bitterness and guilt in my heart. Uncle, Aunt Wan. The people who came were two people Su Fan was very close to. His uncle Su Jin and Aunt Nia Ingwan. Because when he was young, Su Jin took Nia Ingwan to his hometown. At that time, Su Fan developed the habit of calling Nia Ingwan Auntie Wan, and then he kept calling her that. Now, after not seeing each other for several years, my uncle Su Jin, who was originally a little bald, has shaved his head, and my Aunt Nia Ingwan has not changed much, except that her temperament has become more mature. Su Jin and Nia Ingwan were both a little surprised when they just heard Su Fan's greeting. Su Fan has been in a hopeless situation in the past 2 years, and especially in the past 6 months, which has caused them to no longer have any hope for Su Fan. Su Fan was extremely resentful of them for not wanting to lend her money, so she even quit the family's green bubble group and never attended family gatherings during the holidays. Occasionally we would bump into each other in this small county town, but we would still not say hello, just like we were strangers. What are you doing here? After all, he was his own nephew who had grown up under his care. Seeing Su Fan sweating profusely and his face flushed from the temperature, Su Jin frowned slightly and asked. Although the facts were right in front of him, he still felt that Su Fan was unlikely to set up a stall to sell balloons. Selling balloons. Su Fan scratched his head. Su Jin and Nia Ingwan were even more surprised and looked at each other. Su Jin said, "When did you start selling this? If you really want to make money, why don't you find a proper job?" Su Fan said with a complicated look in his eyes, "This is only the second day of selling. I have to take care of Yaya, so I can't find a job for the time being." As he said this, he turned around and looked at Yaya. Seeing Yaya, Su Jin's expression couldn't help but soften. It is said that grandparents are closer than grandchildren. Although he is only Su Fan's uncle, he likes Yaya very much. It was just because he was a civil servant, a small leader at that, and had some authority. Plus, he liked to tease Yaya, so Yaya was always a little scared of him and didn't dare to get close to him. Of course, Su Fan was not aware of this. Yaya. Su Jin waved at Yaya. Yaya naturally knew her great-uncle and great-aunt, so she walked out obediently, but she didn't dare to get too close to Su Jin. Su Jin walked over and touched Yaya's head, then smiled and said, "You're not going to call me?" Yaya didn't say anything and looked a little scared. She walked behind Su Fan and pinched Su Fan's clothes with her little hands. Su Fan didn't know what was going on, so he said, "Yaya, call someone. Uncle and Grandma." Yaya stretched out her little head, but only shouted at Nia Ingwan. Nia Ingwan smiled and nodded. Su Jin felt a little helpless. Then he looked at Su Fan and said, "Yaya is going to start school, right?" Su Fan nodded and said, "School starts tomorrow." Su Jin asked again, "Have you eaten?" He and Nia Ingwan came here because someone invited them to have dinner here. Although it was not so convenient to bring Su Fan with him, he felt a little uncomfortable watching his nephew selling balloons here, even though Su Fan was very unreliable before. After all, he met her by chance, and Su Fan couldn't possibly be pretending to be pitiful in front of him. Su Fan nodded and said, "I had KFC with Yaya at noon, so I'm not hungry now." "You should have known how hard you should work earlier." Su Jin said something, and then asked, "How are you and Meng Yao doing now?" He didn't know that Su Mengyao and Su Fan had gone to the citizens' home to divorce, but he knew that the relationship between Su Fan and Su Mengyao was not good. Su Fan didn't know what to say, so he hesitated and said, "It's okay." He didn't want to tell Su Mengyao that she wanted to divorce him, for fear that Su Jin would go find Su Mengyao, which might make her upset. Su Jin's expression eased a little. "Have you prepared Yaya's tuition?" Su Fan looked a little embarrassed. "I just started selling balloons and haven't made much money yet. But Mengyao should have prepared Yaya's tuition, but she didn't tell me." Su Jin glanced at Niang Wan, and seeing that his wife's expression didn't change, he said, "Then I'll transfer 5,000 to you. Don't rely on Mengyao for everything. You've made enough trouble. You have to shoulder the burden of the family in the future." Su Fan's eyes suddenly turned red. Su Jin had been very nice to him since he was a child, but he never thought that in his situation, Su Jin would take the initiative to offer him money. He even lost the green bubble of Su Jin and others, so you can imagine how strained their relationship had become. Looking at Aunt Niang Wan again, her eyes were a little complicated, but she didn't say anything. "Niang Wan has always been a very generous woman. I have already taken a lot of money from you and your aunt before, right?" Su Fan said. Su Jin was a little stunned when he saw Su Fan looking like he was about to cry. Su Fan said, "I have lost my memory. Now I only remember things before college." "Amnesia? What happened?" Su Jin also looked very surprised. Su Fan said, "I don't know either." Afraid that Su Fan and Niang Wan might misunderstand, she hurriedly said, "Uncle, Aunt Wan, tell me how much money I lent you before, and I will definitely pay you back in the future, as well as the money from my eldest and youngest aunts." Niang Wan and Su Jin looked at each other. Su Jin frowned and asked, "How did it happen? Have you been to the hospital?" Su Fan said, "It's like this when I woke up, it shouldn't be a big deal. If it doesn't get better after a while, let's go to the hospital. Go to the hospital and ask me how much it costs." Su Jin frowned even more tightly. Su Fan shook his head and said, "It's really okay." Su Jin was a little surprised, but he didn't try to persuade her. He just said, "Add me to Green Bubble, and I'll transfer the money to you." "No need, Mengyao should have money," Su Fan said. His relationship with Su Mengyao had gotten to this point, and things might get better because he managed to get the tuition, but their relationship certainly wouldn't get worse just because he didn't. Because there's basically nothing that could go wrong. He really didn't want to take money from Su Jin and others anymore. She has money, but you can't always let her support the family expenses. It's not easy for her to make money, Su Jin said. Chapter 16 Return to the family group. Su Fan remained silent. Su Jin added, "Hurry up and take out your phone. Even if I lent it to you, you can return it to me when you make money." Su Fan lowered his head and said, "How much money did I lend you before?" Su Jin said, "Don't ask me about this. I didn't ask you to pay it back, and your eldest and second aunts never asked you to pay it back. Then I must know the number," Su Fan said. In fact, he can be quite stubborn sometimes. Su Jin and Niang Wan couldn't help but look at each other in surprise again. Su Jin said, "I didn't count. I'll think about it when I get back and tell you." Only then did Su Fan take out his cell phone and added Su Jin to the green bubble again. Su Jin immediately transferred the money to Su Fan and said, "If it's not enough, come to me again." Su Fan could only nod with guilt. Su Jin teased the reserved Yaya again before walking inside with Niang Wan. Su Fan felt a little complicated, but he didn't move and continued to set up his stall at the same place. Not long after, a message suddenly popped up in his green bubble, and Su Jin added him to the family group again. There are more than 10 people in the group. Su Jin, Niang Wan, 2 aunts, uncle, cousin, sister, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, Su Fan's parents, and the old man in the family. Su Mengyao was also inside. Su Fan felt even more complicated when looking at these portraits. No one spoke in the group. He didn't say anything, just sent friend requests one by one. My eldest aunt was the first to agree. Then my uncle, cousin, and aunt also agreed one after another. Su Fan sent a message to her elder and younger aunts, saying sorry for what happened in the past and asking how much money she had borrowed from their families. The eldest aunt said more than 40,000, and the younger aunt said more than 20,000. Then they all asked about Su Fan's current situation and why she was selling balloons outside. It must be Su Jin who called them. Su Fan said that there was nothing wrong, he just wanted to make money. Of course, he also mentioned the amnesia. Then it became a bit too busy. My cousins all asked about his situation. The old man even sent a video directly. Grandfather. Looking at the old man's much older face, Sufan felt sad and didn't know what to say. The old man showed a kind and complicated smile on his face. I heard from your uncle that you are now selling balloons at a stall outside. Are your sales going well? Good. Sufan said. The old man added, if you want to live a good life, go find a job. Your uncle told me that he will ask if there are any good jobs for you. You should give him a few more calls. Sufan couldn't help but choke up a little when he heard the old man's familiar tone. His grandmother died when he was just a few years old, so he was raised by his grandfather for a long time and he always had a close relationship with him. The old man noticed that Sufan's eyes were red, and his own eyes instantly became moist as well. He added, whenever you are free, come to Ningxing to see me. I haven't seen you for a long time. Grandpa, are you in Ning City? Sufan was slightly stunned. Among his relatives, only his aunt Su Peishan lives in Ning City, which is also in southern Hunan, but is more than an hour's drive from Jiang County. The old man seemed to have known about Sufan's amnesia and said, I'm living in a nursing home here now. Sufan felt a little sad. He knew that this matter might have something to do with his parents being in prison. Sufan nodded and said, I'll come to see you when I have time. Then he asked, Grandpa, did I take money from you before? He felt that no matter what, he would not take money from an almost 80-year-old man, but he couldn't be sure. I only took a little, just think of it as me buying food for Yaya. The old man smiled. At his age, money is no longer important to him. Nothing makes him happier than seeing his eldest grandson get back on his feet. Sufan cursed inwardly. I just guessed that I had only taken some pocket money from the old man, so I didn't ask for the specific number. After all, the old man is somewhat different from my uncle and aunt. Then, the old man persuaded Sufan for a long time with earnest words, asking him to go to the hospital to see what was wrong with his memory loss, and also asking him not to be as careless as before, but to work hard, treat Su Mengyao well, etc. At the end, he asked Sufan to bring Su Mengyao to Ning City to see him, which made Sufan feel a little embarrassed. He estimated that he couldn't call Su Mengyao. But he still agreed. Even if his relationship with Su Mengyao was not good, he didn't want to tell the old man so as not to worry him. I chatted privately with these relatives at home for a long time. Su Jin and Nia Ingwan came out again. Nia Ingwan was still holding Yaya's hand, who was playing with magnetic stickers inside. Su Jin asked Sufan, do you want to come to my house? Yaya hasn't been to my house for a long time. Sufan still wanted to stay here and sell balloons, so he said, let's go next time. Su Jin didn't force him, and said, I've moved to a new house not far from here. You can bring Yaya to my place when you have nothing to do. Also, you should accept the money I transferred to you, and wait for my news about the work. But after thinking about it, he added, but since I've found you a job, you should work hard at it. Don't be like before, working for 3 days and resting for 2 days. Sufan was stunned for a moment, then he realized that besides lending money, Su Jin had probably helped him in other ways as well. 2. Given my uncle's love for me, how could he be so disappointed in me if I was not still a hopeless case after helping him so much? Good. Sufan nodded. Suddenly I thought, life is not that difficult. If I had a proper job, I could pay it back slowly. However, this is all because of Su Jin's help. And before that, the main problem is how to keep Su Mengyao and make her no longer determined to divorce. Su Jin and Nia Ingwan invited Yaya to their home again, saying that there were many delicious foods at home. But Yaya shook her head. Su Jin and Nia Ingwan could only let Yaya continue to stay with Sufan, and asked Sufan not to let Yaya get sunburned. Then he took Yaya into the mall and bought her several bags of snacks and clothes. Sufan didn't know what to say. After Su Jin and Nia Ingwan left, he couldn't stop crying. Sufan kept his head down so that Yaya couldn't see it. Not long after, his aunt Su Wanping called him again and asked him if he had eaten and whether he wanted to go to her house for dinner. My eldest aunt Su Wanping's family runs a restaurant. It has been around for many years and the business is pretty good. Because they have to entertain guests at mealtime, they eat relatively late themselves. Sufan still refused and said she would go when she had time. All he wants now is to make money, and he wishes he could spend all his sleeping time on making money. Chapter 17 New Ideas to Make Money. For dinner, Yaya ate the big bag of snacks that Su Jin bought for her. There are egg cakes from branded stores inside. There is also milk and many other things. Yaya asked Su Fan if he wanted to eat it, but Su Fan couldn't bear to do so and went to Man Man Bakery to buy a bag of original toast. I didn't buy mineral water. He spent the whole day using a mineral water bottle to get tap water from the bathroom in the mall. Otherwise, in such hot weather, he would have to spend more than 10 or 20 yuan just to buy mineral water. Even when Yaya was thirsty, he would go to KFC to get her some water. A little after 7, Su Fan was ready to close the stall. He had already had experience last night. When parents take their children out to play or have a meal, they will usually feel tired and take their children home. Some people also go to the night market behind, but they can't compete with others for business, so they might as well go to the pedestrian street. Otherwise, like last night, selling only 4 balloons between 8 and 9 o'clock doesn't mean much. Of course he wants to make more money. After packing up, Su Fan took Yaya to the roadside. Take the bus. It only costs 2 yuan at most to get from Emerald Lake to the pedestrian street, which is much cheaper than taking a taxi. Although he had been selling balloons for 2 days, after deducting expenses, Su Fan now had a total of more than 300 yuan in his pocket and green bubble. Even so, because the business was good in the evening, he sold a total of 11 balloons in the afternoon. Su Fan accepted the money from Su Jin, but he didn't think it was his own money. He would never use it and only planned to give it to Su Mengyao. So, if he took a taxi, he would still feel bad. It was past the rush hour and there were not many people on the bus, which was just right for Su Fan and Yaya to both get seats. His ticket cost 2 yuan, but Yaya got one for free. It takes about 10 minutes to reach the pedestrian street station. Su Fan took Yaya out of the car. It is quite lively here. The main pedestrian street is mainly clothing stores, and then across the road there is a small street connected to a shopping mall that is not as big as Emerald Lake. But this small street is full of snack stalls, and there are also milk tea and ice cream shops next to it, so it is more popular among young people. However, there may only be a few days of excitement left. School is about to start, and the liveliness of both Emerald Lake and Pedestrian Street is about to plummet. There is no university in Jiang County, which is a fatal flaw. Without this new force of consumers, there would be no way we could see the lively scenes like those in some night markets in Tancheng. It is also destined that the winter and summer vacations are the peak seasons, and the rest of the time is the off-season, with a clear distinction. Su Fan muttered to himself that it would be great if he had traveled through time earlier. Then I felt that I was useless. Do you really plan to keep selling balloons? Even if you can earn a few $1,000s a month, it will take a long time to pay off the debt. Su Fan got off the bus at the bus stop next to the snack street opposite the pedestrian street. There were not many people in the snack street at this time, but there were obviously more people on the pedestrian street. Zhou Peng has talked about all these situations with Su Fan. Su Fan took Yaya across the road. Walk into the pedestrian street and observe the enemy situation first. There really are people selling balloons. 2 of them appeared before we had even walked 200 meters. One sold the same things as Su Fan, and the other sold glowing balloons. Su Fan continued to walk inside. The pedestrian street has been around for many years, so of course he has been here before. It is very long. The intersection of the 2 streets in the middle is the busiest place, because there are also many snack stalls there. It would be best if there was no one selling balloons there. But the reality obviously disappointed Su Fan. The entrances to the pedestrian street and the intersection are prime locations for stalls selling toys, balloons, and rings. How could it be his turn to occupy the space? There are regulars here, so I'm afraid he must have arrived long ago. Well. Su Fan sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The prime location had already been occupied by someone else, so there was no point in him trying to steal their business. As for setting up his business in a deserted place, that was even less meaningful. After all, Zhou Peng has no personal experience, so his analysis of this business is a bit optimistic and taken for granted. But Su Fan certainly would not blame Zhou Peng for something that was not his fault. He thought about it and decided to go to the snack street to sell it. It seemed like no one was selling balloons there just now. Although it is still relatively quiet now, at least I don't have to compete with others for business. And it will definitely be lively later, but I don't know if there will be many children. Su Fan remembered that there were several playgrounds next to that street. I don't know if it's still there now. If it is, it should have some business. Su Fan bought an ice cream for Yaya and one for himself at Mishue Ice City. Then the father and daughter went to the snack street hand in hand. I didn't meet anyone I knew. Su Fan squatted down beside the stone pier at the entrance of the snack street and took out a balloon and inflated it. Yaya was watching right beside. The weather was stuffy and her little face was rosy, which made her look very cute. Su Fan didn't wait until the evening rush hour. He was wrong too. There is a playground here, but it is similar to the one at Emerald Lake. Many people take their children back before or after dinner. There aren't many people walking around with their kids at this time, and they're mostly on the pedestrian street. The snack street is mostly populated by young people who aren't yet of marriageable age, but they certainly haven't played with balloons for years. Su Fan is worried. From a little after 7 to 9 o'clock, he sold 2 balloons. This is not as good as the night market behind Emerald Lake. But there is nothing we can do except learn from the lesson and accumulate experience. He is ready to take Yaya home. Su Mengyao didn't call him all day, except in the morning and afternoon. Half an hour ago, she sent him a green bubble message, asking what Yaya was doing. Su Fan always replied that he was next to him. Regarding the previous message, Su Fan asked when Su Mengyao would return home. Su Mengyao said she didn't know yet and asked Su Fan to coax Yaya to sleep first. If it's any later, it will be past Yaya's bedtime. Su Fan felt that he needed to carry out Su Mengyao's orders without any compromise. In addition, Su Fan also discovered a business opportunity that could make money at home. TikTok live broadcast. He just saw several groups of young men and women coming in at the exit of the snack street. Some were singing, some were dancing, and the girls were all dressed very sexily. He naturally doesn't have the ability in this area. But when he was bored and scrolling through Douyin, he found that the Douyin platform has undergone tremendous changes compared to before he traveled through time. Before he traveled through time, Douyin was mostly filled with travel videos, and there weren't even many jokes. Now we have entered the stage of universal live broadcast, with various types of live broadcasts. There are people singing, dancing, telling crosstalk, performing acrobatics, playing games, most of them are bringing goods, and some even sell their labor. Just swipe a little heart and do 1 push-up, swipe a lollipop and do 10, and so on. There are also people who dress up as little frogs and run. There are many different ways to do it. Most of them have had unfortunate lives, with their fathers gambling, their mothers being sick, and their younger brothers studying. Of course, Su Fan felt that he was also quite miserable. But if you ask him to write such jokes for the internet, he really has trouble doing it. However, he felt that he could give this live broadcast mode a try. It is possible to make money and exercise at the same time. He definitely wouldn't be willing to buy that internet celebrity frog costume. Chapter 18 Live Squat. By this point, the bus had already gone off duty. Su Fan had no choice but to take a taxi home with Yaya. This cost him another $14. Su Fan felt that he was about to become granddad, a miser. On the way back in the taxi, he counted the money again. Not counting the 5,000 yuan that Su Jin transferred to him, the cash and green bubble change totaled only 316 yuan and 50 cents. This means that the money he earned from selling balloons these 2 days was just enough to cover his own and Yaya's expenses, and there was still some money left over from the balloons. After returning home, Su Fan first asked Yaya to wash her face and brush her teeth, and then prepared water for Yaya to take a bath. Then he sat beside the bed and watched Yaya sleep. "Dad, can you tell me a bedtime story?" Yaya blinked and suddenly said to Su Fan. Su Fan was actually very tired, but when he heard Yaya's request, he felt warm in his heart. He nodded in agreement quickly, took out his mobile phone, searched for a fairy tale on Baidu, and started telling it to Yaya. It is the story of the mill girl. Fortunately, it was Yaya who was sleeping and there was no need to worry about it. Before Su Fan finished his story, he saw Yaya had closed her eyes and fell asleep. However, worried that Yaya was not in deep sleep yet, Su Fan still finished telling the story. Then he let out a long breath and went outside to collect the clothes. Suddenly I remembered that Su Mengyao's clothes might not have been washed yet, so I put the clothes in the room, went to the bathroom, opened the washing machine and took a look. Sure enough, there were Su Mengyao and Yaya's clothes in the washing machine. Su Mengyao obviously either forgot or didn't even have time to hang out the clothes. Su Fan originally wanted to help wash it off, but then he thought about the lack of sunlight at night, so he gave up. If Su Mengyao still doesn't have time to hang out the clothes tomorrow morning, he will help her hang out the clothes. Back in the room, Su Fan opened Douyin. When he was still selling balloons, he had already figured out how to do live streaming on Douyin. Before starting the live broadcast, Su Fan first covered most of her face with a short-sleeved shirt, and then rummaged through the drawers for a long time before finally finding a pair of sunglasses in the corner of the drawer. Put it on. Part of the reason for doing this is that I don't want to be recognized by people I know. Then it's time to create some gimmicks. After all, they are all internet celebrity frogs with a unique frog setting. No matter what style of frog costume, whether it is a single big frog or a big frog with a small frog, inside are people who are forced to make a living or who work hard for what they love. Even if you are cheating or begging, you are still giving your physical energy. After getting dressed up, Sufan dispelled the self-esteem in her heart and started the live broadcast. He named the live broadcast room Masked Hero Challenges Physical Limits to Raise Tuition for his daughter. Then there was a picture, which showed you doing a squat with a little heart, doing 10 lollipops, and so on. Although he did not study computer science, as a veteran internet user, he still has this ability. But in this day and age, it is not easy to get traffic. He has no money to invest in DoPlus, and doesn't know any internet celebrities, so he can only rely on the system's charity. For the first 10 minutes or so, there was no one in the live broadcast room. But thinking about the collection calls and messages on his mobile phone every day, Sufan dared not give up. He is not in a position to be picky now. As long as there is a possibility of making money and time available, he will make use of it. Time passes quietly. It was past 11 o'clock and Su Mengyao had not returned yet. The first person came to Sufan's live broadcast room. But he went out again immediately. There are too many live broadcasts online these days. It's not easy to make money without some gimmicks and capital. With Sufan's appearance back then, it was possible that a young lady would be attracted to him and give him something. But now, he has become an uncle with a small belly, and his face is no longer as fair as before. If it were Su Mengyao, she might have a chance of becoming famous. Then, people came into Sufan's live broadcast room one after another, but they all left quickly. There were only 2 people who gave gifts. I guess they just wanted to have fun and gave a few little hearts. For each one, Sufan squatted up and down and bowed. It's just a few cents in total, and the platform takes half of it. This money is really hard to make. I don't know if it was Goddess mercy, but at around 1 o'clock, a netizen named Mimi entered Sufan's live broadcast room. He went out quickly, then suddenly ran back in, stayed in silence for more than 10 minutes, and did not make any comments or interact with Sufan. Sufan thought that he might be an insomniac. But his live broadcast room is a silent live broadcast room, so he naturally won't take the initiative to interact. After all, he just exchanges physical strength for money and thinks he is no different from the monkeys performing in the circus. Suddenly, this female netizen named Mimi came out generously and gave 99 little hearts. Sufan was a little confused. Then he quickly bowed towards the camera and started doing squats. 99 little hearts mean 99 up and down squats. This is not an easy thing to do. Sufan felt that based on his current physical condition, he would definitely have thigh pain tomorrow. But he couldn't care less about that now. Since he is doing this live broadcast, he must be prepared to suffer from long-term leg pain. After several minutes, Sufan finished 99 squats, and his legs felt weak. He had just bowed when Mimi displayed 99 little hearts. Sufan was even more stunned, wondering if he had met someone who was bored but not short of money. Of course, 200 little hearts actually only cost $20. Live streaming rooms like this one can make money because of an unwritten rule, which is do it when you see it. For example, those who run in frog costumes will only run when they see someone giving gifts in front of the screen. During the running process, the gifts given in the live broadcast room will not be counted. Otherwise, if you calculate based on the amount you have to run for every little heart, and if you want $100 as a tip, you have to actually run 10 kilometers. Even if you run yourself to death, you won't make much money. There was no one else in Sufan's live broadcast room, and Mimi just happened to send the gifts at the right time, so he could only do the squats obediently. The more I do it, the more uncomfortable I feel. After finishing this set of squats, he felt his legs were so sore. However, Mimi swiped out another 99 little hearts. Sufan felt like his legs were about to break. At first I could do a squat in 2 seconds, but now it takes me 4 or 5 seconds with a shaky hand. If he hadn't used his willpower to hold on, he would have collapsed on the bed. This money is definitely harder to make than selling balloons. But it's rare to meet such a big customer, and Sufan doesn't want to embarrass himself. He did this not thinking about earning enough money for Yaya's tuition tonight, but for the long term. He had to earn all the money he could, and only in this way could he support his family in the shortest possible time and pay off his debts. Chapter 19 Strange Berry. Sweat had already soaked my whole body, even my crotch was sticky. The small Hongyun fan did not bring much coolness to Sufan. He counted numbly and squatted up and down numbly. I even wonder if this Mimi has some bad taste. Now the time is approaching 1 o'clock. She gave Su Fan 9 sets of 99 little hearts, and Su Fan also did nearly 900 squats. 84. 8, 15. Su Fan really couldn't hold on any longer, his physical strength had already reached its limit. There were several times when he squatted down, he even wished he could stay there forever without having to stand up. Just thinking of Su Mengyao and Yaya who was sleeping in the next room, strength seemed to surge in my body. Outside the house, there were suddenly light footsteps mixed with the sound of insects. Su Fan was suddenly moved. It must be Su Mengyao who is back. He didn't know why, perhaps out of his inner self-respect, he didn't want Su Mengyao to see him in this miserable and humble state. Sorry, today's live broadcast ends here. Su Fan said something hurriedly into the phone. Then he finished the remaining 14 squats as quickly as possible, as if his body had reached its limit at this moment. Mimi still didn't make any comments. But in the short 10 seconds when Su Fan was doing squats, she suddenly gave Su Fan 9 bicycle lovers and then 4 around the world. Su Fan was completely stunned. When he was about to say something, Mimi had already left the live broadcast room. Su Fan looked at the empty live broadcast room and frowned slightly. Could it be someone I know? It shouldn't be like this. I've borrowed so much from everyone around me, there's no reason for them to give me so many gifts. And if it's someone you know, you shouldn't go without talking for so long. But if it's someone you don't know, why would they give you so many gifts? Do they really have so much money that they can just spend it without thinking? 10 bicycle lovers cost more than 1,700 yuan, and around the world is even more expensive, at 300 yuan each. All in all, Mimi actually spent nearly 3,000 yuan on herself. If you step on the dots and brush, you will definitely exhaust yourself, and in the end you will definitely not be able to finish so many squats. At this time, there was a sound of the door opening outside. Su Fan did not have time to think deeply. He was just thinking that he should indicate the time period for the live broadcast tomorrow, so as to avoid meeting a kind-hearted person like Mimi again and being in a difficult situation. Su Fan turned off the live broadcast, clicked into the backstage to redeem the Soundwave gift, and then applied for a withdrawal. It seems like a lot, but Su Fan is a personal anchor, and the total amount he can get is less than 1,500 yuan. He felt deeply saddened. It would be great if Mimi could transfer the money directly to him. Su Fan walked out of the house and went to Su Mengyao's room. Su Mengyao had naturally already entered the room and was taking off her earrings in front of the dressing table. She heard Su Fan's footsteps, but just glanced at Su Fan in the mirror. I was a little surprised. From yesterday to today, Su Fan didn't go out to play cards for 2 nights, which is very rare. Before, Su Fan basically went out every night. If he had no money in his pocket, he would only rest for 1 night at most, and then he would ask her for money the next day. Don't give? Not giving it will result in a quarrel. Su Fan even used Yaya to threaten her. Several times he lifted Yaya up and said he wanted to throw her to death. Yaya, school starts tomorrow, right? Su Fan's legs were trembling slightly, sweat was flowing down his forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it off and asked Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao was a little surprised, but then her pretty face suddenly turned cold and she asked, "What do you want to do?" She was worried that Su Fan was planning to take the tuition money she had prepared for Yaya. If that's the case, she would rather fight to the death with Su Fan. How much is the tuition? Su Fan asked. More than 3,600. Su Mengyao said, and then added, I don't have any money, so I have to borrow from my brother. And we're going to get a divorce on Monday, so don't expect me to give you money. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, knowing that Su Mengyao had misunderstood him, and said, I'm not asking you for money, I'll transfer the money to you. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and transferred the 5,000 yuan that Su Jin gave him to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao was even more confused than Su Fan. The sun really is rising from the west. When did Su Fan give her money in the past 2 years? Just ask her for money. Is this really the prodigal son's return? But when she thought of this, Su Mengyao couldn't help but feel a strong resentment in her heart. She was able to hold on until now because of her free love with Su Fan. She didn't understand why Su Fan had to try to keep her in this way when she had made up her mind. Where did you get the money? Su Mengyao asked in a cold tone. Su Fan said, my uncle lent it to me. Did you go to your uncle to borrow money? Su Mengyao said again. Su Fan lowered his head slightly and said, no, I ran into him in Antuan at Emerald Lake. He asked me if Yaya had prepared the tuition fees, so he transferred the money to me. Su Mengyao finally turned around and looked at Su Fan with anger in her eyes. She asked, Su Fan, what do you want? Su Fan looked at her in a daze, and then understood what Su Mengyao meant. He said with guilt, I didn't mean to do anything, I just hope you can give me another chance so that I can make up for the harm I did to you and Yaya before. How do you make up for it? Borrow money to make up for it? Su Mengyao's anger did not dissipate, and she said with a hint of sarcasm. Su Fan was silent. I'll find a way to make money. Then said. Su Mengyao didn't know whether she should believe Su Fan's words, but seeing Su Fan's expression, she still couldn't get angry. She said in a calm and indifferent tone, Su Fan, accept the reality. I won't say whether you really want to repent or whether you can really quit gambling. Even if you quit, find a job and make money, when can you pay off the money you owe? Su Fan couldn't answer this question because even he himself didn't know. Sometimes Su Mengyao actually hated herself for being too gentle, which made it difficult for her to be ruthless to Su Fan and completely ignore her. But that's just her personality, there's nothing I can do about it. You should return this money to your uncle. I will find a way to pay for Yaya's tuition. Looking at the silent Su Fan, Su Mengyao said again, we have already agreed that Yaya belongs to me and we are getting divorced soon. You don't need to pay any more money. Besides, you already owe your uncle a lot. Divorcing me has nothing to do with you. If you really quarrel with your uncle and the others to the point of never seeing each other again, you will be truly alone. When your parents are released from prison and know about this situation, I wonder how sad they will be. She originally wanted to say the latter sentence, but she didn't say it in the end. Chapter 20 Yaya's smiling face. Su Fan suddenly remembered that Su Jin had not sent him a number yet. But at this moment, he didn't care about this and said, it's okay, I will find a way to pay you back. Su Mengyao shook her head. She felt that Su Fan was still too optimistic. To put it bluntly, she was immature and ignorant. He is still the same as before. It's not easy to make money nowadays. Why are you still here? The topic seems to be circling around this node and returning to this dead end. Su Mengyao had too many reasons to divorce Su Fan, including gambling, domestic violence, debt, etc. But I don't know why I should continue this marriage with Su Fan. Ultimately, she saw no hope for the future. Even if Su Fan could get rid of her bad habits such as gambling and domestic violence, the debt problem could not be solved. Unless Su Fan wins the lottery. Su Fan felt that he should not continue to argue with Su Mengyao over this issue, and said, anyway, you should take the money first. I will pay you every month in the future. I will find a way to pay it back myself. Su Mengyao stopped talking. She felt that she had already made herself clear, and there was no point in continuing. Su Fan sighed softly in his heart and could only return to his room. Su Mengyao sat in front of the dressing table, lost in thought. It took her a long time before she went to the bathroom to wash up. After coming out of the bathroom, I put the clothes I took off into the washing machine, then scrubbed the underwear that needed to be washed by hand and hung them in the corridor at the door. When I returned to the room, I didn't hear any noise in the bathroom. Su Fan hasn't he taken a shower yet? She had noticed that Su Fan was wet all over, but that was definitely not because he had taken a shower, because Su Fan did not change his clothes. Su Mengyao had an idea for some unknown reason and pretended to go to the bathroom. When she passed by the door of Su Fan's room, she took a look inside. It turned out that Su Fan was already sleeping on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. Su Mengyao frowned slightly. She didn't know why Su Fan was so tired. Just now Su Fan was sweating all over and no one knew what he was doing. Su Fan. Su Mengyao called out after all, but she didn't come in. Su Fan was not woken up. Su Fan, Su Fan? Su Mengyao called out a few more times. Su Fan finally woke up and rubbed his eyes. Huh? What's wrong? Su Mengyao frowned and asked, you don't want to take a shower? Oh. Su Fan quickly got up from the bed. As soon as I landed, the aftereffects of doing so many squats before hit me. My legs went weak and I almost fell to the ground. What's wrong with you? Su Mengyao's face was full of suspicion. Su Fan said awkwardly, I was just exercising. I did too many squats and my legs are a little sore. Su Mengyao nodded, without thinking much about it, turned around and went back to her room. Su Fan forced himself to take out clothes from the closet, went to the bathroom to take a shower, then returned to the room, lay down, and quickly fell asleep. The next day. Su Fan still gets up at 6 o'clock. My legs are more sore. Even walking is difficult. She definitely can't run in this condition, but Su Fan still plans to go out for exercise. Since her legs are weak, she can train her arms, chest, and abdomen. After getting dressed and tiptoeing to the bathroom to wash up, Su Fan went out from the door on the left side of the living room and went directly to the fitness area in the community. Putting the mobile phone next to him, he started the live broadcast again. I just changed the name of the room, changed it to push-ups to challenge my physical limits, and only broadcast live until 7 o'clock. The live broadcast room at this time is undoubtedly the quietest. Even those popular anchors would not choose to broadcast live during this time period. Last night, at least a few people could occasionally enter Su Fan's live broadcast room, but this morning, there was not even a ghost. Naturally, there is no income at all. However, Su Fan still exercised her arms and abdomen. I turned off the show on time at 7 o'clock, walked to the steamed bun shop outside the community, and bought steamed buns and soy milk for Yaya, as well as steamed buns, fried dough sticks and mung bean porridge. He didn't know what Su Mangyao liked to eat, so he would let Su Mangyao choose and he would eat the leftovers. When I got home, Su Mangyao had already gotten up and was hanging clothes outside. Seeing Su Fan coming in from outside, she was stunned but didn't say anything. When Su Fan just got up, he saw that Su Mangyao didn't take the 5,000 yuan. He was silent for a moment and said, "You should take the money and pay Yaya's tuition first." Su Mangyao looked at him and finally told the truth, "I have already prepared Yaya's tuition." If it is some women, even if they have made up their minds to divorce, they probably won't mind the man paying for their daughter's tuition and child support, and they may even go to great lengths to squeeze the man out of penniless circumstances. But she was not that kind of woman. She just wanted to draw a line between herself and Su Fan and had no intention of getting anything from him. Su Fan knew that Su Mangyao had made up her mind not to accept the money, so he lowered his head slightly and said, "I bought breakfast, you can hang up the clothes and come in to eat." Su Mangyao frowned slightly and said nothing. Su Fan walked back into the house. Then I sat in the living room. The withdrawal from Douyin last night has arrived. The total balance on his card and green bubble account is nearly 1,700 yuan. I have 113 yuan in cash, and I just spent 13.5 yuan on breakfast. Su Fan calculated the money carefully. It's not that he doesn't feel depressed. Anyone would feel depressed if they couldn't see their wife in a good mood at home. He just knew that it was his own fault, so he had no complaints at all. Su Fan is a person who can think from other people's perspective. If she were Su Mangyao, she would have left herself long ago because of her gambling and domestic violence. How could she have persisted until now? It was precisely this that made him even more determined that he could not let Su Mangyao leave. After hanging up the clothes, Su Mangyao returned to her room, applied some skin care lotion on her delicate and flawless face, hesitated for a few minutes, and finally walked into the living room. Seeing the breakfast Su Fan put on the table, she pursed her lips. Su Fan forced a smile and said, "The siomai and soy milk are for Yaya. I don't know which you like between fried dough sticks and steamed buns. You eat first." Su Mangyao had a complicated look in her eyes and didn't know what to say. She didn't want to say the same thing too many times. "I just want to say that Su Fan is doing useless work." "Mother." At this moment, Yaya's voice suddenly sounded in the room. Su Mangyao quickly turned around and went back to her room. He quickly took Yaya out and went to the bathroom to wash up. "Dad." Yaya saw Su Fan, called out to him and smiled. Children are the most innocent. She felt that Su Fan was very nice to her these 2 days, so she was happy. "Hurry up and wash up and get ready for breakfast. Dad bought you steamed buns and soy milk," Su Fan said with a smile. Yaya nodded obediently. "Go to the toilet and wash yourself." Su Fan took out his phone and transferred all the money in the card and the green bubble balance to Su Mangyao in 2 installments, saying, "This is all the money in my card. I know it's not enough to pay Yaya's tuition, so you take it first. There is 1,496 in the card and the green bubble balance is 190. Chapter 21 Breakfast. Su Mangyao pulled out her vibrating cell phone from her pocket and saw the two-part transfer. It is obvious that Su Fan transferred from 2 places respectively, which is not difficult to guess. This also means that Su Fan should have spent all the money he had. Su Mangyao really wanted to say to Su Fan, "How nice it would be if you had known this before. Where did you get the money?" But when the words came out of his mouth, they changed. Su Fan still didn't want Su Mangyao to know about his balloon sales and live streaming, so he just said, "I made money. Dad went to sell balloons." Yaya's childish voice suddenly came from the toilet. Su Mengyao and Su Fan both turned their heads to look over. Yada's little head poked out from the door, full of innocence. You went to sell balloons? Su Mengyao said to Su Fan with some surprise. She knew Su Fan's character, and it was hard for her to imagine that Su Fan could put aside his face and pride to sell balloons. The impact this caused on her was similar to the time when Su Fan cried and begged her to give him another chance in the citizen's home. Su Fan could only nod. Then he hurriedly added, but my uncle said he would help me find a job. When Yaya starts school, I will find a regular class to attend. Return? Su Mengyao keenly caught this word. What this means is that even if she goes to work, Su Fan does not intend to give up her part-time job of selling balloons. Only new doubts popped up in her mind. Have you been selling balloons at Emerald Lake these past 2 days? Su Fan nodded again. How can you earn so much in 2 days? Su Mengyao said again. Su Fan couldn't hide it any longer and said, no, I only made a little from selling balloons. Most of it was earned from the live broadcast last night. Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment. You did a live broadcast last night? Su Fan scratched his head and said, do squats on the live broadcast. Can I make money just by starting a live stream? Su Mengyao wondered. Su Fan said, I was lucky. Someone gave me several thousand yuan worth of gifts in the live broadcast room. I should have made a few cents. This kind of thing is really too strange. Su Mengyao asked, who gave you so much? Su Fan shook his head and said, I don't know either. Su Mengyao looked at Su Fan deeply for several seconds. No wonder Su Fan became 2 shades darker in just 2 days and looked so tired last night. Thinking of Su Fan selling balloons in the Emerald Lake under the scorching sun during the day, the softest part of her heart was touched by Su Fan. She felt there was no hope before, but in fact it was because she felt that Su Fan's nature was hard to change. In a family that is healthy and pain-free, as long as the man, who is supposed to be the backbone, is willing to work hard to earn money, how can there be no hope at all? The grievances and resentments that have accumulated over the past 2 years are not so easy to dispel. Su Mengyao didn't say anything, but just took the money Su Fan transferred to her. Then he reached out and took a cup of mung bean porridge from the table. This was enough to make Su Fan overjoyed. A deep joy welled up in his heart and he also picked up the cup of mung bean porridge. After Yaya finished washing up and came over, he hurriedly handed her the steamed buns and soy milk. The family had a rare peaceful breakfast at home. Su Fan had never had such an experience before. Su Mengyao was no longer so resistant and rejecting of him, which made him feel like he was dreaming. Looking at Su Mengyao and Yaya eating breakfast in small bites, his heart almost melted. He felt that if he could live like this for the rest of his life, he would be more content than anything else. And Su Mengyao was also a little dazed. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had had such a peaceful breakfast with Su Fan. I'll take Yaha to register later. Do you need me to go over? Seeing that Su Mengyao was eating fried dough sticks, Su Fan finished the 2 buns and asked Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao looked up at him and shook her head, no need. Su Fan nodded and said, then I'll go to Emerald Lake to sell balloons. Su Mengyao said nothing more. Su Fan waited quietly for Su Mengyao and Yaha to finish their breakfast. Su Mengyao took Yaya into the room to change clothes and closed the door. Su Fan also went back to his room to change clothes. When he came out again, Su Mengyao's door was still not open. He washed the clothes he had taken off by hand and hung them outside to hang. Then I put on my backpack and prepared to go out. Just as I came out of the side door on the left side of the living room, I ran into Su Mengyao and Yaya coming out of the main door. Su Fan was stunned at this moment. Su Mengyao had light makeup on her face and wore a beige dress that revealed her arms and calves, which were flawless and white. It's so beautiful. Su Fan felt that Su Mengyao would definitely be able to perform amazingly in the kindergarten, making all the other young mothers pale in comparison and all the young fathers dumbfounded. For any man, it is definitely a matter of honor to have a wife as beautiful as Su Mengyao. It's a pity that Su Mengyao didn't intend to let him go to sign up. When Su Mengyao saw Su Fan's passionate eyes, for some reason, a picture suddenly popped up in her head. It was when they were in college, in the cafeteria. She glanced back inadvertently, and Su Fan was looking at her with the same eyes at that time. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. It had been a long, long time since Su Fan had looked at her like this. She was cold to Su Fan, and Su Fan was just as indifferent to her, as if she was just a scarecrow in his heart. Su Fan was stunned for a few seconds, then came to his senses when he saw Su Mengyao looking at him. His face turned red and his heart was still a little flustered. The mature Su Mengyao in front of me seemed to suddenly overlap with the innocent figure in college. I went to Emerald Lake. Su Fan scratched his head, suddenly lowered his head and walked forward. This made Su Mengyao a little stunned. Su Fan, who had walked a few meters away, suddenly turned back and made a fist gesture towards Yaya. "Yeah, keep going." Then he left almost in a fleeing manner. I couldn't even care about the pain in my legs. Su Mengyao watched Su Fan leave in such an embarrassing manner. Her eyes were slightly complicated, and then a little gentleness emerged, and the corners of her mouth actually curved upwards, just like when she found out Su Fan was peeking at her in college. Su Fan walked to the Emerald Lake shopping mall and set up his stall right at the entrance. It was still early and there would be little business, he knew that. But his current situation is that he feels anxious if he doesn't find something to do. So early again? Just after tying a few balloons, Yifei appeared in front of Su Fan again, still with that cheerful smile on her face. Su Fan looked up and smiled. "Yeah, good morning to you too." Yifei blinked her eyes. "Where's your daughter?" Su Fan said, "She went to the kindergarten with her mother to register." "Yeah, it seems like kindergarten starts today," Yifei said. Then he waved at Su Fan and walked into the store. Su Fan just smiled and thought that this girl was quite enthusiastic. Chapter 22 Wild Internet Writer. The phone suddenly vibrates. Su Fan took out his cell phone and found that Su Mengyao had returned the 5,000 yuan he had transferred. It seems that he is paying Yaya's tuition at school. Su Mengyao refused to accept the money, and Su Fan didn't think of keeping it for himself, so he immediately transferred it to Su Jin. "Uncle, Su Mengyao said she has Yaya's tuition money, so I'll return it to you, thank you." "Then, how much do I owe you?" "You haven't told me the number yet." Then he sent a voice message to Su Jin. After sending it, Su Fan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He really needs money now. But I feel that I am doing the right thing. You shouldn't borrow money from others unless you really can't bear it anymore. Su Jin had just woken up at this time and did not get up. He sat at the head of the bed and listened to Su Fan's voice, very surprised. More of a relief. If Su Fan is still the same Su Fan as before, then no matter how much money it is, there is absolutely no possibility that Su Fan will return it. If Su Fan hadn't been determined to mend her ways, she would never have returned the money to him. Xiao Fan, he has really changed. He seems to have become the same as before. Nia Ingwan, who had also woken up next to her, was equally surprised, and then she smiled and spoke. Both of them can be said to be Su Fan's closest relatives and elders. If Su Fan had not been so unreasonable before and deleted them, how could they have ignored Su Fan? I hope he can really wake up this time. Su Jin thought of his brother and sister-in-law who were still in prison, and said. After saying that, he got up and started to get dressed. Nia Ingwan knew that Su Jin usually stayed in bed for 10 minutes after waking up. Seeing him get up so quickly, she asked curiously, "Why did you get up?" Su Jin turned around and smiled. "Go ask your friends if there is a job suitable for Xiao Fan." Nia Ingwan couldn't help laughing. "You are too anxious, others may not even get up at this time." Su Jin was stunned for a moment and said, "That's right." He then added, "But it's okay for me to send them a voice message first." Then he walked out of the room. "Su Fan, please don't waste your uncle's kindness this time." Nia Ingwan looked at Su Jin's back and murmured to herself. In fact, she had also lost confidence in Su Fan before, but because she had a very good relationship with Su Jin, she did not express dissatisfaction with Su Jin's act of giving money to Su Fan again. But if Su Fan let Su Jin down again this time, not only will she not let Su Jin care about Su Fan anymore, I'm afraid Su Jin himself will be completely disappointed. After all, if Su Jin asks his friends for help, he will owe them a favor. Su Fan waited for a few minutes but saw no reply from Su Jin. Guessing that his uncle was still sleeping, he put the phone in his pocket and continued waiting for customers. He no longer has to worry about Yaya's tuition, but what about living expenses? He felt that as a man, he should at least ensure the family's monthly expenses, including rent, water, electricity, and miscellaneous living expenses. Giving Su Mengyao 2,000 yuan every month is the basic requirement. Although it is not known yet whether Su Mengyao will give him the opportunity to pay the money. Then there's the money that I owe. He has not had time to count the amount of his debts until now, and he is a little afraid to count them. But just the more than 80,000 yuan that Zhou Peng owes, more than 40,000 yuan that his eldest aunt owes, and more than 20,000 yuan that his youngest aunt owes is already a considerable amount. Then there is the repayment information received on the mobile phone. The ones we have received now include 3 payments on the 6th, 8th, and 9th of this month alone, for more than 2,200, more than 3,400 and more than 1,700 respectively. Some were from online loans, and some were from credit cards. Joe Pang and his aunt can pay back the money later, but this money is urgent. In other words, he has to earn at least 8,000 yuan within 10 days. It's very stressful. Su Fan didn't know how she had turned from her previous self to this new self, but fortunately, there were no overdue text messages in her mobile phone, so perhaps there was no problem with her credit report. Selling balloons and live streaming alone won't work. What else can I do to make so much money? Find a temporary job? Without business, Su Fan was only thinking about his own affairs. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to borrow money from anyone else, let alone ask Su Mengya for money. Su Fan felt that she should not wait here during the window period and waste time. She could sell balloons during the 2 peak hours of lunch and dinner. Why not take this time to find a part-time job, even if it's just handing out flyers? Suddenly I remembered that schools have started now and most children have gone to kindergarten, so the lunch rush hour is probably gone. I shouldn't continue selling here in Emerald Lake. I should go to the kindergarten gate after school and sell there. Maybe there will be some business. This leaves almost the entire day free. Just do it. Su Fan took out his cell phone immediately. But at this time Yi Feifei walked out of Cheyenne Yusei. School has started, and too many high school and college students have returned to school, which has caused Cheyenne Yusei's business to enter the off-season. At this time, there is not a single customer in the store. Is it hot? Would you like a cup of milk tea? Yi Feifei walked up to Su Fan with 2 cups of milk tea in her hands. Su Fan looked up for a moment, then smiled awkwardly, not bad. But he was too embarrassed to take Yi Feifei's milk tea, so he waved his hand and said, "Thank you, I don't drink this much." "Drink it. Don't be polite." Yi Feifei smiled, then grabbed Su Fan's hand and put a cup into his hand. Su Fan didn't know what to say. This girl seemed a little too enthusiastic towards him, even to the point of being very familiar with him. "I still don't know your name?" Yi Feifei said again. "Su Fan." Su Fan answered, and then asked, "What about you?" "Yi Feifei." Yi Feifei said with a smile. She opened her milk tea and took a sip, then suddenly stuck out her tongue and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to get to know you. I saw that you seemed to be in a bad mood that day, did something happen?" Su Fan was stunned. "Nothing." Then he smiled. He didn't want to tell anyone about his family matters. "Then why did you choose to set up a stall to sell balloons?" "Can I hear it?" Yi Feifei said again. Su Fan scratched his head, "Make money. Is selling balloons profitable?" Yi Feifei blinked. She didn't believe what Su Fan said. She was sure that something must have happened to Su Fan that day. Seeing Su Fan's strange look, Yi Feifei's face turned slightly red, and she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask about your privacy. It's just, I've been trying to write a novel online recently, so I wanted to ask if you have any stories to see if you can give me some inspiration." Su Fan widened his eyes slightly. "Are you an online writer?" He has had a hobby of reading novels since high school and has read many novels, but he has never met a wild, live online writer. Chapter 23, A Dog Will Always Eat Shit. Yi Feifei stuck out her tongue, her pretty face getting even redder. "I'm not even close to being an online writer. I've only just started writing. I'm probably an online writer at best." "That's pretty impressive too." Su Fan gave a thumbs up. "I finally no longer think that Yi Feifei is a weird person. A man who eats someone's food should be grateful, and a man who takes someone's favor should be merciful." Holding the milk tea that Yi Feifei gave him, Su Fan still planned to tell Yi Feifei his story, and said, "I'm telling you my story, you won't use my real name, right?" Yi Feifei was very happy and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen. Actually, I am a person with amnesia. I lost my memory a few days ago." Su Fan said. "Amnesia? Then what?" The first sentence made Yi Feifei's eyes light up slightly, and she asked hurriedly. Su Fan smiled bitterly and continued, "I only have memories before my college days, but do you know who my wife is when I open my eyes in the morning and see her first?" "Who?" "My secret crush in college, the campus belle of our school. To be honest, I still feel like this is a dream. I was able to marry the person I secretly loved, and she even gave birth to my baby girl. How romantic." Yi Feifei said with a dazed look in her eyes. Su Fan felt that this girl might be a love-brained person. But the first thing she said when she woke me up was to ask me to divorce her. Su Fan smiled bitterly again. I only found out later that after I married her, my family had changed. I became a different person, gambling, domestic violence, and in debt, so I want to use my best efforts and all my time to make money. I don't know if she will give me a chance to keep her, but even if there is only a slight chance, I will fight for it, otherwise I will definitely regret it. Su Fan spoke slowly, as if he was talking to himself at the same time. Yi Feifei's eyes were so dazed that she was almost unable to stand. Although Su Fan only gave a rough outline, she, who was good at empathy, seemed to have felt Su Fan's current state of mind. And Su Fan's story also made her brain full of inspiration. Amnesia? Depravity? Redemption? No, I need to write it down. Yi Feifei suddenly took out her cell phone and said, "Your story is amazing." Then he asked Su Fan, "What happened in your family?" Seeing her taking out her phone to record the story, Su Fan was a little amused and said, "Since you wrote my story into your novel, shouldn't you give me a share of the royalties?" Share. If I can earn any royalties, I will definitely share them with you. Yi Feifei nodded. My parents are in jail. Imprisoned? For what? Yi Feifei opened her eyes wide. They are working on the construction site, it's probably because of economic problems. So, have you made your wife change her mind now? Not sure, probably not yet. Why? Su Fan and Yi Feifei were talking to each other. Yi Feifei gradually became really interested in Su Fan's experience. She finally understood why Su Fan gave people such a sad feeling that day, like a blue and white porcelain that was about to break. No matter who you are, if your memory is still stuck in the good old days, when you open your eyes and find yourself facing the predicament of being separated from your wife and children, being in huge debts, and being deserted by your friends and relatives, you will feel confused and sad, right? It's amazing that Su Fan can maintain a positive attitude under such circumstances. Yi Feifei admired Su Fan from the bottom of her heart. And Su Fan has found a suitable audience. Talking about your own things makes you feel better. But he didn't notice that while she was talking to Yi Feifei, a beautiful figure led Yaha to the corner of Emerald Lake Shopping Mall. Seeing Su Fan and Yi Feifei each holding a cup of milk tea, talking and laughing, Su Mengyao was a little confused at first, then her eyes became slightly cold, and finally, they became icy cold, and there was a hint of disgust. She turned around holding Yaya's hand. Mom, aren't you going to Dad? Yaya asked Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao said, No, let's go home. Home? Can that place still be considered her home? Dog, it turns out you can't stop eating shit. Su Fan and Yi Feifei talked for almost half an hour before Yi Feifei's curiosity was finally satisfied. She said she would go back to the store to sort out the contents and see which ones could be included in her novel, and she and Su Fan also added green bubbles. Su Fan watched Yi Feifei leave and smiled. He didn't think that Yi Feifei would really share the royalties with him, but if Yi Feifei could achieve some results by writing his story, that would be a good thing. At the same time, he also had the idea of writing a novel. Just write his own story. Anyway, writing a novel doesn't cost much, except for the electricity bill. Unfortunately, he doesn't even have a computer. Writing on a cell phone? Su Fan thought it was worth a try. However, I immediately used my mobile phone to search for part-time jobs. He knew a little about writing online novels. He knew that although this job did not require much investment, it was hard to say whether it could make money. Those who make money can earn millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions a year. But it's not profitable. You may not even be able to sign a contract and you won't make a penny. He doesn't have the time to take the risk, so he still has to find a part-time job that can guarantee an income to provide security. However, it is not easy to find a part-time job online nowadays. Most of the jobs are delivery, loading and unloading, and packaging. There is nothing wrong with the job itself, it's just that the working hours are too long, which is no different from working a formal job, and the income is just barely enough. Although the wages are paid on a daily basis, Su Fan wants to find a job that can be paid by the hour and where he can leave whenever he wants. Because he didn't know whether Su Mengyao would need to pick up Yaya herself when Yaha officially started school tomorrow. He was definitely unwilling to divorce Su Mengyao. If Su Mengyao had no objection, he wanted to take the initiative to take the responsibility of picking up Yaya from school. He even thought about learning how to cook using his mobile phone so that Su Mengyao could have a ready-made hot meal after get off work. In addition, he has to sell balloons during the evening rush hour, and he has to sell all the balloons he has. Such jobs are not easy to find. Su Fan made more than 10 phone calls before he finally found a job where he was paid by the hour and only had to work 3 hours each in the morning and afternoon. Brick factory, loading trucks. 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. The wage is 40 yuan an hour, and if you work for 6 hours, you can get a bonus of 30 yuan. Although it was the hottest time of the year and his legs were very sore, Su Fan was no longer able to care about so many things. He immediately made an appointment with the owner of the brick factory and went to work the next day. Then continue selling balloons at Emerald Lake. The kindergarten registration started today, and the school starts tomorrow. Who knows, there might be some business during the lunch and evening rush hours. After all, some parents may take their children out to play or have a good meal before school starts. But before the lunch rush hour, at around 10 o'clock, Su Jin called him. Chapter 24, Finding a Job. Uncle. Su Fan answered the phone. Su Jin asked, "Where are you now?" Emerald Lake. Su Fan said. Still selling balloons? You really don't want the $5,000? Su Jin asked again. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, "Not for now. I'll find you when I need you." He didn't dare to say anything definite. The repayment was due in a few days, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to get the money by then. If his credit report was blacklisted, it would be troublesome. All right. Su Jin agreed. Then he said, "I just found you a job in a construction company as a construction worker. The salary for the first 3 months will be 8,000, and then it will be raised to 10,000. What do you think?" Su Fan didn't expect Su Jin to help him find a job so quickly. He was paid 8,000 yuan just after he started working, and then it was raised to 10,000 yuan. He didn't know what to complain about. In a place like Zheng County, 10,000 is undoubtedly a high salary. If you look for a job by yourself, you will definitely not be able to find such a good job. Of course, but. Su Fan was a little embarrassed to speak. Uncle, are you familiar with that boss?" "He's my friend, what's wrong?" Su Jin asked. Su Fan said, "I want you to ask if I can get a month's salary in advance. Also, I might have to pick up Yaha from school. Can I take a short leave every day when Yaha gets out of school?" He didn't dare tell Su Jin that Su Mengyao wanted to divorce him. Su Jin was silent for a moment, then said, "Let me ask for you and I'll call you back later." After Su Fan agreed, he hung up the phone. Su Fan waited there anxiously. He really needed this job, but he still wanted to put picking up Yaha first. It would be a pity if he didn't get the job because of this. Su Jin called back a few minutes later and said, "Mr. Zhang has agreed. If you are at the construction site, you can leave work early when Yaya is about to finish school if you have nothing else to do. But sometimes the construction site may need overtime at night, such as pouring concrete, so you have to be able to make it." Aha! Su Fan agreed repeatedly. "My heart is filled with joy." Su Jin added, "Then why don't you go to your aunt's house for dinner tonight? I have an appointment with Mr. Zhang, you two can meet first and invite Mengyao and Yaha along." Good. Su Fan agreed again, and after thinking about it, he said, "Thank you, uncle." Su Jin smiled and hung up the phone. The distant bells echoed in the rain. We held hands under the eaves and listened, imagining the wedding in the church. Su Fan hummed a little tune. With this stable job and the advanced salary, he felt that he should be able to barely cover the family expenses. In this way, we will have more confidence to let Su Mengyao stay. But he still insisted on staying in Emerald Lake until 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the scorching heat, and survived the noon rush without even having lunch. As he expected, the flow of people in Emerald Lake was very good today, and business was even better than the previous 2 days. He sold 11 balloons and earned $104. "But I have to go to my aunt's house for dinner in the evening, so I definitely can't wait during the rush hour." Su Fan planned to go back to take a shower and rest for a while so that he could meet Mr. Zhang in the best mental state. At that moment, Su Fan put away the balloon and walked home. "When I got home I was sweating all over and my clothes were sticking to my back. When I opened the door, the house was empty and Su Mengyao was not at home." Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then he took out his cell phone and called Su Mengyao. "I called twice in a row but no one answered." Su Fan suddenly felt a little nervous, worried that something might have happened to Su Mengyao. "What's up?" Fortunately, Su Mengyao answered the third call. Her tone was very cold. However, Su Fan was in a good mood at the moment and didn't notice it. He just said with joy, "My uncle found me a job as a construction worker." He asked us to have dinner at my aunt's house tonight and introduced the boss to me. Do you want to go with us? Of course he hoped Su Mengyao would go. However, Su Mengyao said, Yaya and I are having dinner at my mother's house, you go ahead. Su Fan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could understand that Su Mengyao didn't want to go. He himself had deleted all his relatives from his family before, so it is reasonable for Su Mengyao to not want to interact too much with his relatives. I felt a little disappointed. But Su Fan didn't want to force Su Mengyao, and he even didn't dare to do it, so he could only say, okay then. Su Mengyao hung up the phone. Su Fan took the clothes into the bathroom and took a shower, then washed the clothes and hung them outside. Now that he had a job, he felt much more relaxed, but now he was feeling sleepy. After climbing onto the bed, Su Fan still called the owner of the brick factory, telling him that he would not be going to work the next day and apologized repeatedly. The brick factory owner was easy to talk to. He just agreed and didn't say anything unpleasant. Su Fan set the alarm for 5 o'clock and soon fell into a deep sleep. I slept until the alarm rang. Su Fan put on his clothes, washed his face, shaved his beard, and then went out. I hailed a taxi outside the community and went to the restaurant opened by Su Wanping. It wasn't that he couldn't stand the pain in his thigh, but he didn't want to walk to his aunt's house and get all sweaty, which would leave a bad impression on others. Perhaps out of consideration for his uncle's face, Mr. Zhang would not say anything, but it was not good after all. Get off outside Su Wanping's hotel. Su Fan felt a little nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he last came to Su Wanping's place, but just thinking about the fact that he had deleted Su Wanping's green bubble and cell phone number, it was quite a mess. Pushing open the glass door, it was still early and there were no guests in Su Wanping's restaurant. My uncle's name is Dai Ji, and he was sitting at a table near the counter playing with his cell phone. Just by looking at his head, Su Fan felt that Dai Ji looked a little older, with more white hair on his head. Uncle! Su Fan shouted. Dai Ji, who was looking down at his phone, looked up. His eyes were complicated at first, then he stood up and said with a smile, You are here so early, your uncle and the others haven't come yet. Su Fan said, I came here first if there's nothing else. Dai Ji didn't treat him coldly, which made him feel relieved and touched at the same time. Where's my aunt? Then he asked. Dai Ji said, looking after the kids upstairs. Dai Ji and Su Wanping have 2 children, a son and a daughter. Their cousin is called Dai Chang, who also used to work on construction sites as a small contractor. Su Fan naturally doesn't know about his current situation. Cousin Dai Xian used to live in a hotel. As to whether she is married now, Su Fan is also not sure. As for his cousin Dai Chang's child, he had seen her. Her name was Dai Xiaoxiao, a girl, but in his memory she was only 3 or 4 years old. He is 11 years old now. He is old enough that he doesn't need to be taken care of anymore. Could it be that my cousin's wife gave birth to a second child? Chapter 25 Changes at Home. Just as Su Fan was thinking, his cousin-in-law Hu Lirong came out from behind. Seeing Su Fan, Hu Lirong was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, Su Fan is here. Hu Lirong was not pretty, but she was a down-to-earth and hard-working woman. She and her cousin Dai Chang were introduced to each other and got married. When Su Fan came to Su Wanping's place before, Hu Lirong was always very polite and treated him like a guest, making tea for him and washing fruits for him. Sister-in-law. Su Fan shouted somewhat embarrassedly. He felt a little embarrassed when he thought that he still owed money to Su Wanping's family. Sit down, I'll make you some tea. Hu Lirong smiled and continued, then looked behind Su Fan and asked, Where are Mengyao and Yaya? Su Fan said, They went to Yaya's grandmother's house. Oh. Hu Lirong didn't ask any more questions and went to the tea table to make tea for Su Fan. Sometimes Su Fan really felt that her cousin was lucky to marry a woman like Hu Lirong. He walked over and sat down next to Dai Ji. Dai Ji took out a cigarette from his pocket and said, I heard from your uncle that you have lost your memory? I've quit. Su Fan waved his hand, refusing the cigarette Dai Ji handed over, and said, I have forgotten everything that happened in the past few years, but I still remember things before college, so it's not completely amnesia. Dai Ji smiled and said, Your uncle said he wanted to take you to the hospital, but I think it's better if you don't go. You've been a real worry to me in the past few years. Now that you've lost your memory, your personality has returned to how it was before. He has always been a straightforward person and he doesn't hesitate to speak in front of Su Fan, a junior. Su Fan nodded somewhat embarrassedly. I heard about what I did in the past few years, and I actually thought the same way in my heart. Dai Ji smiled and patted Su Fan on the shoulder. Keep working hard. You have been smart since you were young. It won't be difficult for you to live a good life. If you really have any difficulties, come to me and your aunt. Although we don't have much ability, we will definitely try our best to help you. Su Fan nodded, his eyes reddening. Everyone in the family is so nice to him. He just couldn't figure out what kind of obsessed self had been before to delete all the contact information of his family members. Have you visited your parents? Daiji asked again. Su Fan said, I've been busy with Yaya's school start these past 2 days, so I plan to go there whenever I have time. In fact, if Su Mengyao hadn't been divorcing him, he would have gone to visit his parents long ago. Thinking about his parents living in prison, he felt uncomfortable. But if he left like this, he really didn't know how to answer his parents when they asked about him and Su Mengyao. No matter what, we have to get Su Mengyao to stop talking about divorce. Daiji nodded. As they were talking, Su Wanping came downstairs holding a little boy. When she saw Su Fan, her eyes suddenly became red. She walked up to Su Fan, patted his arm, and said with a sob, You are willing to come here. I thought you would never enter my door again. Aunt, Su Fan was filled with guilt and didn't know how to start. Okay, let's not talk about the past. Just be good to Su Fan in the future. It was Daiji who spoke up again. Su Wanping burst into tears and glared at Su Fan, saying, If you say something like severing ties with us again, I'll punish you. Su Fan nodded repeatedly and said, I won't say any more. Then he looked at the chubby little boy led by Su Wanping, who looked even younger than Yaya, and said, Is this Brother Chang's second child? Su Wanping nodded and said to the little boy, Linlin, call me uncle. Wow. The little boy made a gesture towards Su Fan like a dinosaur eating a person. Su Fan couldn't help laughing. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that over the past few years, there have been quite a lot of changes in my family. It was almost 6 o'clock when Su Jin and Nia Ingwan also arrived. The whole family started discussing Su Fan's affairs. They said that as long as Su Fan could work diligently, it didn't matter if he owed some money now, as he would be able to pay it back eventually, so there was no need to worry about the money. Su Fan said to Su Jin, Uncle, you haven't told me the number yet. Su Jin smiled and said, I'll tell you when you have some spare money. What he meant was that if Su Fan didn't make any money, he wouldn't ask Su Fan to pay it back. 10 minutes later, Mr. Zhang also arrived. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. He wore a pair of glasses and was not tall, but he had a well-maintained body. He must have a habit of exercising regularly. There is a natural aura about him. There were 2 people following behind him, one was a fat man with a fair complexion, and the other was a tall and thin man with a sallow face. When he saw Su Jin, Mr. Zhang just nodded, and Su Jin did the same. It seemed that the 2 of them had a very good relationship. The reason why Su Fan knew Mr. Zhang's identity was because after Mr. Zhang and Su Jin nodded, he introduced the 2 people behind him to Su Jin. This is the project manager of the construction site I plan to send your nephew to. His surname is Du. This is the chief engineer. His surname is Chang. Director Su. Manager Du and engineer Chen both greeted Su Jin with smiles on their faces. Su Jin is a civil servant and a mid-level leader in Jiang County, so he is quite prestigious. Su Jin nodded and smiled. Then he turned around and said to Su Fan, this is the Uncle Zhang I told you about. This is Manager Du and Engineer Chang. Su Fan hurriedly walked up and said, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Du, Uncle Chang. From Su Jin's words, he could certainly tell who his uncle had a good relationship with, but if he went to the construction site, he would definitely deal more with Manager Du and Engineer Chang, so it would always be right to call them uncle. After all, this is a personal relationship. Having been influenced by her father who was a businessman since she was a child, Su Fan is actually quite mature mentally. Good. Mr. Zhang nodded and said to Su Jin, your nephew is such a handsome man. Oh. Su Jin said, you know the situation at my eldest brother's home. I'm sorry for delaying Xiaofan. But Xiaofan has come to his senses now. This time I'm looking for you, you have to take good care of him. What Su Fan didn't know was that Su Jin had actually approached Mr. Zhang because of him before, and Mr. Zhang had agreed, but in the end Su Fan stood him up and didn't go at all. Su Jin was really angry that time. That's for sure. Mr. Zhang said. Su Jin nodded, let's go sit in the box. He has already ordered all the dishes. He raised his chin towards Su Fan again and glanced at the wine he placed on the table. It's Mu Tai. This time, he spent a lot of time, effort, and money on Su Fan's matter. Su Fan hurriedly picked up the Maotai and followed behind. Su Wanping and Hu Lirong were both watching with smiles on their faces. Dai Ji had already gone to the kitchen to cook. Su Fan was touched and also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had a proper job now and he had to work hard. Although he studied civil engineering in college, he had never had any practical experience. When he arrived at the construction site, he was almost like a novice. If he didn't work and study hard, he would bring shame to his uncle. Chapter 26. Su Mengyao is going on a business trip. Su Jin brought some wine with him, so drinking was inevitable. Su Fan's mental age is still in her 20s, but her real age is close to 30. She is no longer a student and also holds a cup. He spoke very little during the meal, and it was mainly Su Jin and Mr. Zhang who did the talking. But they also talked about things in their circle, such as fishing and playing badminton. However, halfway through the drink, Su Jin asked Su Fan to toast Chenggong with a glass of wine and told Su Fan to call Chenggong master. From then on, Su Fan worked under engineer Chang on the construction site. Su Fan and Chenggong drank a glass of wine, and the relationship between master and apprentice was settled. In the construction industry, the master-apprentice relationship is still somewhat useful, and it is not as simple as just saying it. This is an industry that focuses on practice, and there are some things that require Chenggong to teach, so that Su Fan can quickly enter the industry. Su Fan could drink when she was in college, but now her alcohol tolerance seems to have gotten worse. 2 bottles of Matai were shared among 4 people, about half a pound per person. This was just a little bit of water for Su Fan when she was in college, but now, she actually feels a little tipsy. Fortunately, when Su Jin asked Niang Wan to get some wine from the car again, she was stopped by Mr. Zhang, who said that they had drunk enough and it was fine as long as they enjoyed themselves. After dinner, Su Jin arranged for Mr. Zhang to play badminton. Manager Du and engineer Chang are going back to the construction site. Su Fan then sent them to the door. It was agreed at the dinner table that Su Fan would just report to the construction site tomorrow. Su Fan also added the green bubble and mobile phone numbers of Mr. Zhang, Manager Du, and Engineer Chang, and Engineer Chang had already sent him the location of the construction site. In fact, in the past, Su Fan's family business was not necessarily smaller than Mr. Zhang's, but now, all of that is undoubtedly a passing cloud. After seeing Su Jin and the others off, Su Fan sat in Su Wanping's shop for a while. Su Wanping still told him not to gamble again and not to go out and play with those bad friends. Su Fan agreed obediently. I couldn't bear to take a taxi back home, so it took me more than half an hour to get home. Even though it was past 8 o'clock in the evening, the weather was still a bit hot and humid, making Su Fan sweat all over again. But he was still in a good mood and just wanted to go home and tell Su Mengyao the news. When I got home, Su Mengyao and Yaya had already returned, and Su Mengyao was teaching Yaya how to count. When Su Fan came in, both mother and daughter looked at him. Dad! Yaya shouted. Su Fan nodded with a gentle smile on his face, feeling a little regretful in his heart that he forgot to buy some food for Yaya on the way home. Looking at Su Mengyao again, she had turned her head away. Su Fan didn't know that Su Mengyao was unhappy at the moment, and said, Uncle introduced me to a job at dinner just now. I can go to work on the construction site tomorrow. The first 3 months will be 8,000, and the rest will be 10,000. Su Mengyao was a little surprised, turned around and asked, So you're not going to Emerald Lake to sell balloons? No. Su Fan paused and said, I was thinking, if you are willing to let me pick up Yaya from school every day, I will take the remaining balloons to Yaya's kindergarten to sell them. This is still not very profitable. After selling these balloons, I want to see if there is another better part-time job. If live streaming can make money, I may do it at night. Are you willing to do that? Su Mengyao asked. There seemed to be some sarcasm on her pretty face. Su Fan was a little puzzled and asked, Why are you reluctant to let go? Su Mengyao's pretty face was cold and beautiful. Who was the girl who was talking and laughing with you this morning? She is also a woman who prefers to be straightforward. Su Fan was stunned again, then he understood who Su Mengyao was talking about. Some surprise, but more of joy. Is Su Mengyao jealous? He quickly explained with a smile, Did you see that? That was an employee of Cha Yin Yusei. She also bought milk tea for Yaya. Cha Yin Yusei employee, why are you talking and laughing with her? Su Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Su Fan said, she also works part-time as a web novel writer. She said that she saw me selling balloons outside in the hot sun these past 2 days and thought that there must be some story behind me. She wanted to find some inspiration, so she came to ask me. That's all? Su Mengyao said. Su Fan nodded, that's it. Su Mengyao suddenly reached out, give me your phone. Su Fan was stunned. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and handed it to Su Mengyao. Just as Su Mengyao reached out to take the phone, her heart sank. He hasn't deleted the green bubble record yet. Everything else is fine, but before, a woman sent him a green bubble message and spoke in a coquettish tone. But before he could finish his words, Su Mengyao returned the phone to him with a cold face and said, why? Can't bear to part with it? Then you can keep it. Su Fan saw that Su Mengyao had opened the chat box between herself and Tianlai baby. It seems that Su Mengyao knows about the existence of baby Tianlai. Who is this Tianlai baby? No. But Su Fan didn't care who this Tianlai baby was, and quickly shook his head and said, I wanted to tell you about her, but I don't remember who she is. These messages were not sent by me, no, I should say they were not sent by me now. Su Mengyao looked at him and said nothing. Su Fan felt that Su Mengyao was waiting for his action, so he quickly deleted Tianlai baby. But he couldn't help asking, who is this woman? Su Mengyao had a complicated look in her eyes, but she said, if you want to know so much, you can ask her yourself. No more questions, no more questions. Su Fan quickly shook his head. I'm actually quite happy. Su Mengyao was jealous because of what I said to Yi Feifei, and asked me to delete this Tianlai baby. Does this mean that she doesn't plan to divorce again? Looking at Su Mengyao's face, Su Fan scratched his head and said, then shall we still go to the citizens' home tomorrow? He was originally planning to ask for a divorce, but considering that Yaya was there, he decided to go to the citizens' home. Do you want to go? Su Mengyao asked. Su Fan was overjoyed and shook his head, saying, I don't want to go. Let's go next week. Su Mengyao said, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow and won't be back this week. You're on a business trip for so long? Who are you with? Su Fan was a little worried. Even a man like him has a heavenly baby. Given Su Mengyao's appearance, it seems normal for her to be surrounded by many admirers. A colleague from the company. Su Mengyao just said. His cold expression made Su Fan dare not ask any more questions. Su Mengyao asked again, this week, should Yaya be left at home or with my mother? Su Fan said, leave it at home. I'll pick her up. Su Mengyao frowned slightly, what about your work? Su Fan said, I've already told Mr. Zhang that I can ask for leave every day when I pick up Yaha from school. If you have to work overtime at night, I'll call you and send Yaha to your mother. Su Mengyao nodded and said nothing more. Su Fan returned to her room, dancing with excitement. Chapter 27 Arrival at the construction site. Although Su Mengyao still said she wanted a divorce, at least he had one more week to show himself. The longer the time drags on, the greater his chances of making Su Mengyao change her mind. Su Fan didn't plan to sell balloons again that evening. After closing the door, he began live streaming on his phone. But I definitely can't do squats tonight, so I'll still use the title from this morning, push-ups to challenge the limit, but later I changed it to earning a living expenses. Even when live streaming online, he doesn't want to package himself to look pathetic in order to deceive others, even though he knows that he will probably not make any money by doing so. Making money and cheating money are two different things. In Su Fan's opinion, the act of selling misery for reward is no different from cheating. The result was that from 9 to 11 o'clock, there were few people in Su Fan's live broadcast room, and she only did a few push-ups sporadically. After all, who would be interested in a grown man doing push-ups? Even giving him a little heart would be redundant. The few little hearts Su Fan received were probably because others were bored and just swiped them for fun. However, just a few minutes after 11 o'clock, the woman named Mimi came to Su Fan's live broadcast room again. Just like she did last night, she swiped a group of little hearts within a few minutes of coming in. Su Fan's mind was full of doubts, but he still did as he was told. Then there is a group of little hearts. Time passed slowly, and Su Fan, who was sweating profusely, soon became weak in the hands and feet. But thinking about Su Mengyao, thinking about Yaya, and the debts I owed, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. No matter how tiring doing push-ups is, can it be as tiring as moving bricks on a construction site in such hot weather? That adds up to a total of 9 groups of little hearts. When Su Fan was gritting his teeth and about to finish the last few push-ups, Mimi gave him some bicycle lover and travel around the world. Su Fan was almost certain that this Mimi was someone he knew. But just when he got up and was about to click on Mimi's avatar, Mimi had already exited his live broadcast room. Su Fan wants to find Mimi by searching for Mimi. But in the end, I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. There are many people named Mimi on TikTok. This berry is obviously set up to not be searchable. Sufan felt even more strange, but he could only keep this strangeness in his heart. He planned that if Mimi came into his live broadcast room again tomorrow, he would ask her who she was. Mimi left, and Sufan was also very tired. He took a rest for a while and went into the bathroom with his clothes. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed and fell asleep. I didn't even have the energy to wash clothes. There was no movement in Su Mengyao's room. Thinking about what he might have to do when he reported to the construction site tomorrow, Sufan gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sufan got up as usual. If you can't train your legs or your hands, then train your waist. Then he brought back breakfast for Su Mengyao and Yaya. School has officially started. Su Mengyao and Yaya have both gotten up. Su Mengyao is putting on makeup in front of the dressing table, while Yaya is washing up in the bathroom. I brought breakfast, Sufan said to Su Mengyao after entering the room. Su Mengyao nodded. This attitude is a subtle change from before. What Sufan didn't know was that he was live streaming in his room last night, and Su Mengyao was not sleeping in the room. Instead, she used Douyin to open Sufan's live streaming room, but didn't click in. She didn't go to bed until Sufan went off the air. Of course, it was precisely because she didn't click in that Su Mengyao didn't know that Mimi had given Sufan so many gifts again. Yeah, time for breakfast. After Yaya came out of the bathroom, Sufan said to her with a smile. Yaya asked, is it siumai and soy milk? Sufan nodded. Tired of eating? There are also steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and mung bean porridge. You can also eat them. No, the siumai my dad bought are the best. Yaya said with a smile, her tone very cute. Sufan's heart was about to melt again. I still have some things to prepare. You can take Yaya to school first. She has to be there before 8 o'clock, and then you can pick her up before 4:30 in the afternoon. While Sufan and Yaya were having breakfast, Su Mengyao walked into the living room and said to Sufan. Aha! Sufan nodded repeatedly, where is Yaya's school? Su Mengyao said, Yaya knows. Yaya also turned her head away, I know, I'll take Dad with me. Sufan smiled and pinched Yaya's pink face, okay, Yaya, take Daddy with you. Su Mengyao's eyes were complicated for a moment. At 7:30, Su Mengyao was still eating breakfast, the fried dough sticks and mung bean porridge that Sufan brought back. Yaya hadn't finished eating yet, but it wasn't too early, so Sufan took Yaya out the door first. In fact, he wanted to ask Su Mengyao where she was on her business trip, but thinking about Su Mengyao's attitude yesterday, he didn't ask. Under the not-so-bright sunlight, two figures, one big and one small, walked away hand in hand. Yaya's pink backpack swung back and forth, and her little face was filled with a bright smile. Mom and Dad finally stopped arguing. The kindergarten that Yaya attends is not far from the community. Walking out of the community, there is a downhill road to the south. After walking about 800 meters, you will reach the kindergarten where Yaya attends, which is in the alley. The environment can only be described as ordinary. Sufan noticed that when he sent Yaya to the kindergarten gate and Yaya waved to him and said goodbye, Dad, the old security guard looked at him with a surprised look. I guess I've never sent Yaya to school before? What a beast. After watching Yaya enter the school gate and her little figure disappear from sight, Sufan left. The construction site is still near Zhangxian South Station, which is a bit far away. Sufan was reluctant to take a taxi, so he walked out and found the bus stop. Fortunately, there was a bus that went directly to the South Station. He only needed to walk for another 10 minutes to get there, so it wouldn't be too inconvenient to go to work in the future. Sufan got on the bus. He seldom took the bus before, so few times could he count. Since I started elementary school, my family has been picking me up and dropping me off by car. Everyone on the bus seemed to be a little tired. Is this the life of ordinary people? This is probably what ordinary people are like. Nowadays, unless it is necessary to make a living, how many people are willing to squeeze into the bus so early? 9 out of 10 people who take the bus want to save money. After getting off at the South Station, Sufan followed the navigation and walked to the construction site. Mr. Zhang said yesterday that the construction site had not been underway for long and had just completed the 3 connections in one leveling, that is, water, electricity, roads, and site leveling. This means that Sufan will have to work here for a long time in the future. It wasn't difficult to find the construction site. Su Fan reported to the project department. Walk into the construction team's office. There were several people inside. In addition to Engineer Chang, there were two others who looked to be in their 20s, and another one who was about the same age as Engineer Chang. Master. Su Fan called out to Chung Gong. Here it comes. Engineer Chang, who was looking at the blueprint, raised his head and smiled, then pointed to an empty desk in the office and said, "Just sit here and take a rest. I'll take you to get your hat later." Chapter 28, Preparing to buy an electric. Su Fan smiled at the other people in the room and sat down obediently. Judging from the situation of the project department, Mr. Zhang's construction site should not be very big. Engineer Chang was busy for a while and personally took Su Fan to the purchasing office. This made several people in the office figure out that this new guy might be a relative of the office. Mr. Zhang has offered you a salary of 8,000 yuan, but the project department can only give you a book salary of 5,000 yuan. I will send the remaining 3,000 yuan to your mobile phone every month. Do you understand what I mean? Engineer Chang said with a smile not far from the construction team's office. How could Su Fan not understand what he meant? He nodded and said, "I understand." He has no qualifications in this industry. If he has any, it is that he had practiced on his own construction site for less than 2 years after graduating from university. But at that time, he was not doing construction work but purchasing. And 8,000 is the salary for veteran construction workers in Jiang County. To earn tens of thousands, one must be an experienced chief engineer like Engineer Chang. Mr. Zhang from the project department only gave him 5,000 yuan, obviously because he didn't want others to talk behind his back. Of course, even if it was 5,000, Su Fan still felt it was too high. Based on his current level, he felt that he should only get an intern's salary, with 3,000 being the maximum. Seeing that Su Fan was in high spirits, Cheng Dong smiled and said nothing more. He led Su Fan to the 2-story wooden house at the back. The office of the materials department is here. The materials department is responsible for the procurement, storage, and management of materials for the project. Its functions on the construction site are quite important, and the person in charge of this department is usually a close confidant of the boss. After Su Fan followed Cheng Dong in, he saw an old man sitting inside with his legs crossed on the desk, smoking. He looks to be in his 40s, wearing a t-shirt, and looks very relaxed. A little further inside, there was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was looking down, so Su Fan couldn't see her face. "Hey, why is Mr. Zhang here in person today?" Seeing the uncle smoking, Mr. Chang said with a smile. The uncle blew out a smoke ring and said with a smile, "It's so sunny, Mr. Chang, you can't let me stand in the sun every day, right? Engineer Chang is here." The woman heard the voice and looked up. He was wearing a pair of glasses and looked ordinary. Su Fan stood behind Cheng Dong without saying anything. Engineer Chang said, "Xiao Lu, get me a safety helmet, a few construction diaries, a few pens, and a walkie-talkie." Then he introduced to the uncle, "This is Xiao Su who just arrived, Su Fan, the nephew of Mr. Zhang's friend." Then he introduced Su Fan, "This is the purchaser of our project department, Mr. Zhang's cousin. You can call him Uncle Zhang or Brother Zhang. This is Sister Lu, the warehouse manager." "Uncle Zhang, Sister Lu." Su Fan just shouted obediently. Considering his age, there is nothing wrong with calling this woman Sister Lu. The age difference between me and the smoking uncle is a little awkward. But seeing the tone of Cheng Gong's interaction with the smoking uncle, he felt that it was more appropriate for him to call him Uncle Zhang. After all, he called Cheng Gong master, and although the age difference might be more than 10 years, his seniority was definitely lower. The smoking uncle and Sister Lu both nodded and smiled at Su Fan. Sister Lu got up and took out a safety helmet, a construction diary and other things for Su Fan from the cardboard box at the back. Su Fan was a little surprised. Although he had little experience, he knew that it was quite rare to be able to manage a project in such an orderly manner. Some project departments may be very chaotic in the management of these small materials. No wonder Mr. Zhang was able to become rich. After returning to the construction team's office, Engineer Chang introduced several people in the office to Su Fan. The construction site had already started, and naturally the personnel team had been fully organized before Su Fan arrived. Engineer Chang is the technical director, and the one who looks about the same age as Su Fan is a construction worker. His surname is Yang. The other two younger ones were interns who had just graduated from college. They were assigned the roles of quality inspector and safety officer respectively. In reality, they just followed Engineer Chang's instructions and worked with Engineer Yang. For example, calculating earthwork, measuring, testing concrete modules, etc. In terms of technology, it is definitely Engineer Chang and Engineer Yang who are in charge. Su Fan called Engineer Chang master, but Engineer Chang also asked Su Fan to work under Engineer Yang first. The whole day went by quickly. The construction site is still in the foundation pit excavation stage, so Su Fan and his team don't have much to do. They just have to wait for the excavator to finish digging the pit and then go over to measure whether the depth meets the standard. I spend most of my time resting in the office. However, Su Fan didn't want to waste time, so he looked at the drawings in the office when he had nothing to do. Although he had not finished his junior year before he traveled through time, because of this, a lot of theoretical knowledge was still in his head and had not been forgotten. Looking at a blueprint is no problem at all. When I get bored of watching videos, I'll check out Douyin and learn how to create an account. Unlike the two interns named Tang Muran and Su Chang, who spend most of their time playing games in the office. In fact, Su Fan's gaming level is definitely higher than theirs. Have lunch in the project department canteen. The project department has its own small canteen with small pots of food that tastes pretty good. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the excavator at the construction site was still working, but Su Fan had to go pick up Yaya, so she could only ask Cheng Gong for leave, saying that she would pick up her daughter from school first and come over later. Engineer Cheng already knew about this, he just smiled and said it was okay, there was nothing to do anyway, so he told Su Fan not to come today. Su Fan didn't say anything else, but still planned to come to the construction site after picking up Yaya. He was not very comfortable with taking a salary of 8,000 yuan, and felt that he had to show a good work attitude. He did not say that his future efforts would be worthy of the salary Mr. Zhang gave him, but he would try to do as much as he could. Just as he was walking out of the construction site and on his way to South Station, Su Fan started thinking again whether he should buy an electric car. This way it will be much more convenient whether going to work or picking up Yaya. He couldn't bear to part with the new ones, but he could afford the second-hand ones if he gritted his teeth. As soon as he got on the bus, Su Fan opened the Xinyu app. Search for used electric vehicles above, limiting the range to 10 kilometers. There are quite a few. When approaching the Yaya school stop, Su Fan selected one after comparison and left a message for the original owner. The original owner offered 880 yuan for the electric car, and he left a message asking if it could be sold for 800 yuan. He didn't expect the original owner to reply immediately, so it didn't matter if he bought it 2 days later. Anyway, he has no money now. Engineer Cheng didn't give him the advance salary today, and he didn't have the courage to ask. As a result, just as he walked into the alley leading to Yaya Kindergarten, Su Fan received a green bubble message from Mr. Zhang. It's a transfer of $8,000. Then he asked him how he was doing on the construction site. Su Fan quickly replied, "It's fine. The master and the others are taking good care of me. Thank you, Uncle Zhang." I didn't hesitate and accepted the transfer from Mr. Zhang. He now only has a few dozen dollars left in his pocket and is really tight on money. Chapter 29 Another car. That's good, do your best. Mr. Zhang replied. Su Fan said thank you again. Mr. Zhang didn't reply to the message. Su Fan walked to the entrance of Yaya Kindergarten and waited. There were still a few minutes before 4:30. There are already quite a few parents waiting outside, most of them are grandparents, but there are also young ones. Su Fan worked at the construction site for most of the day, sometimes even under the scorching sun, and still broke out in a sweat. Just as he stood behind the crowd, a woman dressed quite brightly suddenly covered her nose, glanced at Su Fan with some disgust, and walked aside. Su Fan suddenly felt a little embarrassed and moved away from the crowd. The cell phone dings. The original owner of the electric car actually quickly replied to Su Fan, saying that 800 was not enough and that 850 was required. Su Fan felt a little sad and was about to reply when the original owner said that he could give Su Fan 2 helmets and a raincoat as he would not need them anyway. Su Fan sent a message saying okay. The original owner then asked him when he would come to pick up the car. Su Fan said he could go and get it right away. The original owner told Su Fan to place an order on the platform, and then sent the location to Su Fan, asking Su Fan to contact him at the entrance of the community. Su Fan agreed. Then the transaction was completed on the Xianyu platform. Choosing the platform transaction is beneficial for him. If the electric car does not match the original owner's description, he can also file a complaint through the platform. If the transaction is face-to-face, it is just money and goods, and that's it. The original owner asked Su Fan to trade on the platform, probably because he was afraid of any trouble later. I just finished this and the kindergarten was out of school. A teacher led the children out. Dad. Mother. Grandmother. Suddenly there was a burst of childish shouts. Every little face is filled with innocent smiles. Then he raised his hand to signal the teacher and walked outside. The old security guard looked like a responsible person. He was guarding the door card and only let in the children when he saw that they were familiar faces. Su-fan waited for a few minutes and Yaya's class came out. Su-fan quickly waved at Yaya. When Yaya saw Su-fan, her eyes lit up slightly. She raised her hand to the teacher, and after the teacher nodded, she ran to the door. Dad. The old security guard glanced at Su-fan before letting Yaya out. Yaya walked up to Su-fan and asked, blinking her eyes, "Where's Mom?" Su-fan said, "Mom is on a business trip." Business trip? What is a business trip? But Yaya didn't understand. Su-fan smiled and said, "It's just that my mother has work to deal with and is out of town." Yaya was suddenly unhappy. "When will Mom come back?" "It should take a few days," Su-fan said. Yaya became even more unhappy, with a look of disappointment on her little face. Su-fan noticed that the little girl was unhappy, so he took the school bag from behind her and said with a smile, "Aren't you happy that your dad is at home taking care of you?" "Happy," Yaya said, "but I still want my mom to be at home too." Su-fan felt a little sad. In fact, children don't understand everything, they just don't know how to express it. Holding Yaya's little hand, I walked out of the alley. The weather is still very hot. The place where the original owner of the electric car lived was called Suing Garden. Su-fan knew that it was a very old residential area in Jiang County. There are no buses that go directly to Green Garden. Su-fan didn't want to get Yaya sunburned, so he stopped a taxi. Connect with that person on the way. When we got off the bus at Suing Garden, we saw a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, who looked to be in his 40s, standing in the shade at the door. In front of her was a small sapphire blue electric scooter, owned by Emma, which looked about 70% new. It was the one that Su-fan saw on Xianyu. "Hello." Su-fan walked over holding Yaya's hand. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "It's you, right?" Su-fan also nodded. The middle-aged man took out a few keys from his pocket and handed them to Su-fan. "Here are the keys. The raincoat, adult helmet, and charger are all in the trunk." He turned back and took a helmet from the windowsill of the guardroom at the back. "This happens to be for children. My child happens to be in elementary school. This helmet should be able to be used by your daughter." "Thanks." Su-fan took the helmet and said. The middle-aged man asked again, "Then do you want to try it first?" Su-fan didn't dare to be polite, nodded, and said to Yaya, "Yaya, you stand here first." He returned the school bag to Yaya, then got on the electric bike and inserted the key. "Does this mean I have a car again?" Su-fan rode his electric bike around the entrance of the community twice, and there was nothing wrong with him. Although it looks a bit old, it doesn't matter. The battery life is probably still good for about 30 kilometers. Returning to the original place, the middle-aged man said to Su-fan again. Su-fan nodded, "Okay." Then the middle-aged man said, "Then I'll go in first? The weather is too hot." After Su-fan nodded, the middle-aged man immediately walked into the community. Staying outside in this weather is torture all the time. Su-fan showed an excited smile on his face. He tilted his head and patted the back seat of the electric bike, and said to Yaya, "Yeah, get in the car." Yaya blinked her eyes and climbed onto the electric chair with the help of Su-fan. "Hold on tight, Daddy," Su-fan said to Yaya. He likes this electric bike the most because it has a baffle under the back seat, so he doesn't have to worry about Yaya's feet getting stuck in the wheels. Yaya hugged Su-fan's waist obediently. Su-fan rode an electric bike to the construction site. "Dad, who was that uncle just now?" Yaya asked Su-fan. Su-fan said, "He is the original owner of this electric car." Yaya asked again, "Did he lend the car to Dad?" Su-fan smiled and said, "No, Dad bought this electric bike. From now on, Dad will ride this electric bike to pick up Yaya, okay?" "Good." Yaya agreed. Then he added, "Will Daddy pick up Mom from work?" Su-fan was stunned for a moment, then said, "Of course." Yaya hugged him tighter. To the construction site. Su-fan parked the electric car outside the project department's cabin and took Yaya into the office. There is air conditioning in the office, which makes it much cooler. When Chang Dong saw Su Fan holding Yaya's hand, he smiled and said, "Didn't you say you didn't need to come over? Why did you come over anyway?" Su Fan scratched his head and said, "I'm afraid there's still work to do on the construction site, and there's nothing to do when I go back." Seeing that there was no one else in the office, he asked again, "Where are Engineer Yang and the others?" Engineer Chang said, "On the construction site." "That must be measurement." Su Fan walked up to Cheng Gong with some embarrassment and said, "Master, this is my daughter. Can I bring my daughter here to eat in the future?" You can deduct the food expenses from my salary." "What's so good about this?" Engineer Chang said nonchalantly, "How much can a child eat?" Looking at Yaya's rosy face, he couldn't help but show love in his eyes, and asked Yaya, "What's your name?" Chapter 30 Yaya's Painting. Yaya. Yaya answered crisply. Su Fan touched Yaya's head and said, "Ya, call me grandpa, call me uncle." He smiled awkwardly at Cheng Gong. According to seniority, Yada should indeed call Mr. Cheng grandpa, but Mr. Cheng is actually only in his early 40s, and calling him that really makes him sound old. "Uncle." Yaya shouted obediently. "So good." Engineer Cheng smiled and liked Yaya even more. No matter whether it is a boy or a girl, if they are cute when they are young and handsome and beautiful when they grow up, they can attract people's favor. This is a natural thing and there is no reason to explain it. Su Mengyao and Yaya are undoubtedly outstanding in terms of appearance. Su Fan didn't want to delay his work and give people the impression that he was lazy, so he said to Yaya, "Then why don't you stay in Dad's office? Dad is out working." Yaya blinked and looked at him, a little hesitant. Su Fan added, "It's too hot outside. If Yaya gets tanned, she won't be pretty anymore. Besides, Mom will blame Dad when she comes back. Yaya, just draw here, okay?" He led Yaha to his desk. Yaha didn't know whether she was afraid of getting tanned or afraid that Su Mengya would blame Su Fan, so she nodded in the end. Su Fan asked Cheng Gong to help look after Yaya. Mr. Cheng smiled and nodded, saying that your daughter is really well behaved, unlike the boy in my family who has been able to fly and hide since he was young. Su Fan didn't know how to respond, so he just smiled, put on his safety helmet and walked out of the office. When they arrived at the construction site, engineer Yang Ji was measuring the earth pit with Tang Muran and Su Chang. Before the excavator starts construction, lines have been drawn next to it, so there is no need to measure the size, only the depth. Then ask the excavator master to level the uneven areas slightly. This is a pretty simple job. Tang Muran stood in the pit with a ruler in his hand while Su Chang fiddled with the level instrument. Engineer Yang stood next to Su Chang, holding the geotechnical drawings. "My head is sweating." Su Fan said, "Engineer Yang, how about letting me come?" Yang Ji didn't bother to be polite with Su Fan, and followed Su Fan's words and said, "Alright, I just want to drink some water." "Then you can check the blueprints here." As he said that, he handed the drawings to Su Fan. Su Fan just smiled. After spending most of the day together, he had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of several people on the construction team. Yang Ji is considered an old hand on the construction site and is very experienced, but he will definitely not take the initiative to take on tasks that he doesn't need to do and is the type who just muddles through. This is probably why he is about the same age as Engineer Chang, but Engineer Chang has already become the technical director, while he is still an ordinary construction worker. There's not much to say about Tang Moran and Su Chang. They're both from Tanchang, city folks, and judging from their looks, they haven't experienced any hardship. Su Chang's attitude towards work is pretty good, but Tang Moran can almost be described as lazy and not proactive. I don't have much experience. In the morning, Su Chang was tinkering with the level, and it was Su Fan who helped him fix it. Of course, this has nothing to do with Su Fan. Before, he looked much more like a young master than Tang Muran and Su Chang, and his face was very fair. I worked under the sun for almost an hour. The excavator master is off work. It's time for Su Fan and the others to get off work. Back in the office, Yaha was drawing on Su Fan's desk obediently. Yang Ji and Shanggong were both busy with their own work. Su Fan saw that there was a bottle of Nutri Express in front of Yaha, which had not been opened yet. "Dad, this is what my uncle bought for me." As soon as Su Fan walked in front of Yaha, Yaha looked up and said to Su Fan. Su Fan looked at Cheng Gong. Engineer Chang also turned his head and said with a smile, "There wasn't much food for children in the canteen on the construction site, so I bought her a bottle of Nutri Express. Your daughter is really well behaved. She refused to drink it until you came back." Su Fan was somewhat touched and said to Yaya, "Did Yaha thank you, uncle?" Yaya nodded and said, "Thank you." Su Fan touched her head and said, "Then drink it." I just lowered my head for a moment and saw the painting drawn by Yaya. The painting is very simple. There was a man, a woman, and a little girl standing on the grass. The little girl stood in the middle, and the man and the woman were holding the little girl's hands. Yaya said, "This is Dad, this is Mom, and this is me." Well, Yaya draws really well. Su Fan helped Yaya open the Nutri Express and said, "My eyes feel a little hot." If Cheng Gong and the others weren't here, he might have cried. Yaya is so well behaved and sensible. After resting for a while, the aunt in the cafeteria called us to eat. Su Fan took Yaya by the hand and followed Cheng Gong and others to the cafeteria to eat. Mr. Du is the project manager and has his own office, but he also eats here. Also here are the purchasing agent named Zhang, the warehouse manager Ms. Liu, and several supervisors from part.A. This is roughly the personnel composition of this small construction site. As for the canteen store on the construction site, it was opened by the aunt in the cafeteria. The couple were both on the construction site and were said to be some kind of relative of Mr. Zhang. Everyone likes Yaya's pink and tender look. After Su Fan led Yaya in, he asked Yaya to call people one by one. One person touched Yaya's head, another pinched Yaya's cheeks, and Yaya felt a little embarrassed. She is obedient, but definitely not a lively child, at least not now. Su Fan didn't know if Yaya's temper was caused by the harm he had done to her before. How many children who are often beaten by their fathers can be lively and cheerful? After dinner, Mr. Du and Engineer Chung drove back. They are from Jiang County. Mr. Du drives a BMW X3. Engineer Cheng drives a Buick Regal. Tang Moran, Su Chang and others all live on the construction site. Su Fan also rode on his electric scooter and took Yaya home. After arriving home, I quickly put on my backpack and took Yaya out to Emerald Lake. Su Jin found him this formal job, and although he was allowed to leave work early at 4 o'clock, he couldn't really do it. He ignored the work on the construction site and went to set up a stall to sell balloons. But Su Fan didn't want to leave the remaining balloons at home, so he had to sell them at night. Sell as many as you can. When he arrived at Emerald Lake, Su Fan still set up his stall at the door next to Chai Yin Yusei. He didn't want to join in the fun at the back. From a little after 7 to 9 o'clock, I sold a total of 5 balloons and earned 48. Su Fan closed the stall and took Yaya to the nearby Man Man Bakery, preparing to buy cake and milk for Yaya for tomorrow's breakfast. As a result, Yaya said that she had breakfast in kindergarten. Su Fan took Yaya out. I planned to go to the mall to buy some snacks for Yaya. Yaya also said that she had not finished the snacks that her uncle bought for her. Su Fan felt so warm in his heart. He felt that having a wife like Su Mengyao and a daughter like Yaya was a blessing he had earned in his previous life, or even in previous lives. If you don't know how to cherish, you are worse than animals. Chapter 31 Sudden Message. I rode a small electric scooter with Yaya on my way home, humming a little tune. Su Fan waited for Yaya to finish washing up, gave her a bath, told her a bedtime story, and coaxed her to sleep. Then I washed Yaya's clothes and hung them in the corridor. Return to your room and prepare to start the live broadcast. His legs and arms are now becoming increasingly sore, but he is not going to put this matter off. At the same time, I was also wondering whether Mimi would appear in my live broadcast room tonight. But before starting the live broadcast, Su Fan thought about it and transferred 2,000 yuan to Su Mengyao, and sent a message. I got an advance of 8,000 yuan in salary from the construction site, but I still have a loan to pay back, so I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you first. Before the 10th, he has to repay a loan of more than 7,000 yuan, but he has not yet withdrawn the reward that Mimi gave him last night. In addition, I should be able to earn a few hundred yuan by selling balloons every day. Myself and Yaya can solve the meals at the construction site, so it's okay to transfer 2,000 yuan to Su Mengyao first. Su Fan was eager to show himself in front of Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao did not reply to the message. But within 2 minutes, when Su Fan was about to start the live broadcast, the transfer was received. This made Su Fan very happy. Then I asked, "Are you used to traveling? Are you eating well? Are you staying well?" Su Mengyao just replied with a hum. But this was enough to make Su Fan happier. At least Su Mengyao no longer ignores him. Good omen. Keep working hard. Keep performing. Then go to bed early, good night. Su Fan said. I originally wanted to send a love you message, but I was afraid of being too hasty and scaring Su Mengyao, so I had to hold back. He and Su Mengyao are not a sweet couple now. Su Mengyao didn't reply to the message. Su Fan started the live broadcast. Sit-ups challenge your limits. Until 11 o'clock, there was no movement in the live broadcast room. Just a few minutes after 11 o'clock, Mimi indeed appeared in Su Fan's live broadcast room. Su Fan, who covered his face with a short-sleeved shirt, said to the screen, "Hello Mimi, do we know each other?" Mimi didn't answer him, and soon a group of little hearts appeared. "If we didn't know each other, you wouldn't have to give me so many gifts. This is not a small amount of money." Su Fan was stunned for a moment and said to the screen, "Almost 3,000 yuan a day, not to mention him now, even for him before, this is not a small sum. I'd love to, do it." Mimi finally made a comment, but it was just these words. This made Su Fan a little confused. I really couldn't imagine who this Mimi was, so I could only do sit-ups obediently. Sit-ups are not like squats and push-ups. When Su Fan did the last bit, his stomach really cramped and it hurt like a cramp. He lay on the ground gasping for breath. Mimi was not in a hurry. She did not make any comments to urge him, nor did she leave the live broadcast room. Su Fan didn't know how he managed to finish it. After finishing, I lay on the ground like a dead dog, not even wanting to move a finger. Mimi, like she did in the previous 2 days, gave him bicycle lover and travel around the world and then left the live broadcast room. She was like a ghost, coming lightly and leaving lightly, without taking away a cloud. However, Su Fan would rather call Mimi an angel, because every time Mimi came, she gave him a lot of gifts with real money. After exiting the live broadcast, Su Fan took a shower, washed clothes, plugged in her electric car to charge it, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. In a daze, Yaya seemed to walk to his side, saying that she was scared and asked Su Fan to sleep with her. Su Fan didn't remember much when he woke up the next day. But when he opened his eyes, he was on Su Mengyao bed. Su Fan swallowed. The scent of Su Mengyao seemed to still linger on the pillow. He hurriedly got out of bed, worried that he was sleeping in Su Mengyao bed and whether Su Mengyao would dislike it when she came back. After washing up, because Yaya was at home, Su Fan didn't dare to go out for exercise and simply took a rest. He really couldn't practice anymore. Moreover, his arms, legs, waist and abdomen were all extremely sore. If he continued to practice in his current state, it would be counterproductive and he might even end up ruining himself. But I couldn't sleep. Su Fan opened Douyin and learned the knowledge about the construction site on it. He likes this feeling of fulfillment. Wake Yaya up at 7:20. Su Fan doesn't have to worry about Yaya's washing and it is also easy for her to choose clothes to wear. The biggest challenge is still to tie Yaya's hair. Su Fan was busy for a while and finally took Yaya out at 7:40, but the little braid on Yaya's head was still loose. Send Yaya to school and then to the construction site. Because of the hot weather, the construction site has probably been working for some time now. Su Fan saw an excavator working over there. When I got to the office, only Engineer Chang was there. Engineer Chang probably already knew something about Su Fan, so he didn't say anything. He just smiled and asked Su Fan if he had had breakfast. Su Fan said not yet. Mr. Chang asked him to go to the canteen and ask the canteen aunt to serve him a bowl of noodles. Su Fan agreed and went to the cafeteria to ask the aunt for a bowl of noodles. While eating noodles, I chatted with the aunt about family matters and found out that her last name was Huang. After eating the noodles, I thought about it, asked Aunt Huang to buy a pack of Furong Wang noodles, and then hurried to the construction site. Engineer Yang, Tang Moran and Su Chang were still measuring the earth pit. In fact, Su Fan was a bit redundant at this construction site. At least the work that needed to be done now could be done by Engineer Yang, Tang Moran and Su Chang. Mr. Zhang arranged him here just to give face to Su Jin, and probably didn't expect Su Fan to do much. Su Fan handed a cigarette to Engineer Yang and asked Tang Moran and Su Chang if they wanted to smoke. Tang Moran waved his hand, and Su Chang, who had the habit of smoking, took it. Su Fan said to Yang Ji again, "Engineer Yang, let me do it." Yang Ji handed the drawings to him directly and walked towards the project department with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Tang Moran and Su Chang seemed to be much more relaxed. They both followed Yang Ji, but Yang Ji looked a bit serious, so they didn't feel very comfortable in front of him. As for Su Fan, although they both thought that Su Fan was also a formal construction worker like Yang Ji on the construction site, Su Fan was gentle, so they were more willing to deal with Su Fan. If they don't understand something, they will go to Su Fan. How could they know that Su Fan had not even graduated from university? He just had more solid professional knowledge than the two of them who spent their school years playing games. After working for more than half an hour, Su Fan and his colleagues finally returned to the office. As soon as Su Fan sat down, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He originally thought that it might be a message from Su Mengyao. The result is not. Turning on his phone, he couldn't help but frowning slightly. The message was sent by the woman named Tianlai Baby. It is a friend request message. You deleted me? Su Fan. What do you mean? Are you going to dump me? Give me your answer. Don't make me call you. Chapter 32, Meet Tianlai Baby. Su Fan's head almost exploded. Dump? The relationship between me and this heavenly baby is indeed not simple. What kind of beast was I in the past few years? Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and stealing, you are good at everything? This baby named Tianlai even has his own phone number. But after thinking about it, Su Fan decided not to reply to Tianlai Baby. He felt that as long as Tianlai Baby didn't have his address and couldn't find him, then there was nothing he could do. There is nothing right or wrong about the women out there. Su Fan put his phone aside and started looking at the steel bar drawings. Once the foundation pit is dug, teams of carpenters and rebar workers will come in. Su Fan doesn't want to be unprepared. As a result, just over half an hour later, the phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number. It's probably a baby Tianlai. Although Su Fan didn't know why she didn't save Tianlai Baby's number, she couldn't help but hesitate whether to answer the call or not. Later, the phone rang several times, but he still didn't answer. Yang Ji asked with a smile, Su Fan, your phone is ringing like crazy, why don't you answer it? Su Fan said, it's a scam call. Then mute the sound. After calling a few times, the strange number never called again. But Tianlai Baby sent Su Fan another friend request, call me back immediately after seeing the message. Otherwise, I'll come to your house to find you. Su Fan felt numb all over. It turns out this Tianlai Baby even knows where I live. Wouldn't it be troublesome if Tianlai Baby came to our house? Although Su Mengyao was on a business trip, Su Fan didn't want Yaha to see him being involved with another woman. He resisted the urge to reply to Tianlai Baby. The morning was spent looking at drawings and taking measurements. Su Fan kept a very detailed construction diary and recorded every foundation pit that had been determined to be of acceptable depth. After lunch, there is a lunch break. Su Fan did not live on the construction site. Although there were vacant beds in the project department, he did not buy a mat and planned to take a nap in the conference room. Cheng Gong, Yang Ji, and the others went upstairs to sleep. Su Fan then replied to Tianlai Baby, I'm sorry, I have amnesia. I have forgotten all my memories from the past few years. I also don't remember who you are. Tianlai Baby didn't reply, but the call soon reached Su Fan's cell phone. This time Su Fan answered the call. Su Fan. Are you kidding me? Amnesia? How can you say that? What do you mean? As soon as I put the phone to my ear, I heard a loud and clear roar from the other end. Su Fan said, I really have lost my memory. I only have a few messages with you in my phone. I know that you and I had a complicated relationship, but I have a wife and children, so I think we should not contact each other anymore. He didn't think that this Tianlai Baby would like him much after his previous life of drinking, whoring, and gambling. I guess it's just a relationship where both parties get what they want, and this Tianlai Baby may not be a decent woman. Oh. Tianlai Baby sneered, how dare you say that? You have a wife and children now. When you said you wanted to marry me, why didn't you care about them so much? Su Fan was almost dumbfounded. My previous self actually talked about marrying Tianlai Baby? Then he said, I don't know what I said before, but I'm sorry. What I care about most now is my wife and daughter. I'm sorry if this has caused you any harm. Tianlai Baby still sneered, Su, you are just pretending to be stupid. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? Then how do you calculate the money you spent on me and the money you took from me over the past year? Did I spend your money? Su Fan was extremely surprised. What do you think? Tianlai Baby said. Su Fan found it a little unbelievable. After the way I was doing before, you still gave me money to spend? Tianlai Baby was silent for a moment, probably because of the tone of Su Fan's voice, wondering if Su Fan had really lost his memory. After all, Su Fan was not like this before. Come to my house and we'll talk. Tianlai Baby said. Su Fan hesitated, this is not a good idea, and I'm still at work. Tianlai Baby said, then just wait for me to come to you. Don't think you can get rid of me like this. Just try to see if I can turn your house upside down. Su Fan was at a loss. He didn't want Tianlai baby to find his home no matter what, so he could only say, okay, where do you live? Tianlai baby paused again and said, come to Kaiwa Hotel and call me when you arrive. Kaiwa Hotel? Su Fan has never heard of it. He hung up the phone and used the navigation to find the Kaiwa Hotel. He had been to that place before, and passed by it many times, but there was no Kaiwa Hotel before. Riding on a small electric scooter, Su Fan headed towards Kaiwa Hotel under the scorching sun. It arrived more than 20 minutes later. Kaiwa Hotel is not very big, but it looks quite upscale and has a revolving door. Su Fan glanced around. There is a milk tea shop on the left and a beauty salon on the right. Both are quite quiet at the moment. There was a woman standing outside the milk tea shop. She has a charming figure and is dressed sexily, wearing a tight skirt and black stockings, but she is wearing heavy makeup and looks very worldly. Su Fan took out his cell phone and called Tianlai baby. I never expected that the woman holding the milk tea would have her cell phone ring. The woman had been looking at him the whole time, with a sarcastic sneer on her lips. She walked up to Su Fan and said, you're pretending well. You have amnesia. Su Fan frowned slightly and said, are you Tianlai baby? I really have lost my memory. The woman was obviously a little surprised by the name Heavenly Baby. She also couldn't figure out whether Su Fan had real amnesia or was faking it, because until now, she hadn't been able to find any flaws in Su Fan. But it doesn't really matter. The woman said coldly, let's talk upstairs. After saying that, he walked into the hotel. Su Fan was still standing there. The woman turned around again, and seeing Su Fan's hesitation, she sneered, what? Are you afraid that I will eat you? You didn't act like this when you ate me before. Su Fan could only put the electric scooter away and follow Tianlai baby into the hotel. Go inside and take the elevator to the 7th floor. Tianlai baby led Su Fan directly into the room. When Su Fan saw the furnishings inside, he realized that there was also a single apartment here. But, looking at the randomly placed shoes and the stockings on the bed, I guess Tianlai baby is not a very particular person in life. Tell me, how do you settle the money you owe me? Tianlai baby sat on the bed and spoke directly to Su Fan. Su Fan frowned and asked, how much do I owe you? Tianlai, whose real age was hard to tell, took out a cigarette from the women's cigarette box on the bedside table and lit it, saying, counting what you took from me, the bills I waived for you, and the fact that you slept with me, I won't ask you for more. I'll just ask you for 200,000 yuan. Chapter 33, Really Talented. 200,000? Su Fan was completely stunned. This is no small amount of money. Of course, he couldn't just believe Tianlai baby's empty words and agree to the debt of 200,000 yuan. After thinking for a while, he said, if I borrowed money from you and you had an IOU or transfer record, I would acknowledge it. I should still be able to find the transfer record on my phone. As for the rest, I can only say sorry for now. If I recover my memory one day and you really spent money on me, I will acknowledge it, but now, I really can't acknowledge it, and I don't have any money. If you are familiar with me, you should know my situation in the past few years, right? He felt that what he said was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Tianlai baby was furious after hearing this. He stood up and pointed at Su Fan's nose and said, Su, what do you mean? Do you want to get a free ticket? I didn't mean that. I said, it's on record, I'll return it to you. Su Fan said. Then I'll settle with you. Baby Tianlai gritted his teeth. She took out her cell phone and opened the transfer record. Su Fan also took out his cell phone to look. After opening the transfer record, Tianlai baby rummaged through boxes and drawers to look for paper and pen, but couldn't find any after searching for a long time. Su Fan said, I can just write it down in my notepad. Baby Tianlai just glanced at him hatefully. The two reconciled the accounts. Su Fan really didn't expect that he actually took money from this woman. And there are quite a few. Sometimes it's 3 to 500, sometimes it's 1 to 2,000. You are really capable. Even though he was in such a state, he could still be a gigolo. Moreover, he was a gigolo of a woman like Tianlai baby who didn't look that simple. Judging from the transfer records, he and Tianlai baby have known each other for more than a year. However, in the past 2 months, he was the one who transferred money to Tianlai baby. It wasn't much, mostly in the amounts of a few dozen, 66, 88, and some in the dozen. The largest amount is only 500. Later on, most of the money was transferred to him by Tianlai baby. It happens 2 or 3 times every month. Su Fan wrote down everything in detail in his mobile phone notepad. It's over, let us settle the score in front of baby Tianlai. All in all, he owed Tianlai baby more than 24,800 yuan. However, there is undoubtedly a huge gap from the 200,000 yuan that Tianlai baby wants. Su Fan was speechless, but he didn't intend to default on the debt. He said, I don't have any money right now. Give me some time and I'll find a way to pay you back. You're fucking dreaming. Tianlai baby said, you are f-king breaking up with me, why should I give you time? Also, I gave you a free meal, and you also paid for sleeping with me, how are you going to settle this? Free? What free? This is the second time Tianlai baby has mentioned this word, Su Fan asked. Tianlai baby sneered and said, every time you came to my place to sing, I never took your money. Sing? Su Fan began to understand a little bit what Tianlai baby did. Although he had never eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. He had heard of such things before. Drink flower wine. Tianlai baby was obviously singing along. Su Fan touched his nose and said, I can't settle this with you. Then it depends on whether I go to your house to cause trouble or not. If I don't make your house a mess, I will take your last name from now on. Tianlai baby said. Su Fan's face also looked a little unhappy, and he said, if you insist on doing this, I can't do anything. Anyway, I can't afford it now. He really had no other choice. It seems that the only possibility to avoid this incident is for him and Tianlai baby to continue to maintain their previous relationship, so that Tianlai baby will not turn against him. But how could he do that? Su Mengyao obviously already knew about the existence of Tianlai baby. If Tianlai baby went to her house to make trouble, Su Mengyao might still. Su Fan suddenly felt worried again. With Su Mengyao's personality, she suddenly wanted to delete Tianlai baby and suddenly went on a business trip. Does she really not intend to divorce me? I'm just afraid that I'm too optimistic. How many women can accept their husband's betrayal? But no matter what, he must not continue his ambiguous relationship with Tianlai baby. What if Su Mengyao really intends to give him a chance? Then he was committing the crime knowingly. If baby Tianlai wants to make a fuss, let her do it. Su Fan was just considering whether to send Yaha to her grandmother's house. Okay, you're so cruel, just wait for me. Tianlai baby pointed at Su Fan's nose and said. Su Fan felt that there was no need to stay any longer, so he turned and walked towards the door. Su Fan. Just as he reached the door, Tianlai baby suddenly called him again. Su Fan turned around and saw that the woman, who should not be very old, had wet eyes. Are you really going to break up with me like this? Baby Silan said while trying to hold back tears. Everyone has feelings, even though the industry she works in is quite realistic and people are quite reluctant to talk about feelings. Judging from Su Fan's previous personality, if she didn't like Su Fan, she would never have dated Su Fan, let alone paid money out of her own pocket to Su Fan. Su Fan looked at the baby Tianlai and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. But his reason tells him what is right and what is wrong. No matter who he lets down, he must never let down Su Mengyao and Yaya. Su Fan was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I said I had lost my memory. I have a family, I shouldn't be doing this outside. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Then do you know that you and your wife have a bad relationship? Have you ever thought about what will happen after your memory is restored? I tell you, if you walk out of this door now, I will never talk to you again. Tianlai baby said as he walked in front of Su Fan and looked up at Su Fan. Judging from her expression, she clearly wanted to keep Su Fan. Su Fan discovered that baby Tianlai actually looked pretty good and should not be very old. I know. Su Fan was silent again, and then said, but this is all my fault. I think I should make it up to her. Besides, she is the only one in my heart now. Even if I recover my memory, I will never do anything to let her down again. It's not that he hadn't thought about the possibility that his blank memories of the past few years might suddenly appear, but as long as he was still himself, he would definitely not let Su Mengyao down again. If Su Mengyao gave him a chance. So you feel sorry for me? Tianlai baby said, tears finally flowing down. Su Fan really admired her former self, who could actually make a woman like Tianlai baby really moved, and it seemed that she had clearly fallen in love with her. But he still has to wipe this butt. To be honest, I don't know if I liked you before, but now I have even forgotten your name. So you still remember her? I still have memories from before college. In my heart now, she is just like my secret crush. Get out. Get out. Baby Tianlai patted Su Fan's chest very hard and cried. Then he turned around and threw himself on the bed. Chapter 34, Beginning to Write a Novel. Su Fan looked at baby Tianlai crying with her hands on the pillow, feeling helpless, but still opened the door and left. There are some things that cannot be treated with leniency, let alone the slightest indulgence. On the way back to the construction site, Su Fan was just thinking about how to pay back the money he owed Tianlai baby as soon as possible. The money he owed to Zhou Peng, the money he owed to his uncle, and the money he now knew he owed to everyone else, excluding loans and family living expenses. Su Fan put this money at the top of the list. Because he wanted to quickly cut off his relationship with Tianlai baby, preferably before Su Mengyao came back. But now, he has no way to make money quickly. After returning to the construction site and staying there until around 3 o'clock, Zhou Peng sent a message to Su Fan, asking how Su Fan was doing over the past 2 days. He really cares about Su Fan's situation. Su Fan replied to the message saying that everything was good, and also told him that he had found a formal job and was on a business trip with Su Mengyao. Zhou Peng said that this was a good thing, and that not allowing Su Mengyao was just to give him a chance, so he went on a business trip. After all, if he was really determined to divorce, then he could choose to go on a business trip or not. Su Fan also felt that this was a possibility, but he was still not sure in his heart. In the past, he gambled, committed domestic violence, and even betrayed Su Mengyao. For many women, these are the bottom line that must not be crossed. This also completely gave up the idea of confessing his relationship with Tianlai baby to Su Mengyao. After all, Su Mengyao might not know that he and Tianlai baby had been in a long-distance relationship. This matter must be kept secret and no one can tell it. Then Zhou Peng asked about Su Fan's work. Su Fan told the truth. Zhou Peng said that it is better to study, unlike him, who could not take up any good job even if it was available, and it is too late to regret now. Su Fan said that delivering food is not bad, as long as he works hard, he can definitely earn more money every month than he does at the construction site. If he didn't want Su Mengyao to feel at ease, he might have chosen to deliver food. And when you have some spare money in the future, you can start your own small business or something. The conversation between the two buddies ended with them sending each other a come on. At around 4 o'clock, Su Fan went to the kindergarten to pick up Yaya. Take Yaya back to the construction site. Yaya talked obviously more than in the previous few days. On the way, she talked to Su Fan about her experiences in kindergarten and said that she received a red flower as a reward from the teacher. Life is still difficult and the economy is still tight, but it is finally getting on track. After get off work, Su Fan took Yaya home, picked up the backpack, and went to the Emerald Lake to set up a stall again. I closed the stall and go home on time at 9 o'clock. When Su Fan was telling Yaya a bedtime story, Su Mengyao sent him a video. Su Fan quickly connected the video. In the opposite camera, Su Mengyao was staying in the hotel. She hadn't rested yet and appeared to be sitting at her desk, wearing a white off-shoulder dress. Su Fan looked a little worried. Su Mengyao was too beautiful. He didn't know whether the person going on the business trip with her was a male colleague or a female colleague. He was really worried that someone was going to take advantage of Su Mengyao. Where's Yaya? Su Mengyao's pretty face was still cold as she asked Su Fan. But it doesn't seem as quiet as it was a few days ago. Su Fanlian said, "Here it is." Then he leaned over to Yaya's side and took a photo of Yaya in the camera. "Mother!" Yaya called out obediently, her eyes slightly shining. Su Mengyao's eyes softened immediately, and she smiled and said, "Yaya, have you been good today?" Yaya looked at Su Fan beside her. Su Fan nodded vigorously and said, "Yaya is very well behaved and very obedient." Yaya smiled and said, "Dad is telling Yaya a story to put her to sleep." "Good." Su Mengyao said, "Then Yaya, go to bed early, and wait for Mom to come back and give you a reward." Yaya blinked her eyes, perhaps she was reluctant to hang up the video. "Good night, Yaya." However, Su Mengyao said good night and hung up the video. Su Fan pinched Yaya's nose and continued to tell her stories. At least Su Mengyao was willing to send him videos. Even if she was missing Yaya, he thought it was a good thing. Su Fan did not broadcast live again that night. He really couldn't practice anymore. But I didn't dare to sit idle. After lying down on the bed, I started trying to write a novel using my mobile phone. This is not an easy thing to do. Even though he has always had the habit of reading novels and has read all kinds of novels, he was still very nervous. He wrote several hundred words on his mobile phone, but still felt that it was not satisfactory. He deleted it and rewrote it. Just delete and write like this several times. Until finally my eyelids drooped and I fell into a drowsy sleep. The next day, I got up at 6 o'clock again. Su Fan, who was still sore all over, did not go for morning exercise, but wrote a few hundred words on his mobile phone. Including last night's, there are more than 2,000 words. The first chapter is finally out. In this chapter, he wrote about his time traveling through time and how Su Mengyao forced him to divorce. After waking Yaya up, while Yada was washing up, Su Fan thought for a while and sent the 2,000 words to Yifei, asking Yifei to help him take a look at them. Although Yifei said that she was also a newcomer, she definitely had more experience than him. Yifei should not have gotten up yet. She did not reply to Su Fan's message until Su Fan took Yaya out. After sending Yaya to kindergarten and on the way to the construction site, Su Fan replanned his time. My mind is clearest in the morning. When I have nothing to do at the construction site, I just type. In the afternoon, I looked at the construction site materials and learned about building construction knowledge. Sell balloons at night, then live stream or write. In short, you can't sit idle. It feels pretty good. Better than what I wrote. At around 10 o'clock, Yifei sent a message back to Su Fan. Real? Su Fan said. Yifei said, of course it's true, but your word count is still too few, write 20,000 words first. Su Fan became more motivated after being recognized. Before he knew it, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and Su Fan used his lunch break to write. He himself seemed to be getting into the groove, and the more he wrote, the smoother his flow became. But Zhou Peng suddenly sent him a video. Su Fan, Xiao He is back from his business trip and wants to invite me to have supper tonight. Do you want to go? Zhou Peng was also enjoying the air conditioning in the KFC store where he usually stayed. He asked Su Fan as soon as Su Fan got through the video call. Su Fan was stunned for a moment and asked, what kind of job is Xiao He doing now? Camera. Zhou Peng said, I'm often on business trips for entertainment shows and concerts, so it's rare for me to come back. Su Fan was a little hesitant. Zhou Peng saw his expression and said, come out for a drink when you have time. Xiao He really can give you the cold shoulder. In fact, we brothers are all concerned about your situation, but you just don't want to pay attention to us. Su Fan said, that's not what I meant. I have to take care of Yaya at night. In fact, he was really a little embarrassed to meet Xiao He. However, Zhou Peng's words touched his heart. I can't hide from these brothers forever. He had thought before that now that he was down and out and felt sorry for his brothers, would their attitude towards him change subtly? But Zhou Peng's help made him realize that brothers are still brothers. Chapter 35 Return to the Brotherhood. That's right. Zhou Peng scratched his head and said, how about Xiao He and I go to your house to buy some things? Is that convenient? Su Fan said, what's the inconvenience? Do you know where my home is? Zhou Peng said, what nonsense. How could we not know where you live? Or Chenyang community? Su Fan nodded. Zhou Peng said, that I'll call Xiao He right now, and we'll meet in the evening. I also have to deliver an order, so I guess it won't be too early, so you can go to bed later. After saying that, he hung up the video. Within a few minutes, Su Fan received a friend request from Xiao He. He accepted it. Boss Su Guigui, did you miss me? Liao Bin sent a message immediately. Su Fan didn't know why this guy called him Mr. Su. He was a little uncomfortable with this title. But Su Guigui. This guy is still as aggressive as ever. I miss you so much, I lost my memory. As far as I can remember, you just came to my school to play with me for 2 days. Su Fan replied. Liao Bin exclaimed, what the hell am I looking for you to do? Su Fan said, what else can we do? I'll just take you ice skating and sing some songs in the evening. Liao Bin, hey, I still have some impression of you when you mentioned that. Were there a few buddies from your dormitory? And we met a pair of twins from your school when we were ice skating? Because the two went to college in different cities, Liao Bin only visited Su Fan once or twice during college. Yes. Su Fan said. Liao Bin, alas, it's been a long time since then. We are almost 30 years old now. If we go to college again, people will probably call us uncles. But you are doing well. Even though you have lost your memory, have you become younger in mentality? Is that so? Su Fan said ambiguously. Liao Bin, where are you now? Su Fan, construction site. Liao Bin, send me the location and I'll come find you right away. Su Fan then sent his location. The construction site is not like other units, the management is relatively loose, so it won't have any impact if friends come over to play. Just over 20 minutes later, a Honda parked outside the project department. Su Fan heard the noise and walked out, only to see a fat man getting out of the car. He was a little confused. Why are you so fat? The person who got off the car was Liao Bin. His height seems to be the same as in college, but his figure has changed a lot. The originally thin young man has now become a round and fat man, with curly hair and a necklace on his hands, full of artistic atmosphere. Liao Bin walked straight up to Su Fan, put his arm around Su Fan's shoulder and said, "Hey. You've gained weight since you got married." Then he punched Su Fan and said, "It feels weird to talk to you now. I'm already an uncle, but you're still in college." "What? You still want me to call you uncle?" Su Fan laughed unhappily, remembering the joke Zhou Peng had played on him before. Liao Bin winked and said, "If you want, that's fine." "Ha ha. Roll," Su Fan said. He took Liao Bin into the office. Liao Bin offered him a cigarette, but he didn't take it. Liao Bin also gave cigarettes to Chung Gong, Yang Ji and others in the office. Then he moved a chair over and sat next to Su Fan. After thinking for a while, he said, "I really thought you would ignore us brothers in the future. We all think this is a good thing." Then he asked Su Fan, "Should I add you back to the group now?" "What group?" Su Fan said. Liao Bin said, "It's just me, Pengzi, Brother Hai, Boss Dio and Handsome Guy Kun." "Okay." Su Fan nodded without much hesitation. He knew that before Liao Bin came to find him, Zhou Peng and the others must have talked about his current situation in the group. Since Liao Bin took the initiative to propose to add him to the group, it must be that the brothers have no grudges in their hearts, even though he must have done a lot of things to let them down before. Liao Bin immediately pulled Su Fan into the group. "I don't know who named the group protein powder." Zhou Peng quickly said, "Welcome home, Mr. Su. Welcome home, Mr. Su. Welcome home, Mr. Su." Then Lu Hai and Diaozone popped up soon after. Mr. Dio, whose real name is Xiaya, is also Su Fan's high school classmate. When Su Fan saw these messages, his eyes couldn't help but get hot again. "Brothers, I'm sorry for what happened before. How much do I owe you? Send me the amount later." Then he took the initiative to send friend requests to Xiaya, Lu Hai, and Ingjun who had not yet appeared. When I returned to the group, there were already a few more messages in the group. "Lu Hai, I'm not in a hurry, why should you be in a hurry?" "Xiaya, ditto." Ingjun also bubbled up, "Same." Then Zhou Peng tagged everyone, "Mr. Su is back. On this special day, why don't we get together tonight?" "Lu Hai, I'll be right back." "Xiaya, same." "Ingjun, I'm on a business trip and can't attend. Please excuse me." Su Fan glanced at Liao Bin, who was smiling beside him, and replied in the group, "Then come to my house tonight. I'll buy some yabawang, barbecue and beer, and let's drink." He just felt relaxed all over at this moment. As long as he didn't completely ruin his relationship with his brothers, he would never be alone. The feeling of having brothers by his side also makes him more motivated. Then for half of the afternoon, the messages in this group almost never stopped, making Su Fan unable to concentrate even on looking at the drawings. Liao Bin stuck to him like taffy, and even followed him when he went out for measurement in this hot weather. Su Fan was able to learn about Liao Bin's situation in recent years. The wife he married was actually the girl from the same college whom he liked during his college years, named Xiaotong. When Liao Bin was pursuing Xiaotong, he also asked Su Fan for advice. Su Fan never thought that the two would eventually get married and now have a 5-year-old son. As for work, Liao Bin's first 2 years after graduating from school were quite pitiful. He only earned a little money as an intern. But now he has left the radio and television industry and takes on jobs outside, earning more than 10,000 yuan a month. "I bought a car and a house, but I haven't renovated it yet. But it's still pretty good." Their family and career are both quite stable, unlike Su Fan and Zhou Peng, whose families have experienced major changes. Su Fan was naturally very happy for his brother. At 4 o'clock, Su Fan was going to pick up Yaya. Liao Bin pulled Su Fan into the car and said that they would find a place to eat together later. Su Fan said, "Let's wait until tonight to eat. I have to go back to the construction site to work after picking up Yaya. I just got here, so I have to behave myself." Liao Bin already knew Su Fan's current situation. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go to your house when you get off work. Brothers get along well, not just day and night." Liao Bin drove home. Su Fan went to pick up Yaya. After picking up Yaya, I returned to the construction site and waited until I got off work to go home. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the gate of the community on his electric scooter, several people immediately ran up and stopped him. Chapter 36 Another Debt. Su Fan's heart trembled violently, and he asked in a deep voice, "What are you going to do?" He just thought that these people were called by Tianlai Baby to deal with him. It is obviously impossible to say that I am not afraid. Today's society is very impetuous. He has seen many impulsive violent incidents on Douyin, and even some revenge against society. He didn't want to be stabbed, and he was even more worried that Yaya would get hurt. "Su Fan, you've gone too far. You borrowed money from me and blocked my number. Tell me, when are you going to pay me back the money you owe me?" At the front of the crowd was a short, fat man with a Mediterranean appearance who had become out of shape in middle age. He looked at Su Fan with anger on his face and said. Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did I realize that these people were not sent by Tianlai Baby. "Are you still in debt outside? Who are you?" Su Fan asked. In his heart, he cursed the previous self. If they were not the same ancestors, he would really curse all his ancestors. The fat man from the Mediterranean Sea was also slightly stunned. "Are you pretending to be stupid in front of me?" "I have lost my memory," Su Fan said. "Amnesia?" The fat man's face was full of surprise and suspicion. After all, this kind of thing doesn't happen often. Then he looked at Su Fan deeply and said, okay, I don't care what your situation is. Just tell me when you will pay me back the money you owe me." He took out a few pieces of paper from his pocket and said, "You lent me a total of 26,000 yuan. I never calculated the interest for you, which is considered a good idea. You even blocked me. If this continues, I won't be able to open my mahjong parlor." It turned out that he ran a mahjong parlor. Su Fan did not doubt the authenticity of the IOU in the fat man's hand. With my previous personality, I have borrowed a lot from all my friends and relatives, so it is normal for me to borrow money from the mahjong parlor. Who knows, I may owe more than just this fat guy. His head was about to explode. Originally, he thought that he could support his family on the loan first, and Zhou Pang and the others could pay back the money slowly. But now, he really couldn't imagine when the debt he owed would end. Su Fan reached out to take the IOU from the fat man, but the fat man immediately took his hand back and said, "Pay back the money first, then I can give you the IOU." "Dad!" Yaya grabbed the corner of Su Fan's clothes tightly from behind. She was very scared. Su Fan frowned and said, "I don't have any money now." After thinking about it, he added, "Can you give me some more time? I have lost my memory, but I will definitely not owe you the money." The fat man frowned even more deeply than him. "You've owed me this money for almost a year, and you even blocked my phone number. Do you still want me to give you time?" The few people standing next to him were all young men who looked lazy and should be gangsters. One of them was older, probably around 40 years old. He was wearing a vest in such hot weather that the hideous tattoos on his arms were exposed. The man sneered twice, glanced at Su Fan with contempt, and said, "Brother Wang, why should you be polite to this kind of person? Let him suffer a little, and he will behave himself." A typical case of one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. The fat man looked at Su Fan without saying anything. Su Fan had to smile and said, "Brother Wang, I really can't pay you right now. Can you give me some more time? I'll pay you back part of it after I get my salary this month." If he had money in his pocket, he would definitely pay it back directly and repay all his debts. But it is an indisputable fact that I have no money in my pocket. The fat man had a sullen face and still didn't say anything. The middle-aged man with tattoos walked up and took Su Fan's arm. "Brother, it looks like we can only go inside to talk. The entrance to the community is still quite busy at the moment, with people coming home from get off work, buying groceries, and just passing by. It is obviously not convenient for these people to take action here." "Dad!" Yaya was so scared that she cried. There were people watching the fun around, but they just glanced at it and no one came over to meddle. Su Fan didn't want Yaya to see him fighting with others, nor did he want Yaya to see him being beaten. He didn't know what kind of trauma that would cause to Yaya's little heart. "Brother Wang, I'll give you 2,000 first, okay?" He had to make concessions. If he gave out these 2,000, he would not have enough money to pay off his loan, but for now, this was the only way. If Yaya hadn't been there, Su Fan would have even wanted to get beaten up and just leave the money behind first. Fatty Wang frowned as he looked at Su Fan. It was unclear whether it was because of Su Fan's sincerity or because he knew that Su Fan didn't have much money in his pocket. He said, "Okay, I'll save some face for you in front of your daughter. Give me the rest this month. Is that okay?" Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said bitterly, "There is a problem. My salary is not that high. I will definitely settle your account before the end of the year. How about I pay you back a little every month?" Fatty Wang thought about it again and said, "Okay." He doesn't look like a difficult person to talk to. The reality is that Wang Pengzi didn't have much hope that Su Fan would pay him back. He knew that Su Fan had lost a lot, but he was just upset, so he brought people here to beat Su Fan up to vent his anger. Now Su Fan can pay him back 2,000, and said she would pay back the rest every month, which has exceeded his expectations. He didn't really doubt Su Fan's words. After all, Su Fan wants to default on the payment, so he will definitely delay it as much as possible and will not take the initiative to offer to pay him back every month. Besides, Zhang County is so small that he is not worried about where Su Fan can run to. Thank you. Su Fan quickly thanked Fatty Wang. The middle-aged man with tattoos on his arms also let go of Su Fan's arm. Su Fan transferred money to Fatty Wang. A group of people left quickly. Su Fan looked at the gate of the community in front of him and the strange looks from people around him, and his heart felt extremely heavy. The situation was much more difficult than he had imagined. "Yaya, can Daddy take you to Grandma's house?" He wanted to send Yaya to Su Mengyao's parents' home to avoid encountering such a thing again. "Don't want." But Yaya cried and said, "Yaya wants to stay with Daddy." Su Fan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, saying, "But Dad has a lot of things of his own to do." He was reluctant to send Yaya to Su Mengyao's parents' home, but there was no other way. The sudden appearance of Fatty Wang actually had a huge impact on him psychologically. The enormous pressure made him feel like he was about to collapse and go crazy, but he suppressed it tightly. Yaya hugged his waist tightly and just cried. Su Fan couldn't bear it anymore and had to take Yaya back home first. Liaobin said he would come over after dinner, so he didn't plan to go to Emerald Lake today. After Yaya calmed down, she read a storybook in her room. Su Fan sat next to Yaya, thinking about his own things. It all comes down to money, but he really doesn't know where to get the money from. Another thing is that I am still struggling with the issue of whether or not to send Yaya to her grandmother's house. After hesitating for a while, Su Fan finally sent a message to Su Mengyao, "I want to send Yaya to her grandmother's house for a while. I will still pick her up from school in the morning and evening. Do you think it's convenient?" Chapter 37 Su Mengyao's Family. Su Mengyao quickly replied, "What? Why do you suddenly want to send Yaya to her grandmother's house?" If Su Fan hadn't said that he would still pick up and drop off Yaya, she would have thought that Su Fan was getting impatient after taking care of Yaya for 2 days, or that he wanted to go back to his old ways. Su Fan said, "Today, someone from the mahjong parlor suddenly came to our house, and brought a few people with him. I'm afraid that I'll run into this again next time and scare Yaya." Anyway, Su Mengyao already knew that he owed a lot of debts, and he was too lazy to hide this matter from Su Mengyao. There was no reply from Su Mengyao for a while. Then he replied, "Sure, I just called my mom, you can take Yaya over." Su Fan said, "Why don't you stay at your parents' house for a while when you come back from your business trip?" He didn't want anything like this to scare Yaya again, nor did he want to implicate Su Mengyao. "Wait until I come back and see." But Su Mengyao replied like this. Su Fan put away his phone, touched Yaya's little head, and said softly, "Yeah, Dad will help you pack your things. You should stay at Grandma's house, okay? But Dad will pick you up from school every day." "Yaha, don't." Yaya pouted and said this, and suddenly she looked like she was about to cry again. Su Fan felt upset and said, "But you also saw today that some bad guys found Dad. Dad can't let those bad guys scare Yaya." "Yeah, don't be afraid," Yaha said. Su Fan couldn't help but hug Yaya. Dad knows that Yaya is brave, but with Yaya here, it will be hard for Dad to deal with those bad guys. After Dad has dealt with those bad guys, I will come and take Yaya home to live, okay? He didn't know if these words could fool Yaya, but that was all he could say. Yaya raised her head in Su Fan's arms, looking like she was about to cry. Yaya also wants to help Daddy deal with the bad guys. "Yaya, good boy." Su Fan said, "Yaya is still young and can't deal with the bad guys. When Yaya grows up, she will help Dad deal with the bad guys." "Oh well." Yaha finally agreed. Su Fan quickly got up to help Yaya pack her clothes. There were still quite a few of Mengyao's clothes in the closet, of all kinds, which made him feel a little moved again. Yaya tugged at Su Fan's clothes and told her father to be careful when dealing with bad guys. Su Fan felt mixed emotions. While he was packing Yaya's things, Liaobin drove over, and Lu Hai and Xiaya also got out of the car. They had apparently met first. I also bought a lot of snacks and milk for Yaya. After Su Fan opened the door for them, he, Lu Hai and Xiaya punched each other in the chest a few times, and then told them that they wanted to send Yaya to her grandmother's house. And let Yaya call him uncle. Yaya called out obediently. Lu Hai and the others were all smiling. After Su Fan packed up his things, several people got into Xiaya's car. Now Su Fan has some understanding of Xiaya and others' situation. Xiaya, like Zhou Peng, dropped out of college and entered society. He has worked in supermarkets and KTVs, and now he does purchasing at his relative's construction site. After graduating from university, Lu Hai worked in an internet-related industry, selling online shops, which was said to be quite profitable. However, due to policy issues, the industry quickly became unsustainable. Lu Hai used to spend money lavishly and didn't save much. Now he has started his own business doing live streaming to sell goods, but there has been no improvement yet. He himself said that he borrowed a lot of money. In short, among the brothers, except for Xie Yafeng, Liu Bin and Ing Jun who are stable, Su Fan, Zhou Peng and Lu Hai are not in good situation. Su Fan didn't know whether this was entirely due to their own reasons or whether it had something to do with society, as if the midlife crisis had generally come earlier. He had never thought of anything like this before. Xiaya's car is an Audi Q5. After leaving the community, Su Fan asked Xiaya to park the car at a supermarket not far from the community gate. He went in and bought 2 boxes of milk and a pack of cigarettes. After all, Yaya might have to stay there for a while, and even if Yaya didn't need to eat at her grandmother's house, Su Fan felt it was inappropriate to go there empty-handed. Xiaya knows how to get to Yaya's grandmother's house. They were all Su Fan's best brothers. When Su Fan and Su Mengyao were in love, they all followed Su Fan to Su Mengyao's house and had dinner with her. Go to Yaya's grandmother's house. The sky was just a little dark. There was a young couple sitting outside the main room. The man looked a few years older than Su Fan and the others. He was thin and had a cell phone in his hand. He was looking up at the car. The woman has a delicate face and a slightly plump figure. There was a faint light flickering in the room to the left of the main hall. It was the TV. Brother. Sister-in-law. Xiaya was the first to get off the car, and as soon as he got off, he greeted the young man and woman. This guy is not a big shot in society, but he is definitely a person who knows how to deal with things. Su Fan got off the car with a complicated expression on his face. He also just found out the identities of this young man and woman. Su Mengyao also has a brother named Su Mengliang, who is obviously the one who caused the accident. The woman is Su Mengliang's wife Yan Sujuan. After Lu Hai and Liaobin got off the car, they also called out to their brother and sister-in-law. Su Mengliang smiled and nodded. Yan Sujuan was not familiar with them and might not have met them before, so she also nodded. As soon as their eyes fell on Su Fan's face, the couple's expressions became complicated. Su Mengliang's eyes showed a clear sense of disappointment and a hint of disgust. Yan Sujuan's expression was unclear. Elder brother. Su Fan opened his mouth, but he didn't have the courage to greet Su Mengliang and Yan Sujuan and let Xiaya open the trunk. He took Yaya's hand and took the things out of the trunk. Su Mengliang gave cigarettes to Xiaya, Lu Hai, Liao Bin and others. These guys are all smokers now. At this time, Su Mengyao's father Su Jianawal also walked out of the kitchen built next to the main house. Dad. Su Fan walked over with Yaya by his hand. His throat was dry and he called out in a low voice with a trembling voice. Naturally, he was not used to such a title and was a little nervous. "Ya, I'm sorry to bother you these days," Su Fan said again. Then he handed the milk and cigarette in his hand to Su Jianhua. Xiaya still left the snacks that he and his friends bought for Yaya in the car. Su Jianhua just took Yaya by the hand, not hiding his disgust for Su Fan, and said, "We will take good care of Yaya, you take your things back." Su Fan lowered his head slightly. Not to mention that Su Jianhua didn't beat him or scold him, even if he did, he felt that he would have to endure it. After all, the previous self did things that were really inhumane. He put the things on the ground, walked back to the car and took out Yaya's snacks, then walked in front of Su Jianhua and put them on the ground as well. "These are Yaya's snacks." Sumangyao mother Hume had also come out of the kitchen at this time. She was washing dishes just now and had not intended to come out, but after thinking about it, she couldn't help it. Looking at Su Fan, there was more regret in her eyes. In any case, Su Fan was the son-in-law they recognized before, and at the beginning, Su Fan was indeed quite good, not like he is now. Chapter 38 Zhou Peng's Condition. Mom! Su Fan shouted. Hume sighed softly, have you eaten yet? Why do you care whether he eats or not? Before Su Fan could answer, Su Jianhua spoke in a bad tone. It seems that he is talking about Hume, but in fact he is naturally looking at Su Fan. Su Fan was a little embarrassed and could only answer, I have eaten. In fact, he felt quite aggrieved. After all, the person who did those things before was not the real him. This kind of grievance made him feel like crying. But he was not qualified to wipe his tears after all. Raising his hand and touching Yaya's head, Su Fan said, Ya, you must listen to your grandparents. Dad will come to pick you up for school tomorrow morning. Then he turned and walked towards the car. Xiaya and the others could see that the atmosphere was not right. They had never thought that Su Fan and his father-in-law's family had such a relationship. They had been thinking about saying hello to Su Jianhua, Hume, and the others, but now they hurriedly got into the car. I told you to take the things back. Su Jianhua said coldly towards Su Fan's back. Su Fan pretended not to hear. I got into the passenger seat and let Xiaya drive. There was actually a hint of tears in his voice and his eyes were red. He wanted Su Mangyao to change her mind, and of course, he also wanted to get the approval of Su Jianhua, Hume, and others. Su Fan himself did not realize that the guilt he felt after knowing what had happened before was rapidly causing him to develop into a people-pleasing personality. Can't you be nicer to him? Didn't Mangyao say that he has been changing in the past few days? Watching Xiaya's car slowly drive away, Hume glanced at Su Jianhua with some reproach. Su Jianhua snorted heavily and said, a dog will always eat shit. Do you think he can change? Have you forgotten how he beat your daughter so badly that her face was bruised and swollen? Hume opened her mouth but no words came out. Su Jianhua's dark face turned red due to anger. Mengyao's personality is just like yours. She's soft-hearted, but also stubborn. She hasn't even gotten a divorce certificate from him yet. After saying that, he stormed back to the kitchen. Hume's eyes turned red and her expression became gloomy. It's still early for supper. There was silence in the car at first, and then Liaobin asked where we were going. Xiaya suggested going to KTV to sing and asked Su Fan what he thought. Su Fan always felt more relaxed and cheerful in front of his brothers, and said, okay. Among the four, Xiaya and Lu Hai are not married yet, but Su Fan and Liaobin both have families, so it is obviously impossible for them to go to that kind of business venue. I booked a private room in the KTV inside the Emerald Lake Shopping Mall. Several grown men were howling inside. Zhou Peng came over at around 9 o'clock and said he had asked a colleague to take his place. There were ghosts howling in the private room. Nowadays, everyone has some pressure in their heart. For them, singing is undoubtedly a good way to vent. We sang until after 12 o'clock, then went out for a midnight snack and ate grilled fish. In the blink of an eye it was 2 o'clock. Everyone felt that something was left unsatisfied. But there is no way, everyone has their own things to do tomorrow. Xiaya and Lu Hai planned to sleep at Liaobin's house, so they called a designated driver and Liaobin simply parked his car at Su Fan's house. Zhou Peng rode an electric scooter to take Su Fan home. On the way, Zhou Peng asked Su Fan about his future plans. What would he do if Su Mangyao still wanted to divorce him? While eating supper, Su Fan told Zhou Peng and the others about the current situation between her and Su Mangyao. No one can say for sure whether Su Mangyao will file for divorce after returning from the business trip. Su Fan chuckled and said, I don't know either, but didn't you tell me to stick with her no matter what? That's what you say, but sometimes you can't just shirk your responsibility just because you want to. Zhou Peng said. Then he suddenly sighed, Lu Wen and I may also get divorced. Su Fan was full of surprise, what's wrong? He had never heard Zhou Peng talk about this. He had never met Lu Wen, and Zhou Peng only mentioned that he and Lu Wen got married through an introduction. But just now at the dinner table, Xiaya, Lu Hai and others mentioned Lu Wen, and it seems that they all have a good relationship with Lu Wen. Su Fan didn't pay attention to Zhou Peng's expression at the time and thought that Zhou Peng and Lu Wen had a good relationship. Zhou Peng's face was ruddy after drinking, and his eyes were red. He said, before the incident at home, we secretly bought a house with a loan, and then renovated it. She and I owed hundreds of thousands of yuan in total. And I couldn't find any work for a while. I was doing this and that. In fact, we have been getting a divorce for a while. I wanted to hold on, but she rarely comes home now, and she doesn't care about Meow Meow and Lele. Sufan fell silent upon hearing this, thinking that Luan had gone too far. He could barely accept that whether it was a man or a woman, they were separated from their home due to emotional discord, but it was really too much for them to ignore even their young daughter. This is probably the way Luan forced Zhou Peng to divorce. But he didn't know what to say. After all, Zhou Peng and Luan have not divorced yet. What about Meow Meow and Lele? After a moment of silence, Sufan asked. Zhou Peng said, before school started, I took them out for errands. Now that school has started, I can only send them to their grandmother's house at night. My mother can't take care of them either. Sufan, to be honest, I don't know what to do. She doesn't take care of Meow Meow and Lele much now, and I don't have much time to take care of them with my job. But I don't know what to do if I have to find something else, and I may not have the same income as now. I can't hold on any longer. I'm sorry, Pingzi. Sufan paused and said, I will return your 80,000 yuan as soon as possible. Zhou Peng smiled and said, I don't mean to urge you to pay back the money. Even if you pay it back to me, it won't be of any use. Her heart is no longer in this family. It's useless to keep her. Sufan was silent again. He really never thought that Zhou Peng and Luan were also getting divorced, and their situation seemed even more serious than his. At least, Su Mengyao on his side has not left Yaha away from home for a long time. What's more, Zhou Peng's words made it very clear that Luan was afraid that she had someone else outside. So what are you going to do? After more than 10 seconds, Sufan asked. Zhou Peng sighed, she wants to divorce, and I think just forget it. This is not a solution. Sufan couldn't persuade Zhou Peng. I don't know how to persuade him. Zhou Peng continued, the situation now is that she wants a divorce, she wants the house, and she also wants the car. She wants it all? What about the debt? Sufan said. Zhou Peng said, we should each pay our own debts. She also owes more than 100,000 yuan on her credit card. Where are Meow Meow and Lele? Sufan asked again. Zhou Peng said, one for each of us. I'll take care of Meow Meow and she'll take care of Lele. Sufan couldn't help it and said, that doesn't make sense. If the house and car belong to her, how are you going to live in the future? With so much debt, when will you be able to turn things around? Zhou Peng smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Chapter 39, Sleepless Night. After a long while, he said, forget it, give it all to her. At least I still have a job now, and I can rent a house with Meow Meow in the future. It's not that we can't live like this, but it's definitely not going to work if we continue like this. Sufan felt that he needed to persuade Zhou Peng. Although he is still not fully clear about what happened between Zhou Peng and Luan, if a couple can't get along, they should part ways amicably, instead of leaving one debt-free and free after the divorce, while the other is trampled in the mud and unable to get up. Zhou Peng and Luan's house and car must still be worth some money. Moreover, Zhou Peng's investment in these two assets is definitely more than Luan's. I'm afraid that life won't be as optimistic as you think. You have to take care of Meow Meow and make money. And at your age, if you don't plan to find another partner after the divorce, you won't have to buy a house. When will that happen? Sufan said. Zhou Peng said, how can I dare to think so far now? Well, to be honest, I really can't hold on any longer. I just want to solve this matter. You can't give her all your property. It's okay to give her the car, but you can't sell the house. How about dividing it equally? Then both of you can pay off your debts and have some money left. I mentioned it, but she wanted both and wouldn't give in. Then there has to be some truth in that. It doesn't make sense, I just want it. Sufan was silenced by Zhou Peng again. Of course he knew Zhou Peng. He had a generous personality, was very friendly to his friends, was a little bit chauvinistic, but also soft-hearted. At the same time, because I have not suffered much, I am more optimistic about life. But that's too optimistic. Sufan himself had never suffered any hardship, but if he asked himself, if he were in a situation like Zhou Peng, he would probably not give the house and car to his wife and leave the house with debts on his own. This is worse than being kicked out of the house. Just thinking about this, I felt conflicted. I had the same idea as Zhou Peng, I am a man, and I will not be forced to death by life. Well. Sufan sighed deeply, you should think about it. I really think that if you divorce under such conditions, it will be very difficult for you to live with Meow Meow in the future. Joe Pang just agreed. But Su Fan didn't know whether he listened to what Su Fan said. After sending Su Fan home, the two sat at the door. Joe Pang smoked and talked a lot with Su Fan. His divorce from Luan was not just because of debt, nor was it just because he hadn't been able to find a stable job before, but also had a lot to do with his family. After his parents divorced, they each lived their own lives and no one could help his small family. And Luan doesn't have a good relationship with his parents. In general, it was a combination of various reasons that led Luan to feel that there was no point in living like this anymore and she wanted to divorce him. Su Fan couldn't help but think of himself. No matter what Joe Pang and Luan have, they have cars and houses, and their debts probably aren't as much as his. If they really have to live like that, he feels they won't be able to make ends meet. At least Joe Pang can earn several thousand yuan every month now. He himself has no car or house, is heavily in debt, and his parents are of no help. His conditions are far worse than those of Joe Pang and Lu Wen. His previous actions were much more excessive than Joe Pang's. Joe Pang just hasn't found a stable job yet, but he is a gambler, a domestic abuser, and has someone else outside. How did Su Mengyao manage to hold on until now? Su Fan couldn't imagine it. He even wondered whether he should give Su Mengyao freedom if she still filed for divorce. Just thinking about this, my heart couldn't help but twitch again, as if someone was holding it tightly. It hurt a lot. If Su Mengyao is still willing to live with me, I must do my best to make it up to her. Even if she fails, I will make it up to her. Joe Pang didn't get back until after 3 o'clock on his electric scooter. After taking a shower, Su Fan lay on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his head. If Su Mengyao doesn't divorce, how can I give her a good life? If divorced, how can I make amends? How should Joe Pang, the boss surnamed Wang, and Tian Lai baby pay back the money? How to repay the loan? Finally, the roots of these thoughts all converged on one word. That's money. Money can solve 99% of your worries, and the remaining 1% requires more money. Su Fan didn't feel anything about this sentence before, but now she agrees with it deeply. Life cannot be separated from the daily necessities of life. He used to be supported by his parents at school and didn't have to worry about anything, but now all these burdens are on his shoulders. Su Fan suddenly sat up from the bed and started writing a novel on his mobile phone. His thoughts gradually sank, and this feeling made him feel much more at ease, no longer so anxious and worried. The whole night passed like this. As he approaches 30, his health is not as good as before. After Su Fan got up from bed and washed up, he felt a strong sense of fatigue coming over him. My whole body aches, especially my neck. My head felt even more dizzy. He smiled bitterly. I can't do things that last all night anymore. But he really couldn't sleep last night. It was not even 7 o'clock when Su Fan rode his electric scooter to pick up Yaya. Yaya's grandmother's home was in the suburbs, a little far from him, and it would take at least 20 minutes to ride the electric scooter. Although it is a hot season, it is still cool in the early morning. Su Fan thought about Joe Pang's affairs and himself, and gradually became full of energy. When we arrived at Yaya's grandmother's house, Humei was already in the main room with Yaya. There are also 2 small children. There was a boy about 10 years old and a girl who looked similar to Yaya. Uncle. Seeing Su Fan, the teenage boy shouted. Su Fan was stunned. How could he know that Su Mengliang had 2 children? Su Mengyao had never told him about this. After traveling through time, he had no impression of the people and events of these years. Even though he knew Su Mengliang and Yan Sujuan were still on the way to send Yaya here, Xiaya mentioned Su Mengliang and asked about Su Mengyao. Su Fan forced a smile and nodded at the boy. Yaha walked in front of Su Fan. Su Fan said, "Goodbye, Grandma." "Goodbye, Grandma." Yaya waved obediently to Humei, and then waved to Su Mengliang's 2 children. Su Mengliang's girl also kept waving her hands, looking quite cute. Su Fan looked at Humei again, unable to say a word, and took Yaha to the car and left. On the way, I asked Yaya if she was having fun at Grandma's house. Yaha said it was fun and that she and Weiwei played hide and seek and other games. Su Fan didn't hear it clearly, but when he saw that Yaya was used to it, he felt relieved. After sending Yaya to kindergarten, Su Fan went to the construction site. He felt quite sleepy in the morning and felt lethargic, but he still persisted and did not take a nap in the office. But by noon he could no longer hold on and took a nap in the conference room. Later, Tang Moran came to wake him up. Chapter 40, Getting Beaten. I sent Yaha to Humei's house at around 4 o'clock. Sufan still didn't get a good response from Humei and Sujanawa, especially Sujanawa, who almost had the word disgust written on his face. After returning to the construction site, Sufan worked until after 6 o'clock before returning home. I carried my backpack and went to Emerald Lake to sell balloons. Without Yaya by my side, I always feel like something is missing, and my heart is empty. For Sufan now, the happiest thing in the world is probably to be able to live an ordinary life with Su Mengyao and Yaya, not seeking to be rich, but just not to be burdened with debt. At around 9 o'clock, Sufan was ready to close the stall. I only sold 4 balloons that night, earning $40. Compared with the money Sufan owes Joe Peng, Tianlai Baby and Fatty Wine, this is undoubtedly just a drop in the bucket. But on second thought, he doesn't have much living expenses now, he doesn't smoke, doesn't play cards, and even eats all his meals at the construction site. These 40 yuan may be the electricity bill for your home for nearly half a month. Sometimes money is like a trickle of water, which can gather into a big river and flow out without you noticing. Sufan, wait a minute. Just when Sufan was packing up his stall, Yifei suddenly ran out from Chai Yinusei and called him. Sufan asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Yifei said, "I'll talk to you after I get off work." Then he ran in again. She has customers in her shop at the moment. Sufan was waiting outside. Only about 10 minutes later, Yifei got off work. She wore a lightweight puff-sleeve chiffon top with high-waisted denim shorts with slightly frayed cuffs, and a pair of simple white sneakers, which looked both fashionable and beautiful. She walked up to Sufan with a smile and said, "You are so talented. You just learned to write, but what you write is much better than mine." Sufan was a little embarrassed by her praise, and said, "No, I just wrote it randomly." "You must have read the novel before?" Yifei said again. Sufan nodded and said, "I have been watching it since high school. At that time, I watched it all night long with a flashlight." "No wonder, I was wondering how you could control the rhythm so naturally." Yifei smiled. Then he asked Sufan, "Have you decided which platform to publish it on?" Sufan shook his head, "I haven't considered this yet." He read a lot of novels, but to be honest, he didn't spend much money to read them at that time. He knew the names of some existing novel platforms, but he was not familiar with them. "Do you have any good recommendations?" Sufan asked Yifei. Yifei said, "I'm writing on tomato novel now. I can sign a contract with 20,000 words. I can see some clues in my first show with 80,000 words. After 100 words, as long as the share of the income exceeds 200, I can also get a perfect attendance award." At this point, she smiled shyly, "Although my debut performance is not very good, I think Tomato is still pretty good. How about you try posting Tomato too?" "Debut? What debut?" Sufan asked, blinking. Yifei said, "It was Tomato's recommendation. I'd better show you the benefits." As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone, opened the author's backstage, and told Sufan about the benefits of Tomato. The two people put their heads together. There are full attendance, profit-sharing rewards, serial rewards, the Writing the Win plan, profit-sharing incentive plan, etc. Sufan was not stupid. After Yifei's explanation, he quickly understood what these rewards and plans were about. "I also have a general understanding of the income of Tomato authors." Yifei said that there are hundreds of authors on Tomato who earn tens of thousands of yuan every month. Sufan knew that this ratio was not very high compared to the number of Tomato authors, but it still made him excited. Maybe he will become famous? Not to mention earning $1 million or even tens of millions a month like the top stars. If he is lucky enough to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, it will greatly alleviate his current financial pressure. It's only the beginning of the month now, so he should work harder and try to squeeze out time to write 6,000 words every day. He will be able to make his debut within this month and get the royalties next month. What surprised Sufan even more was that Tomato had a mobile version author behind it. He can upload chapters directly using his mobile phone. Although typing on a computer is definitely faster than using a mobile phone, a computer is no longer a necessity for him. Then I'll apply for an author account when I get back. Sufan said to Yifei with anticipation. He wrote all night last night, and combined with the time he took to write during the day today, he now has 12,000 words in reserve. Good. Yifei nodded and said, "If you have any questions, ask me again. I wish you a big hit." Sufan also nodded. Yifei still had to go home to write and do some work, so she went back first. Su Fan packed up the balloons and quickly rode his electric scooter back home. On the way, he couldn't help but pray to God and Buddha in his heart. He had just tried to write a novel, and he didn't ask for a big hit. He said that he could make tens of thousands of dollars a month, but that was just a hope. He just hoped that it wouldn't fall into oblivion and not make any splash at all. It was just a short while after Su Fan entered the residential area while riding his electric scooter. When he was on the uphill slope, he suddenly realized something was wrong. There were several young men, all of whom looked to be in their 20s, looking quite lazy. All of them had cigarettes in their mouths, and some of them had tattoos on their bodies. You can tell at first glance that he's a gangster. Su Fan originally didn't think that these guys squatting on the flower bed would come for him, until he saw these young men suddenly stand up when they saw him, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly turned around and prepared to run. But it's still too late. It's him. Fuck him. There were several shouts from behind. The young men started chasing after Su Fan. Su Fan was only a few meters away from them, and before he could pick up speed on his electric scooter, he was grabbed by someone. The electric donkey fell to the ground. Su Fan staggered and almost fell. Before he could stand firmly, he was kicked. Then another fist landed on his head. Then someone grabbed his neck from behind and kicked his heels hard, causing him to fall to the ground. Su Fan had no time to resist. The feet fell on his body like raindrops. He naturally curled up and could only protect his head with his hands. Pain? Actually, I didn't feel much pain. Su Fan's mind went a little blank. The thought in my mind at this moment is to protect my head and vital parts. This is subconscious. He wanted to resist too. But you need to wait for the opportunity. However, these young hooligans are obviously experienced. Withdraw. They surrounded Su Fan and stepped on him for about 2 minutes. One of them shouted, and then they all ran away. Su Fan lay on the ground and looked up at them. He wanted to chase them, but it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to get up. And even if I go after him, what can I do? Can you beat him? Or fight with these people? The moment this thought came to his mind, the figures of Su Mengyao and Yaya suddenly appeared in Su Fan's mind. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails even left bloody marks on his palms, but he didn't notice it. Chapter 41. Su Mengyao's attention. It was not until a long while later that Su Fan got up from the ground. He was in a state of disarray. The backpack and short-sleeved shirt were torn, there were a lot of messy footprints, and there were bloodstains on the arms and legs from being rubbed against the concrete floor. I didn't feel it when I was beaten before, but now I just feel that my already sore thighs, arms, waist and abdomen are even more painful. Hold. Su Fan gritted his teeth and cursed. He didn't know who these hooligans were, nor was he sure whether they were called by Fatty Wang or Tianlai Baby. But he understood that these thugs just wanted to teach him a lesson, otherwise, they wouldn't just beat him up and leave it at that. But he wasn't going to just swallow his anger and let it go. He had rarely been beaten like this since he was a child. The only 2 times he was beaten were when he had a conflict with a classmate in high school and was left alone and blocked by others. Later, he also called Zhou Peng, Xiaya and others to fight back. Su Fan walked over, picked up the electric scooter, and rode it back home leisurely. I got home, turned on the light, and walked to Su Mengyao's dressing table. The man in the mirror even had scratches on his face. It was unclear whether he had hit his head on the ground or was kicked by someone. It was too confusing at the time and he couldn't remember. Su Fan felt like crying. Tired, he is really tired now. It's also very sad. But he tried hard not to cry. These were all the sins committed by him before, and he alone must bear the consequences. And crying won't solve anything. Su Fan was just glad that he sent Yaha to Su Mengyao's parents' home, otherwise, what happened just now would definitely scare Yaha to tears. We can't just let this go. It is only natural to pay back debts, but Su Fan could not bear to suffer such a huge loss. He looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes wandering and flickering. Finally, he took out his cell phone and called Su Jin. In fact, if it had been before, he would definitely call Zhou Peng and the others, no matter who he was, and first find Fatty Wang and Tianlai Baby to see who called the person, and then take revenge if there was any grievance or revenge. If he can't beat him, he admits it. But now, he felt that he shouldn't do that. Because he has a family, and Zhou Peng, Liao Bin and others all have their own concerns and people who depend on them. Hello? Su Jin quickly answered the call. Uncle, I was beaten. Su Fan said to Su Jin. What's going on? Sujin asked immediately, his voice a little hurried and low. I guess he was a little angry. It's okay for him to beat and teach his nephew a lesson, but it's not someone else's turn to beat him. Sufan said, it must be someone the creditor is looking for. A few hooligans blocked me at the entrance of the community, beat me up and ran away. You don't know who it is? Sujin said. Sufan said, I don't know. Okay, I understand. Sujin said, wait for my news. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Sufan looked at himself in the mirror, was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled bitterly. He had just traveled back from college, and couldn't help but feel that calling parents after a fight was actually quite embarrassing. If it were high school, he would be laughed at behind his back. So, this is concern? The more concerns you have, the more worries you have. Sufan didn't think about telling anyone else about this. He laughed at himself in the mirror, then clenched his fists to cheer himself up. He told himself that these were just small matters, and the most important thing now was to make money and keep Su Mengyao. After going to the bathroom and taking a cold shower while enduring the pain, Sufan returned to bed, downloaded Tomato Assistant on his mobile phone, registered an author account, and created a new book. Then start typing. He was thankful that his cell phone wasn't damaged after being beaten. Otherwise, buying a mobile phone would be a painful thing for him now. You're not live streaming anymore? To Sufan's surprise, Su Mengyao suddenly sent him a green bubble message at around 11 o'clock. My whole body aches and I can't broadcast anymore. Sufan replied to Su Mengyao. I just replied but then felt something was wrong and said, I'm trying to write a novel now. Then my heart was filled with joy. Does Su Mengyao know that he has stopped live streaming? Does this mean that Su Mengyao is secretly paying attention to me? Sufan had some insights from what happened between Zhou Peng and Lu Wen. If Su Mengyao no longer loved her, no matter how hard she tried, it would be difficult to make her change her mind. And now it seems that Su Mengyao undoubtedly still cares about herself. He was both grateful and moved. You? Writing novels? Su Mengyao seemed very surprised. Sufan replied, let's try it first. We don't know if we can make money yet. If we can't make money, I'll think of something else. Su Mengyao didn't reply again. Sufan waited for a few minutes, but he didn't feel like typing anymore, so he asked Su Mengyao, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Asleep. Su Mengyao replied with just 2 words. Sufan was still not satisfied, but didn't dare to disturb her again. That night, Sufan typed until after 2 o'clock. At around 6 o'clock the next morning, it took some effort and a fierce ideological struggle to get out of bed. Then go to Humei's house to pick up Yaya. Maybe it was because she saw Sufan picking up Yaya on time these 2 days, which was indeed different from before, and Humei was a soft-hearted woman. When Sufan picked up Yaya, she asked, what's wrong with your face? Yaya also looked at Sufan's face nervously. There were 2 obvious scratches on Sufan's face, one of which was a line, probably caused by a stone. The other one is the size of a ping-pong ball and is on the right cheek. It broke the skin due to friction with the ground and now has a black scar. Sufan said somewhat embarrassedly, I accidentally fell while riding an electric bike. Humei frowned slightly and said nothing more. Yaya held Sufan's hand, her little face full of heartache. On the way to the kindergarten, she acted like a little adult, asking Sufan to ride slowly, and told him to be more careful when riding next time and not to fall again. A broken face would hurt, and it wouldn't be pretty. Sufan found it funny and felt warm inside. He just wanted to hold the little guy in his arms and bite him a few times. At around 8 o'clock, Sufan arrived at the construction site. In such weather, the sun rises very early. He is always the last one to arrive at the construction site every day. Even Mr. Du and Engineer Chang come earlier than him. But I guess the entire project department now knows that Sufan has to pick up and drop off the children, and no one helps him. Plus, he was specially recruited by General Manager Zhang, so no one says anything to him. Even Aunt Huang in the cafeteria never said that Sufan was troublesome. Of course, this should also have something to do with Sufan's humble and polite attitude towards others. At around 9 o'clock, Sujin suddenly sent a message to Sufan. It's a surveillance video. The following is a message from Sujin, Sufan, check to see if they are these people. Chapter 42 Private Settlement. Sufan immediately clicked on the surveillance video. The video shows a street outside Shenyang community, where several figures are walking slowly on the street with cigarettes in their mouths. The picture is not very clear, the face is a little blurry, and you can see the red dot of the cigarette butt flashing. But Su Fan could still tell from their clothes that they were the young men who beat him. These are the ones. Su Fan wrote back to Su Jin. Su Jin immediately replied, okay. Then, just after 10 o'clock, he called Su Fan and asked, Xiao Fan, are you at the construction site or somewhere else now? Su Fan said, at the construction site. Su Jin said, then you can ask for leave and come to Yugu police station. Those guys have been arrested. Let's see how to solve this matter. Good. Su Fan agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, I went to ask Mr. Chang for leave. Engineer Chang approved it very promptly. There isn't much to do on the construction site right now, and Yang Ji, Tang Moran, and Su Chang are enough. Su Fan rode his electric scooter to the Yugu police station. We traveled at lightning speed under the scorching sun. When they arrived at the Yugu police station, Su Fan called Su Jin and told him that he had arrived at the door. Su Jin soon walked out of an office. It's not far from the police station gate. Waving at Su Fan, Su Jin waited for Su Fan to walk over and said, I have already found out. These guys were called by a woman named Yu to beat you up. Do you know them? Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know him. Su Jin was also a little stunned, you don't know him? Then he realized, yes, you have lost your memory. Let's leave it at that for now. Someone has already gone to look for you. We'll know when the time comes by asking her. Tell me first, how do you want to resolve this matter? Su Fan asked, how can this be solved? Su Jin said, if you are not seriously injured, either detain them for a few days and fine them, or settle the matter privately and let them compensate you. Su Fan thought about it and asked, how much compensation can I get if I settle it privately? Su Jin couldn't help laughing, that depends on what you want, but it won't be too much, around 80,000 yuan, right? He knew that Su Fan was short of money now, and had long expected that Su Fan would choose to settle the matter privately. Su Fan nodded and said, then let's do it privately. 8,000 was beyond his expectations. If he could really get this money, he would even like someone to beat him up every day, even if it was 100 times. As long as no bones were broken, he would definitely be happy. Then when Director Gu asks you about it later, exaggerate the extent of your injury a little. Su Jin chuckled and nodded, then took Su Fan into the office. There were 2 police station staff members sitting in the office at the moment, and the other 6 young men. All of them had been arrested and were standing obediently. When he saw Su Fan, his eyes flickered. Before they beat Su Fan, they probably didn't think that Su Fan would choose to call the police and have them arrested so quickly. Su Fan, right? A staff member who looked to be in his 40s stood up with a smile and asked Su Fan. Looking at his shoulder straps, Su Fan saw that he was a leader, so he should be the Suagu that Su Jin mentioned. Su Fan nodded. Look, are these the ones who beat you? Gu Suwa asked again. Su Fan said, that's them. Gu Suwa glanced at Su Jin, smiled, and said to Su Fan, are you injured? Su Fan, who had received Su Jin's instructions, said, yes, they beat me up on my arms, face, and legs, and I'm still in a lot of pain. He was really in pain. However, it was not caused by being beaten, but by the accumulation of lactic acid due to excessive exercise before. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Gu Suwa looked at Su Jin again. Su Jin nodded and said, I think that's fine. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup and then punish them accordingly. But they have to pay for the checkup and medical expenses. Gu Suwa nodded and turned his head to ask those hooligans, do you have any opinions? A few people looked at each other. Finally, a scoundrel with a tattoo on his left arm said awkwardly, can we settle this privately? Although they are gang members outside, they cannot be said to be frequent visitors to the police station. In fact, they are just minor characters. That depends on the wishes of the parties involved. Gu Suwa said. Then he asked Su Fan, they want to settle it privately, what do you say? How much can you compensate? Su Fan is straightforward. Gu Suwa smiled and said, you guys need to discuss this among yourselves. We are only responsible for mediation. How much do you want? 20,000. Su Fan Lion opened his mouth. Those hooligans immediately showed signs of pain. Not all of them even have a job. Some rely on their parents for support, some are supported by their girlfriends, and those who have jobs serve as downstream channels for loan companies, used car dealerships, etc. Okay, then you go out first. Gu Suwa said to Su Fan. Su Jin took Su Fan out. Gu was there to mediate those hooligans. I came out twice during the journey. Since it is mediation, there must be give and take. Finally, the compensation amount was settled at 15,000. Chief Gu called Su Fan in. Those hooligans first collected money and then transferred the money to Su Fan's green bubble. This allowed Su Fan to make a small fortune. Then there was nothing for them to do. Director Gu asked Su Fan if they should keep them until the woman named Yu came. Su Fan said no. He was worried that Yu was the baby Tianlai. To be honest, even though Tianlai baby asked someone to beat him up, he knew that Tianlai baby must have been very nice to him before. He didn't intend to cause trouble to Tianlai baby about this matter, and no one would owe anyone anything in the future. Chief Gu let those hooligans go. Not long after, a woman was brought in. When he saw this woman, Su Fan was a little confused. Because the person who came was not Tianlai baby. The woman looked at him with anger and contempt, and said nothing. Su Fan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Chief Gu was a little confused after listening to this and couldn't help but look at Su Jin. The woman named Yu laughed sarcastically. "Su Fan, you were so good. You even dared to call the police." "I was the one who called the person. What do you want to do with him?" Su Fan asked, "Who are you?" Yu looked at him deeply and sneered, "You really lost your memory? Ha, what a retribution. People like you better become idiots." When she said this, even Su Jin's face suddenly turned a little ugly. "How can Lai Lai be good to you? She can't even afford to buy you a nice bag. She provides you with food and drink. She even lets you sleep with her for free. Even if she sings with you, so what? Is she not worthy of you? You can dump her just like that. Are you still a human being?" But Yu's next words confused everyone again. Su Fan frowned slightly. "Lai Lai. It must be Tianlai baby. Who are you to her?" Su Fan asked. Yu said, "I'm her good friend." Fuck. She seemed to have really given it her all, and she spoke and acted without restraint in a place like this. Chapter 43 No More Contact. However, Su Fan didn't feel any anger in his heart. "Excuse me," he said to Gu Sua and the others, and then said to Yu, "Come out with me." He was sure that the previous self knew Yu. Yu rolled her eyes and followed Su Fan out of the office. Outside, Su Fan said, "I have explained my situation to her clearly. My memory now only goes back to the college period. I never said that I disliked her, but I just don't remember anything before that. You and her, I can't remember who you are at all. I don't even know her name until now. And my wife is the person I have had a crush on since college, and now we have a very cute daughter. What do you think I should do?" Yu was slightly stunned. "Hold." Then he said, "Who the hell knows whether you really have amnesia or are faking it?" Su Fan smiled bitterly. "Do you think I need to pretend?" Yu was silent again. The number of times she had dealt with the previous Su Fan must have been more than Su Fan imagined. In fact, she never really liked Su Fan. He is not young anymore, but he gambles and spends a lot of money. He has no money and is good for nothing except his pretty face. Especially since Su Fan often asked Lai Lai to borrow money and never paid it back, this made her look down on Su Fan even more. This is also the reason why she was so angry that she found someone to beat up Su Fan when she saw Lai Lai hiding in the room crying and not going to work for 2 days because she was dumped by Su Fan. How could a bastard like Su Fan have the qualifications to dump Lai Lai? But now she suddenly didn't know what to say. The current Su Fan is indeed different from the previous Su Fan. It is a revolutionary change. How could the former Su Fan possibly get rid of Lai Lai? As long as Lai Lai is still willing to give him money to spend, he will definitely not dump Lai Lai. Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Even if what you said is true, are you just going to dump Lai Lai and let it go? Just pay her back the money you owe her? Do you fucking know how much she cares about you?" Su Fan was silent. Yu continued, "Because of you, you bastard, whether you go to our place or you ask her out, she doesn't even make any money to accompany you. When you bring people to our place to spend money, she always pays for you when you don't have money. Among all of us sisters, she is the only one who is stubborn. So what do you want me to do? Give her more money?" Su Fan said. His eyes dimmed a little. "Even if I want to compensate, I can't afford it now." If Yu hadn't said it, he really would never have thought that Lai Lai had given so much to him. It even seems a little hard to imagine. People like Lai Lai who sing alone can actually be so devoted to me. Shouldn't they have more fun than anyone else? And not take their feelings seriously? It seems that occupation cannot determine personality. Damn it! You're so cruel. Yu was also blocked by Su Fan's words. In fact, if Su Fan hadn't lost her memory, she could have just cursed at Su Fan and made herself feel good first. But Su Fan had lost his memory, and what he said was reasonable, which made her so angry that she didn't know where to vent. Su Fan was silent for a while, then said, "Go back and tell Lai Lai that if I have a chance to become rich again, I will give her the money she wants." "Who the hell wants your money?" Yu cursed. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Then what do you want me to do? No matter what, I will never betray my family again." After saying that, he turned and walked to the door of the office, and said to Su Jin, "Uncle, let's go." Su Jin, who was talking to Gu Sua inside, came out, glanced at Yu, and said, "Is that it?" Su Fan nodded, "Yeah." Yu stared at Su Fan without saying anything. Su Fan had nothing more to say to Yu, so he walked under the shade of a tree and waited for Su Jin to get on the bike. Then he also rode away on his electric scooter. I hadn't walked far when I saw Su Jin pull over and turn on the hazard lights. He stopped beside Su Jin's car. Su Jin lowered the window and asked, "What did that woman mean just now? Do you have someone else outside?" This question made Su Fan feel embarrassed, and he said, "Yes, but I didn't know about this before." Su Jin looked at him angrily. "Meng Yao is so outstanding, and Yaya is so obedient, what are you thinking?" Su Fan said awkwardly, "I don't know what I was thinking before." Su Jin snorted heavily, "So how do you plan to solve this problem now?" Su Fan said, "Pay back the money you owe her and stop contacting her." He didn't dare say what he had said to Yu. "That's more like it." Su Jin snorted. Then he asked, "How much do you owe?" "More than 20,000. "How much more?" 25,000. Su Fan said. Su Jin frowned and said, "I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you and take care of this matter right away." As he said that, he took out his cell phone to transfer money to Su Fan. "Uncle, pay back the money, and then we'll have to make it clear." Su Fan wanted to say no, but was interrupted by Su Jin in a very serious tone. Su Jin transferred money to Su Fan. "If you have any trouble in the future, come to me. I won't take care of the messy gambling debts you owe outside. If your family expenses are not enough, I will lend you money for a few more days." He didn't dare give Su Fan too much money, for fear that Su Fan would return to his old ways. Su Fan was touched and said nothing more. Su Jin drove away. Su Fan still accepted the money that Su Jin transferred to her. Together with the previous compensation of 15,000, it was exactly 25,000, which was transferred directly to Tianlai Baby. This is the best he can do now. Although Tianlai Baby's job is not glamorous, he doesn't want to owe Tianlai Baby anything. As for whether those hooligans would go looking for Yu, he had no control over that. He got beaten up, so it's only right that those hooligans should pay compensation. I rode my electric scooter back to the construction site. Just in time for lunch. The food in the project department's small canteen is quite rich, with fish and meat, and An Huang's cooking skills are quite good. As soon as Su Fan walked in, An Huang, Mr. Chang, Yang Ji and others called Su Fan to the table to eat quickly. Even Yang Ji, who was not easy to get along with, now had a very good impression of Su Fan. After all, Su Fan had some real skills, so when he was at the construction site, he could have some free time. Moreover, Su Fan himself does not smoke, but he carries a pack of cigarettes with him every day and gives them to them to smoke. After dinner, Engineer Chang and the others went upstairs to take a nap, while Su Fan sat in the office typing. At about 1 o'clock, Tianlai Baby received his transfer. Then he sent a message, "We are clear now. We will not contact each other anymore. Goodbye." Su Fan typed a good word and was about to send it, but then deleted it. After being absent-minded for a while, he typed out another string of words, saying that he would transfer more money to her later when he had more money. He doesn't want to owe anyone anything. The 25,000 was just a loan from Tianlai Baby. Tianlai Baby waived his bills and paid for him, but that was also money. But when Su Fan sent this message, he got a prompt that it was rejected by the other party, and there was a red exclamation mark. Tianlai Baby has deleted him. Su Fan was silent. This is actually the best outcome, but he still feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he still owed Tianlai Baby. Chapter 44. Su Mengyao is back. When Su Fan got tired of typing, he would use his mobile phone to review architectural knowledge in the afternoon. It's really convenient nowadays with TikTok. A lot of knowledge originally found in books has been interpreted by experts in the form of videos on Douyin, making it extremely easy to understand. Although Su Fan cannot use most of them now, he will definitely use them in the future. He just wants to be worthy of the salary that Mr. Zhang gave him. At 4 o'clock, go to pick up Yaya on time. Dad, when will Mom come back? Yaya had just come out of the kindergarten. Su Fan held her little hand, and Yaya looked up and asked Su Fan. This made Su Fan stunned. Suddenly I remembered, yes, it's already Friday. He thought about it and sent a green bubble message to Su Mengyao, will you come back today? Su Mengyao might have happened to be playing with her phone, and she replied to Su Fan's message in seconds, what's wrong? Su Fan said, no, it was Yada who asked. Su Mengyao, oh, I don't know yet. The cooperation has not been finalized yet. Oh. Su Fan suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he say that it was Yada who was asking? In fact, he missed Su Mengyao very much. I didn't dare say this out loud because I was afraid of scaring Su Mengyao. Su Fan now feels both reserved towards Su Mengyao, as if he were the object of his secret crush, and deeply guilty. In addition, he was not a very lively person like Xiaya, which made it impossible for him to say anything out of line in front of Su Mengyao. He didn't even dare to joke. Mom said she doesn't know yet. If Yaya misses her, go to Grandma's house later and send her a video. Su Fan lowered his head and said to Yaya. Yaya blinked her eyes and said, can't I use Dad's phone? Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Yaya is still smart. Then he sent the video to Su Mengyao. But Su Mengyao hung up the call immediately. Busy. Then these two words came over. Su Fan frowned slightly. But I feel like I'm overthinking it. If Su Mengyao was that kind of person, she would not have been able to maintain her marriage with him until now. But I couldn't help but think of Zhou Peng's matter. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. Mom is busy. Then he said to Yaya. Oh. Yaya nodded, with a look of disappointment on her pink little face. Su Fan touched her head, carried Yaya onto the electric scooter, and went to Humei's house. When we arrived at Humei's house, only Su Jianhua was at home. Humei might have gone to pick up her children from school. Su Jianhua still didn't have a good attitude towards Su Fan. Dad! Su Fan shouted. Su Jianhua ignored him and just reached out and held Yaya's hand. Su Fan said to Yaya, you must listen to your grandparents. Yaya nodded, knowing that Su Fan was leaving, and pouted her lips and said, goodbye, Dad. In fact, she no longer wanted to live in Humei's house. Although she is still very young, her grandmother's house is her grandmother's house and her own home is her own home, and they are different to her. Su Fan rode his electric scooter back to the construction site. I had originally planned to continue selling balloons at Emerald Lake after get off work, but I didn't expect a sudden storm when I was about to get off work. Even when I got off work, the rain showed no sign of stopping. Su Fan waited in the office for almost half an hour and typed a few hundred words. He didn't have the patience to wait any longer, so he put on his raincoat and went home in the rain. Because of the rain, the sky was much darker than usual. The rain is so heavy that even a raincoat can't stop it. The rain hit Su Fan's face, and it even hurt a little. Then it flowed down his cheeks to his chest, feeling cool. My shoes got wet too. After finally getting home, Su Fan was already soaked like a drowned rat. He parked his electric scooter under the eaves of the row of bungalows opposite his home and inadvertently discovered that the light was on in the room outside his house. Su Mengyao is back? Running to the door of his house in the rain, Su Fan opened the door to the corridor. Then he opened the green-painted wooden door inside. What caught his eye was an extremely graceful back. Su Mengyao was wearing a denim jumpsuit and had her hair tied in a bun. She was mopping the floor with her back to him. She has maintained such a good figure that even though she has given birth to a child, she still looks like she was in school. This back figure made Su Fan feel more familiar, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. Su Mengyao turned around when she heard the door opening. Seeing Su Fan's wet appearance, he frowned slightly. But he didn't say anything. Seeing her suddenly turn around, Su Fan turned his head away in panic. Dad! Yaya also came back and was sitting at the desk reading a storybook. When he saw Su Fan, he jumped off the chair, ran to Su Fan, and took Su Fan's hand. Compared to the previous few days, she was much closer to Su Fan. This made Su Mengyao look a little dazed. Su Fan smiled and touched Yaya's head, then looked at Su Mengyao again. Seeing that Su Mengyao was still looking at him, he said, "You're back?" Su Mengyao nodded, "But I may have to go on a business trip next week." "Oh." Su Fan agreed, but felt a little disappointed. Of course he wanted to get along with Su Mengyao. Even if we can't sleep in the same bed, it's a happy thing to be able to see Su Mengyao after waking up and before going to bed. But he didn't know what reason to use to persuade Su Mengyao not to go on the business trip. He can't support this family for the time being. The atmosphere suddenly seemed a little awkward. Su Fan stepped forward and said, "Let me drag it." Su Mengyao blinked in surprise and said, "It's almost done, you should go take a shower." Is this caring about yourself? Su Fan thought to himself. Suddenly I felt very happy again. Oh. Then he nodded repeatedly, as obedient as a child. He is really worried about gains and losses now. In fact, it is also a manifestation of lack of confidence. I went into the room to get clothes for the shower, and suddenly I remembered that I had hung the clothes outside after washing them last night, and I hadn't taken them out yet. Su Fan hurried out of the room. "I've already brought in your clothes and put them in your closet." As soon as I arrived at Su Mengyao's room, I heard Su Mengyao say. Su Fan was slightly stunned. "I feel warm in my heart." "Thanks," he said. When he returned to his room, he saw that Su Mengyao not only helped him put his clothes in, but also folded them. This made him so excited that he suddenly had the urge to hum a little tune. "Today is a good day. But I didn't dare and could only hum in my heart." He took a cold shower and washed his clothes in a refreshed mood. When he came out, he saw Su Mengyao mopping his room again. Su Fan was even happier. She even mopped her own room. She probably doesn't plan to divorce me again, right? He saw a strong hope. Passing by Su Mengyao's room, knowing that Su Mengyao couldn't see him, Su Fan clenched his fist and waved his hand, shouting in a low voice, "Yeah." Then I saw Yaya turning around and looking at me with a strange look. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He scratched his head awkwardly and made a face at Yaya. Yaya giggled. Chapter 45, Speaking from the Heart. By the time Su Fan finished hanging up the clothes, Su Mengyao had already finished mopping the floor. Although it was raining heavily, the weather was still stuffy. She was sweating profusely after mopping the floor and was sitting next to Yaya, enjoying the electric fan. "What's wrong with the wound on your face?" Su Fan was still thinking about what topic to talk to Su Mengyao about, but Su Mengyao had already spoken first. This topic is too sensitive for Su Fan. His heart suddenly beat violently several times. He was reluctant to lie in front of Su Mengyao, but he couldn't help but lie about this matter, so he said, "I accidentally fell while riding an electric bike." But he hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking, which made it too easy for people to see the clue. Su Mengyao looked suspicious. "Are you sure?" Su Fan felt very nervous. "Yes, I am sure." "Oh." Su Mengyao sneered, but then asked, "Hasn't that Tianlai baby come to see you these days? She is so smart." Su Fan screamed in his heart. I felt like Su Mengyao saw through me. He really didn't dare to lie anymore, so he said awkwardly, "I found it." "Then what?" Su Mengyao asked. Su Fan said, "She said I owed her money, and she even showed me the transfer records." Su Mengyao's clear eyes suddenly showed a hint of coldness. But she didn't say anything unpleasant, she just asked again, "Then what are you going to do?" Su Fanlian said, "I have already paid back the money I owe her, and I will not have any contact with her in the future." Su Mengyao didn't say anything, just looked at him. Su Fan probably knew what Su Mengyao meant. He scratched his head and said, "Actually, the wound on my face was caused by the gangsters hired by her friends. I told my uncle about it and arrested those gangsters. They chose to settle the matter privately and compensated me 15,000 yuan. Then my uncle lent me 10,000 yuan, and I paid her back the money I owed her." "Well." Su Mengyao lowered her eyelids slightly and remained silent. Suddenly, she sighed and raised her eyes to ask Su Fan, "Su Fan, do you think the two of us can still live together? Or, is there any need to continue living together?" "Yes," Su Fan said hurriedly. He looked at Su Mengyao seriously. "I know I have made a lot of mistakes in the past few years, but I promise you that I will never make these mistakes again. You and Yaya are the most important people in my life." Su Mengyao smiled sadly when she heard this. "After you lost your memory, your personality did change. It's unbelievable to me. But if you regain your memory one day, can you guarantee that you won't change back to your original form?" "Of course not." Su Fan said, if I go back to the way I was before, I will be struck by lightning. Su Mengyao shook her head and smiled, thinking that Su Fan was just making a childish oath. She said nothing more. Su Fan looked at Su Mengyao's exquisite and beautiful face and said, actually, I have liked you for a long time. Hearing Su Fan's nonsensical words, Su Mengyao couldn't help but feel confused. Her pretty face was still a little red. Su Fan continued, I saw you on the playground in March, during the second half of my sophomore year. You and your roommates were holding umbrellas and going to the cafeteria to eat. The moment you turned around and looked at me, I fell in love with you. Su Mengyao's pretty face became even rosier, even the bases of her ears were a little red. The slight sarcasm in his eyes also faded away quietly. Although a long time has passed for her, she still remembers that since that encounter, Su Fan has often appeared in her field of vision. Sometimes it was outside the classroom where she had classes, sometimes in the cafeteria, and sometimes in the playground. She knew that the boy liked her, and there were many boys like him in the school. But at that time, she never thought that Su Fan would enter her heart, and she fell in love quickly after Su Fan expressed his feelings to her. Su Fan is her first love. He is also her only lover. I don't know what I was thinking all these years that led to my obsession. But now you are the one I care about most in my heart. I am really lucky that you can marry me. I never even dared to think that I could date you and become your wife in this life. Su Fan continued. In fact, these words have been hidden in his heart ever since he traveled through time. Now he finally said it. Su Mengyao had a complicated look in her eyes. She pursed her lips, but there are some things. Of course she knew why Su Fan's temperament changed drastically. It was because Su Fan, who had never experienced any setbacks, could not accept the blow of his family's decline. If this were not the case, she would not have held on to the hope of continuing to live with Su Fan, expecting Su Fan to regain his confidence. But just 2 months ago, she accidentally discovered the affair between Su Fan and Tao Laixian, which made her extremely disappointed and felt that there was no need to continue this marriage. This is her bottom line. It's worse than gambling. If Su Fan hadn't been so stubborn as to refuse a divorce, she would have gone and gotten the certificate with Su Fan long ago. Just at this moment, Su Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Mengyao didn't finish her words. Su Fan was already feeling very uneasy, and probably understood what Su Mengyao wanted to say. Fortunately, the call came at the right time, and he quickly took out his cell phone. It was Liao Bin who called. Are you free tonight? Liao Bin asked. Su Fan looked at Su Mengyao and said, I should be free. What's wrong? Liao Bin smiled and said, I haven't had enough dinner yet. Why don't we call Punzi to go out for a midnight snack later? He is a photographer, and sometimes his business trips are for 10 days, half a month, or even longer, but when he comes back he can usually rest at home for a few days. Su Fan was a little hesitant. He wanted to go, but was worried that Su Mengyao would be unhappy. Let's see later, he said. Okay, said the green bubble. Liao Bin said, without saying anything more. Su Fan hung up the phone and said to Su Mengyao, Liao Bin said he's going out for a midnight snack later. Do you want to go with us? Su Mengyao looked at Yaya and said, go ahead. I'm not hungry. Su Fan felt that it would be better for him to stay at home with Su Mengyao and Yaya, so he said, then I won't go either. Su Mengyao said, go ahead, it's okay. It's rare that they are willing to pay attention to you. It would be a pity to alienate such friends. Su Fan was speechless for a moment. Thanks. In the end, I could only utter 2 dry words. Yaya blinked beside her and suddenly said to Su Mengyao, Mom, I want to go out for dinner with Dad. Su Mengyao shook her head and said, it's too late, and it's raining outside, Yaya won't go. Yaya is a little unhappy. Su Fan took this opportunity to say, then I'll bring you and Yaya some food. What do you want to eat? We'll see when the time comes. Su Mengyao didn't refuse. Su Fan nodded repeatedly and asked Yaya, what do you want to eat, Yaya? Yaya tilted her head and thought for a while. Yaya wants to eat sausage. Okay, Dad will bring you some sausage, Su Fan said with a smile. Chapter 46, A Long Way to Go. He returned to the room. He was glad that Su Mengyao didn't stop him. The soreness in his body was relieved a little, but he had already taken a shower and Su Fan didn't plan to do another live broadcast. He opened the green bubble and tagged Liao Bin in the group, asking Liao Bin to pick him up when he went out for supper. Liao Bin immediately responded with an okay expression. Su Fan opened the typing software and started typing. He posted 2 chapters yesterday and 2 more this afternoon, totaling more than 8,000 words. But there was no response at all. Fortunately, I talked about this with Yi Fei in the afternoon. Yi Fei said that this was normal. Before Tomato's first release of 80,000 words, there would be no traffic. Before signing the contract, the novel could not even be searched. In fact, Su Fan now has an impulse to publish 20,000 words directly and apply for a contract. He even has nearly 20,000 words of manuscripts in reserve. But Yi Fei told him that in the early stage it would be better to publish 4,000 or 6,000 words per day, and it would be better to keep some manuscripts on hand. Su Fan thought that the construction site might get busier in the future, and he wouldn't have as much time to write as he does now, so he endured and only posted 2 chapters a day. Listening to the sound of rain outside, Su Fan's thoughts quickly sank into the novel. Until Yaya suddenly walked into his room and said to him, "Dad, can you tell me a bedtime story?" Su Fan was stunned. "Where's Mom?" Yaya said, "Yaya wants Daddy to tell you." Su Fan felt that Yaya was so well behaved that he even wondered if Yaya's little brain just wanted to create opportunities for herself and Su Mengyao to spend time together. Good. He quickly agreed. Then he followed Yaya into Su Mengyao's room. Su Mengyao was already lying on the bed. She was wearing a nightgown and no blanket. Those long legs almost dazzled Su Fan's eyes. He was embarrassed to look and quickly turned his head away. Su Mengyao glanced at him and said nothing. Yaya climbed onto the bed and looked at Su Fan with blinking eyes. Su Fan turned on his cell phone and prepared to tell Yaya a story. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I searched on Baidu for fairy tales about the happy life of a family of 3. I found an article called Stupid Wolf and His Parents 1, The Happiest House. There were 2 young wolves in the forest who fell in love. They were Wolf Girl and Wolf Boy. Su Fan read the story slowly. Before she finished reading the story, Yaya had already fallen asleep with a sweet smile. But Su Fan still read the whole story. In fact, it only takes a few minutes. Su Fan, who currently has trouble sleeping at night, really envied the child's sleep. Su Mengyao was still scrolling through TikTok. But his eyes seemed a little confused. It's just that Su Fan didn't notice it. After reading the story, Su Fan looked up and saw Su Mengyao looking at him. He grinned at Su Mengyao and went back to his room. At around 10 o'clock, Liaobin tagged him in the group and said that he had left home. Then not long after, there was the sound of a car outside. Su Fan tiptoed to Su Mengyao's room. Yaya was still sleeping soundly and Su Mengyao was still looking at her phone. The two looked at each other. Su Fan smiled again. After going out, Su Fan closed the door gently and got into Liaobin's car in the rain. Liaobin asked, "Is your wife not at home?" Su Fan said, "She's at home, but she's not going. I'll bring her some food later." Liaobin was a little surprised, then raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Not bad, it seems that you two have reconciled again?" He also knew the current situation of Su Fan and Su Mengyao. Su Fan shook his head and said with a wry smile, "There is still a long way to go. If I can get you to bring me midnight snacks, then there's something going on." Liaobin said, "Let us go to that grilled fish restaurant." After Su Fan and Liaobin parked the car and walked into the store, Zhou Peng had not arrived yet. The two chose a table and sat down. Liaobin called Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng said right away. Liaobin hung up the phone, but said to Su Fan, "His immediately will take at least 10 minutes. Su Fan just smiled. Zhou Peng's procrastination habit started in high school. Then, as expected, more than 10 minutes later, when almost everything was served on the table, Zhou Peng hurried in from outside. It was certainly not easy for him to deliver the takeaway. On such a rainy day, even a raincoat could not keep him out, and his short-sleeved shirt got a lot of wet on his chest. Zhou Peng walked straight to the table and sat down, then raised his eyebrows at Su Fan and Liaobin as a greeting. Liaobin laughed and said, "Can't you be on time for once? We have to wait for you every time. If you do this again, I will be angry." This is of course a joke. Zhou Peng was a little annoyed and said, "Do you think I want to? I was just delivering an order." "Do you always deliver the order?" Liaobin said. Zhou Peng said, "Anyway, there is something going on." Then he saw there was no wine on the table and said, "Want to drink something?" Su Fan knew that the person who wanted to drink the most at the table was probably Zhou Peng. "Whatever you want," Liaobin said. Zhou Peng looked at Su Fan again. Su Fan said, "I can do either." Zhou Peng said, "How about a bottle of Dalong wine?" After saying that, he waved to the waiter, waited for the waiter to come over, and asked the waiter to bring him a large bottle of Langzhou. It's about £1, and it's shared among 3 people, so it's not too stressful. When men are nearly 30, the topics of conversation will no longer be like when they were in school, when they talked about games and beauties. Instead, they will often talk about work and family, and generally cannot avoid the daily necessities of life. Such is life at this age. Su Fan didn't feel any discomfort, because his mind is now full of life and how to make money. Liao Bin is the happiest and most complete of the 3 people. His wife works and his son is taken care of by his parents. His income can also support the family expenses, and their living standard is relatively good. Zhou Peng used the same words when talking about his own situation. Su Fan didn't try to persuade him much. Liao Bin told him that if they really wanted a divorce, there was no way around it, but he couldn't really give all the houses and cars to Lu Wen. On this point, he and Su Fan agree. Zhou Peng still seemed to have not made up his mind. Everyone can see that he doesn't want to get divorced, but he has no choice. Su Fan also talked about her own story. When they heard that he was writing a novel, Liao Bin and Zhou Peng were quite surprised. Zhou Peng even said that he would let Su Fan explore the way first, and if he could make money, he would also write novels. In fact, the topic always revolves around family. But it seemed as if there was no end to what could be said. A bottle of Dalong wine was finished without me noticing. Zhou Peng ordered 3 more small bottles of Langzhou. Su Fan originally wanted to say that he didn't want to drink anymore, but seeing Zhou Peng's haggard appearance, he really couldn't say it. Given Zhou Peng's current situation, not only can he not help Zhou Peng in any way, but he also owes Zhou Peng money. It's really unfair for us to be brothers to the extent we are. Make money. Ultimately, it comes down to making money. This midnight snack lasted until almost 1 in the morning, and fortunately no one drank too much. Zhou Peng sent both children to his mother-in-law's house. Not wanting to go home, he simply went to sleep at Liao Bin's house. Liao Bin called a designated driver. Su Fan didn't let him send her home and took a taxi home by herself. Before leaving, of course, she did not forget to bring some sausage for Yaya, and some grilled chicken wings for Su Mengyao. In fact, Su Mengyao said she didn't want to eat it, but he still brought it. Chapter 47. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When I got home, Su Mengyao was already asleep. Su Mengyao, Su Mengyao. Su Fan gently woke Su Mengyao up. Su Mengyao opened her eyes. Su Fan lifted the bag in his hand and said with a smile, "Get up and eat something." Su Mengyao frowned slightly. Su Fan said hurriedly, "We brought them back, don't waste them." Then he gently shook Yaha to wake her up. Children are children. After being woken up in a daze and seeing the sausage, it seemed as if all sleepiness disappeared instantly. Yaha took the sausage from Su Fan and started eating. Su Mengyao finally got up from the bed and took the chicken wings from Su Fan. "Dad, you're drinking again. Stinky." Suddenly, Yaha fanned her nose. He looked at Su Fan with disdain. "But she looks so cute. Is this the little cotton jacket?" Su Fan looked embarrassed, glanced at Su Mengyao cautiously, and said, "I only drank a little bit, but Zhou Peng and the others insisted on drinking it." Without hesitation, Zhou Peng and Liao Bin were used as scapegoats. There was no change on Su Mengyao's pretty face. When a woman is beautiful to a certain extent, she looks good no matter what. No matter whether it is a smile or a frown, or a cold look, or a blank expression, no matter whether it is without makeup or with heavy makeup, the utmost luxury. This kind of woman exudes beauty from the inside out. Su Mengyao is undoubtedly such a woman. Then I'll go back to my room and sleep. Seeing that Su Mengyao was not unhappy, Su Fan quickly said something. Then he reminded Yaha to remember to brush her teeth after eating and prepared to go into her room. "Do you want me to take Yaya with me tomorrow?" Only when he reached the door did he remember to turn around and ask Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao shook her head and said, "I won't go to work tomorrow." Then he asked Su Fan, "Aren't you going to work tomorrow?" "Work?" Su Fan said, "I thought if you are not free, I will take Yaha to the construction site." "Oh." Su Mengyao nodded. Su Fan went into his room and did not stay up late writing that night. The body is the capital of revolution. This was one of the important conclusions he came to after discussing life with Zhou Peng and Liao Bin tonight. The next day, Su Fan resumed his morning jogging. "I got up from bed at 6 o'clock, ran outside for half an hour, and bought breakfast for Su Mengyao and Yaya. Last night's rain covered several areas of the community with a dense layer of unknown yellow flowers. When I got home, Su Mengyao and Yaya had not yet gotten up. Su Fan put breakfast on the desk in Su Mengyao's room and tiptoed out. When we arrived at the construction site, the excavator was already working. It rained yesterday, but it looks like it will be sunny again today and the temperature won't drop much. Still the same. After breakfast, I went to the construction site to measure. Study in the office. Measurement. Study. Have lunch. While having lunch, Liaobin suddenly called Su Fan and asked if he was at the construction site. Su Fan said yes. Not long after that, Liaobin drove to the construction site. Su Fan thought this guy was just bored at home. But Liaobin talked to him about Zhou Peng. He said that Zhou Peng got drunk at his house last night. He didn't vomit, but he cried a lot. He had never seen Zhou Peng cry like that before. Hysteria? Heart-wrenching. It is also said that Zhou Peng said he loved Lu Wen very much and he couldn't bear to leave her. After listening to what Liaobin said, Su Fan sighed deeply, not knowing what to say. Love is a matter between two people, and marriage is even more so. Either they run in both directions or they go their separate ways. There is no possibility that one is running in front while the other is chasing behind. Because there are always limits to compromise. People's ability to endure is also limited. And some things just can't be compromised. I think he will still give the house and car to Lu Wen. Liaobin said again. I hope he won't. Su Fan smiled bitterly. Well. Liaobin also sighed heavily. I really don't know what he was thinking. If it were me, I would just delay it. Anyway, the child is at her parents' house. I worked so hard to buy a house and a car, but I can't get a penny. I still have to bear a lot of debt. How can you bully me like this? He obviously felt it was not worth it for Zhou Peng. Husband and wife are birds of a feather, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. This is really true. Oh, Pingzi really needs to leave the house. Let me put it bluntly. If another man moves in from now on, he will really be living in his house, sleeping with his wife, and possibly beating his children. Su Fan was speechless after hearing what Liaobin said. Suddenly I thought of myself. If Su Mengyao and I also divorced. This marriage must not be divorced. His heart ached when he thought about Su Mengyao living with another man. However, Liaobin's words seemed to have driven a thorn into his heart. Women today are really not like those of my mother's generation. Liaobin said again. Many people of my parents' generation got married through introductions. They didn't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes, but they could share the good and the bad. How many of them got divorced? It's not like today, where divorces happen all the time. They can only share the good but not the bad. This month, 2 couples among my colleagues who were filming got divorced. If Pengzi gets divorced again, it will be 3 couples. It's fucked up. Times have changed. Su Fan had to admit that what Liaobin said made some sense. It is also true that the divorce rate is high nowadays. But he still felt that this mentality was not very good. Divorces are only a minority. I think what you said is a bit extreme. I can't say much about Pengzi and Lu Wen. I don't know the specific situation, but when it comes to sharing weal and woe, I think Su Mengyao has shared weal and woe with me. A smile came naturally to his face. You're lucky. Liaobin said. He added, Su Mengyao is indeed amazing. You indulged in drinking, whoring, and gambling, but she didn't divorce you. How did you manage to get her? She's amazing in appearance, personality, and she even helps you support your family. You really picked her up. That's how I pick it up. Male charm, do you understand? Su Fan said proudly. Liaobin rolled his eyes. You still have a shitty charm now. When he was young, Su Fan was indeed very handsome. But now, he doesn't think Su Fan has any shitty charm. They are almost middle-aged men and are visibly greasy. Su Fan returned home around 6 in the evening. Su Mengyao and Yaya were not at home. Su Fan called Su Mengyao and asked, Are you and Yaya out? At my mother's house. Su Mengyao said. Oh. Su Fan agreed. Then I packed my backpack and headed for Emerald Lake. It's nice to set up a stall at Emerald Lake and use my mobile phone to type when there is no business. As a result, at around 8 o'clock, Su Mengyao suddenly appeared in front of him holding Yaya's little hand. There are also Su Mengliang, Yen Sujuan, and their 2 children. Su Fan felt a shadow looming over him. When he looked up and saw it was Su Mengyao, he was slightly stunned. He felt very complicated at this moment. Chapter 48, You may not be able to escape when disaster strikes. He didn't want Su Mengyao to see him setting up the stall. I always feel that I am particularly down and out now, and I feel sorry for Su Mengyao. Why are you here? Calming down his emotions, Su Fan smiled awkwardly and asked Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao pursed her lips and said, Let's go out for a walk after dinner. Zihan wants to watch a movie. Zihan, Su Zihan, son of Su Mengliang. Su Mengliang and Yen Sujuan also had complicated expressions at this moment. They had already heard from Su Mengyao about Su Fan's recent changes, and they found it incredible and hard to believe from the bottom of their hearts. When nothing happened in Su Fan's family, he was a rich young man, full of energy and ambition, and it was impossible for him to set up a stall. Later, his temperament changed drastically and he became even more concerned about his reputation, making it even more impossible for him to do such a thing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to imagine that Su Fan could actually put aside his pride and come out to set up a stall, especially in a busy place like Emerald Lake. Oh. Su Fan scratched his head and said, Then you guys go in. Su Mengyao hesitated and said, Would you like to close the stall and go to the movies with us? Su Fan was very happy that Su Mengyao would call him, but he still wanted to stay here to set up the stall, so he said, I'd better not go, and try to sell all these balloons as soon as possible. Oh well. Su Mengyao didn't say much. They walked into the mall. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Uncle. Yada and Su Mengliang's daughter Su Ziwei both waved at Su Fan. Su Fan also smiled and waved goodbye to them. That night, Su Fan set up his stall especially late. He wanted to wait for Su Mengyao and Yaha to finish watching the movie and go home together. When Yifei got off work, she saw him and chatted with him about novels for a while. The two encouraged each other. At around 10 o'clock, Su Mengyao suddenly sent a green bubble to Su Fan, asking him whether he was at Emerald Lake or had already returned. Su Fan said that she was still at the entrance of Emerald Lake. Su Mengyao and Yaya soon appeared in front of him again. I accidentally bought one extra. Su Mengyao held an original flavor ice cream cone in her hand and handed it to Su Fan. She and Yaya each have one in their hands. At this moment, Su Fan's eyes suddenly turned red. How can you make a mistake when buying ice cream? He knew that Su Mengyao was just being tough. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest? Don't run away when disaster strikes. Thanks. Su Fan took the ice cream and lowered his head. Then he asked, Where are my brother and sister-in-law? Su Mengyao said, Their car was parked in the underground garage and they went back. Oh. Su Fan nodded, Then I'll close the stall now. Because it was the weekend, business was better today. He sold a total of 7 balloons in the evening and earned more than 60 yuan. After quickly packing up his things, Su Fan put on his backpack and led Su Mengyao and Yaha to the electric scooter. He smiled and said to Yaya, Yaya, get on the scooter. Stand in front of Dad. He got on his electric scooter. Yaha walked to his side obediently. Su Fan took her to the front and looked at Su Mengyao again. Su Mengyao lowered her eyes slightly, pursed her lips, and finally sat down behind Su Fan. She was sitting sideways. This is not as stable as sitting astride, but she still did not put her hands on Su Fan's waist. Instead, she held on to the shelf under the trunk at the back. Su Fan did not expect Su Mengyao to be close to him right away. To be honest, he was already overjoyed that Su Mengyao could bring him an ice cream cone. It would be a great thing if Su Mengyao no longer insisted on divorcing him. He slowly turned the accelerator handle and slowly headed home. There are traffic lights. Although Su Fan rode slowly, Su Mengyao's body still inevitably had slight contact with him. A faint fragrance lingered in front of Su Fan's nose. At this moment, Su Fan felt extremely happy. He doesn't ask for wealth and fame. As long as he can pay off his debts and live an ordinary life, even if it's hard, it's enough. At the same time, many ripples could not help but arise. After returning home, Su Mengyao and Yada took a shower first. Su Fan returned to her room and started live streaming again after a few days. The title returns to the 2-hour squat challenge. He also wanted to leave some time to write. He now sets himself the task of writing 8,000 words a day, publishing 4,000 and keeping 4,000 in manuscript. Today he wrote at the construction site and at Emerald Lake, but he still needs about 1,000 words to reach 8,000. Su Fan learned from Yi Fei that his typing speed was relatively slow. A big reason for this is that he just tried to write a novel, and it is also partly because using a mobile phone is not as convenient as using a computer. But Su Fan was not in such a hurry. He felt that as long as he could write smoothly first. After taking a shower, Su Mengyao returned to her room and glanced into Su Fan's room. She saw Su Fan was live streaming. She didn't say anything, but helped Su Fan close the door. It was just a few minutes past 11. Mimi appeared in Su Fan's live broadcast room again. This time she didn't send gifts directly, but typed to ask Su Fan, "Why haven't you been live streaming these days?" Su Fan smiled at the screen and said, "My body can't hold on any longer." Oh. Mimi typed another word. Next came 99 little hearts. Su Fan started doing squats. This continued until after 12 o'clock. The audience in the live broadcast room came and went, but only Mimi stayed with Su Fan. "Don't give me any tips today. It's not easy for anyone to make money." When Su Fan started doing the ninth set of squats, her legs were already so sore. He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and persisting, but he said something to the screen. Every time he live streamed, Mimi would give him around 3,000 real money, which made him feel scared and embarrassed. "I'd love to," Mimi replied. Then several bicycle lovers and around the world were thrown out. Before Su Fan could say anything, she had already exited the live broadcast room. Su Fan frowned slightly. He did not deny that there were indeed super rich people like Mimi on the internet, but he did not think that he would be so lucky that Mimi just had a special liking for him. He knew that his live broadcast room was actually quite boring. Then it could only be that Mimi knew him. But who was Mimi? Although Su Fan was confused, he still insisted on completing the squats. Then he turned off the live broadcast, picked up his clothes, and limped to the bathroom while holding onto the wall. "I definitely won't be able to run tomorrow, but I can still exercise my upper body strength." What Su Fan didn't know was that the dim cell phone light didn't go out until he finished the live broadcast and lay on the bed in Su Mengyao's room. After taking a shower and returning to the room, Su Fan picked up his phone and started typing. 1,000 words or so might only take 20 minutes for those skilled writers, but it took him more than 40 minutes. But I managed to endure the fatigue and completed the task. After turning off his phone, Su Fan soon fell into a deep sleep. That night, Su Fan had a dream. Chapter 49 Dream. The dream is very confusing. Ah! Su Fan suddenly woke up from his dream. Then he couldn't hold back the grief in his heart anymore and started to cry. The dream was too chaotic, but he had just been awakened by the fright and still remembered the general scene of the dream. At first, he and Su Mengyao were walking hand in hand on the university playground. The moon was very round, and the moonlight spread on the ground, as if it was a vast expanse of white. Then suddenly a little girl came from the front and appeared in front of Su Fan and Su Mengyao. "It's Yaya." Su Mengyao asked Su Fan, "This is my daughter. Is she cute?" Su Fan couldn't speak in her dream, but she was wondering why Su Mengyao said it was her daughter instead of them. Then Su Mengyao took Yaya's hand and said, "It's a pity that you are not her father." "Who is Yaya's father?" "Isn't Yaya your daughter?" Su Fan's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Just at this moment, the dream suddenly changed again. He didn't know why he appeared in such a dark place. Gradually, lights appeared. The lights are dim. Two hazy shadows appeared in front of him. They were his father and mother. Both of them had gentle smiles on their faces. Su Fan realized that they were in prison and wanted to ask them if they were living well in prison. However, when the two faces gradually became clear, the originally gentle smile turned ferocious. "You beast! Why don't you care about us? What's the point of having a son like you? Unfilial son!" The two extremely ferocious faces filled with grief and indignation, questioning and cursing, made Su Fan terrified. The next scene made him suddenly suffocate. The two sad and angry faces suddenly widened their eyes, as if their eyeballs were about to burst from their sockets, and they both died suddenly in front of him. Woo woo! I feel so sad, so sad. The wife's betrayal. Parental blame, and sudden death. Su Fan's heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an extremely powerful hand. He had never felt such discomfort before. It was as if he was blamed, abandoned, and betrayed by the whole world. It's a dream, it's a dream. Su Fan kept telling himself this in his heart. He was finally able to stop crying. Only then did I realize that my tears had wet my hands. At this moment, he had a strong urge to visit his parents. Even though his parents would definitely ask about him and Su Mengyao's situation, he didn't care. The door was suddenly opened. The lights were then turned on. It was Su Mengyao who came in. Seeing Su Fan sitting on the bed with tears in his eyes, Su Mengyao was stunned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Su Fan's voice was a little choked up. "I dreamed about my parents. They died suddenly in prison." At the end of the sentence, I couldn't help but tremble slightly. That extremely sad feeling surged into his heart again. Su Mengyao was stunned. In her eyes at this moment, Su Fan was so fragile. But it's so heartbreaking. She didn't know what Su Fan was thinking when she gave up on herself before, but she knew that Su Fan now must be under a lot of pressure. You are under too much pressure and didn't get enough rest, so you have these weird dreams. Go to bed early. Su Mengyao thought about it and said, "I know." Su Fan nodded. "Then lie back down." Su Mengyao helped him turn off the lights and walked out. Su Fan faintly heard a sigh. After that night, Su Fan's mind was in a mess and he didn't know when he fell asleep again in a daze. The next day, Su Fan got up early in the morning, exercised in the community, and then went out of the community to bring breakfast to Su Mengyao and Yaya. When I got home, it was just after 7 o'clock, but Su Mengyao had already gotten up and was hanging clothes outside. Su Fan saw his clothes in the plastic bucket. Although it's not a big deal, I still feel warm in my heart. I put breakfast on the table, remember to eat it. Su Fan said to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao nodded. Su Fan went in to put down breakfast, then went out again, got on his electric scooter, scratched his head, and said, "Then I'm going to work. Call me if you have anything." Su Mengyao nodded again. On the way, Su Fan couldn't help but think of last night's dream again. After having breakfast at the construction site, he still felt uneasy and sent a green bubble to Su Jin, asking Su Jin if he knew where his parents were being held, as he wanted to go over and see them. Su Jin quickly replied to Su Fan, "Your father is in Tancheng prison in Shangnan province, and your mother is in Shangnan women's prison. I haven't visited them for a while. Let's go together. When do you plan to go?" Su Fan said, "I want to go today." If possible, he would like to set off now. Su Jin said, "It's definitely not possible today. You have to get a proof of kinship first. How about this, I'll take a day off tomorrow and take you to get the proof first, and then I'll take you to see them." Good. Su Fan agreed. Su Jin must be much more familiar with these processes than he is. Thinking that he would be seeing his parents soon, he couldn't help but feel complicated. Su Fan seemed a little bit reluctant to leave that day. But fortunately, I still used my free time on the construction site to code more than 6,000 words. He withdrew the money from the Douyin background. These days, he has been spending money in cash. But the loan of more than 2,200 yuan that number 6 needed to repay had been deducted from his mobile phone the day before yesterday. This left him with less than 3,000 yuan left in his card. Then I have loans of more than 3,400 and 1,700 to repay today and tomorrow respectively. What's even worse is that Su Fan received another text message, saying that there was another loan of more than 3,000 yuan on the 12th. He didn't even dare to check how much money he owed. It's not possible not to withdraw the money earned from live streaming. He live streamed 4 times in total, and Mimi gave him tips 4 times. This time, the money withdrawn for the next 3 times totaled nearly 4,005. Speaking of which, Mimi really helped him a lot and solved his urgent problem. Although it is still not enough to repay the loan on the 12th, at least I don't have to worry about the loan before the 9th. Before leaving get off work, Su Fan asked Cheng Gong for leave. Mr. Cheng agreed without even asking him what he wanted leave for. When I got home, Su Mengyao and Yaya were both there. Su Fan took the initiative to tell Su Mengyao that he was planning to visit his parents tomorrow. Su Mengyao was silent for a moment, then said, "I have to go to work tomorrow, so I won't be there. Please say hello to my parents for me." She is also willing to visit her parents and say hello. Su Fan already felt satisfied and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Su Fan. Just when Su Fan was about to go back to his room to write, Su Mengyao suddenly called him. Su Fan turned around. Su Mengyao asked, "How much money do you owe?" Su Fan was slightly stunned and replied, "I don't know either." Su Mengyao said meaningfully, "You don't know, or don't want to say?" Ya, who was drawing at the desk, pricked up her ears and listened quietly. Su Fan said, "I really don't know, I didn't dare to calculate." He smiled bitterly, but it must be a considerable amount. I have received several repayment reminders this month. He confessed all this to Su Mengyao, not because he wanted Su Mengyao to repay the debt together with him, but because he didn't want to hide anything from Su Mengyao anymore. Chapter 50 Mimi's attention. Why don't you calculate it? Su Mengyao asked with a slightly frowned brow. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that too many numbers will scare me. This is the absolute truth. He then added, I'd better go and calculate it later, so that I won't be unprepared when I need to pay it back. Those repayment reminders are often notified a few days in advance. Not to mention a large amount, if he has no money, even 3 or 200 yuan may be difficult for him. A debt statement should be made. Su Fan thought to himself. Su Mengyao nodded and said nothing more. Su Fan walked over and took a look at the picture Yaya had drawn. It was Peppa Pig. Yaya draws really well. He touched Yaya's head and then returned to his room. Open your phone in the room and look for loan apps. After counting them, there were actually 13. Su Fan couldn't help cursing in his heart. My previous self was such a jerk that I borrowed from so many online loan companies. He was a little discouraged again. But I still click on them one by one. At the same time, open Notepad and write down the software name and the amount owed in Notepad. There are so many platforms, and the quotas vary. But as expected, the previous Su Fan had used up all the credit limits on each platform. There were no credit problems, and it was probably because he paid back the money on each software and then immediately withdrew it. But you don't have to imagine that the interest alone is a considerable amount every month. The interest rate of online loans is too high. After recording the online loans, Su Fan opened several bank apps. Credit cards, 6. The withdrawal quota is also empty. There are also loans. Finally, Su Fan used a calculator to calculate the money he owed on the platform, his credit card, and his loans. Although most of the amounts were not high, the final figure still made him feel extremely heavy. More than 278,000. If you count the money he paid back on the 6th and the more than 3,000 he just paid back today, the total is more than 280,000. Before, this money meant nothing to his family. But now, it is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Su Fan originally thought that he would pay it back every month and never withdraw any money, but now he no longer holds that hope. Even if he has a fixed income from the construction site and Mimi gives him tips, he can't support himself. And he was really embarrassed to continue accepting Mimi's rewards. All I can do is to keep within the deadline. It is probably not easy to achieve this. Got to make money fast. Su Fan closed the notepad and quickly started the live broadcast. It was still early, but he still only planned to broadcast for 2 hours. Before Mimi came into his live broadcast room a few minutes after 11 o'clock every night. He thought this way he could avoid Mimi. Su Fan is short of money, but doesn't want to owe others too much. Even though live streaming relies on tips from others, he still wants to make money with his own physical strength, rather than Mimi's daily investment of several thousand yuan. The live broadcast room is still deserted. What Su Fan didn't expect was that Mimi appeared in his live broadcast room again at around 8:30. This time, Mimi didn't say anything. He didn't send Su Fan any more little hearts. There are 10 portals right above you. Then he exited the live broadcast room. Even Su Fan was stunned. Gifts like portals are a bit special and cannot be withdrawn, but they will attract traffic to the live broadcast room. Soon, many people poured into Su Fan's live broadcast room. From a few hundred to thousands, it reached more than 3,000 in a short period of time. Su Fan stared blankly at the live broadcast room. However, these people all came here to grab the red envelopes. They are commonly known as the wool party users. After grabbing the red envelope, he immediately left. No one is interested in this grown man Su Fan. Traffic comes quickly and goes quickly. Su Fan's live broadcast room soon became deserted again. The portal Mimi spent 3,000 yuan to send didn't bring much profit to Su Fan. Only a few people, probably out of boredom, gave Su Fan a few hearts. It's a complete loss of all money. In the last half hour, Su Fan simply did push-ups by herself. At that time, he turned off the live broadcast, covered in sweat. After taking a shower, I returned to my room and sat at the head of the bed typing. My hands feel a little weak, but luckily typing is not difficult. Su Fan quickly got into the state. In fact, he was a little impatient and wanted to update quickly. Because he desperately needs higher income. Yifei had said long ago that if you want to earn money, you must first sign a contract. Then you have to wait for the first show, which may give you a chance to take off, and some people can earn thousands of dollars a day in royalties. The success or failure of a book can also be seen from its first show. Su Fan wants to make her debut soon. Just a few minutes after 11, Su Fan's Douyin account suddenly received a user follow-up notification. He opened TikTok and was surprised to find that the person following him was Mimi. Su Fan immediately clicked the reply button, then quickly clicked on Mimi's personal profile, hoping to find clues about her real identity from Mimi's information. But the results were disappointing. Mimi's profile is almost empty. The avatar is a strawberry. Age 28. LP, Zhujiang. Su Fan closed Mimi's profile with disappointment. There is a new message. It was sent by Mimi. You can't become famous by live streaming like this. If you want to become famous, I suggest you shoot and post jokes with your personal style. Su Fan was slightly stunned. He never thought that Mimi would take the initiative to add him and give him guidance on live streaming. Who the hell are you? You must know me, right? Su Fan asked. Mimi, I don't know you, but I think you're pretty pitiful and hardworking. Su Fan was still suspicious. But even if Mimi and he were acquaintances in real life, if Mimi didn't want to say it, it would be useless for him to ask further. Thanks. Su Fan typed over and said, actually, I've thought about making jokes, but I'm not good at it and don't have any ideas in my head. Besides, I don't have much time. He is not completely unfamiliar with making jokes and knows several necessary steps. Script, shooting, and editing. These are things that require a lot of time and energy. If he hadn't written novels, he might have tried it, but now he really doesn't have the time or energy to write novels. I see. Mimi asked, do you have any special skills? Su Fan paused and replied, piano. In fact, he has learned many skills. From childhood to adulthood, he has learned piano, guitar, flute, saxophone, painting, and even has a dabbling in equestrianism and golf. Because his mother wanted to train him to be a boy who knows everything. But the result was that Su Fan, who was a bit naughty since childhood, only persisted in piano. This is not because Su Fan has a special liking for the piano, but because the person who taught him piano since he was a child was a very beautiful and elegant older sister. It might be because the older sister named Shen Wanqing said that Su Fan was extremely talented in piano and looked particularly handsome when playing the piano, which made little Su Fan unknowingly regard piano as his destined talent. Of course, in fact, Su Fan's sense of rhythm and ability to read music are indeed good. Then there is a pair of big hands with long and slender fingers. As soon as he traveled through time, Su Fan was overwhelmed by life and had no time to remember that he had a talent for piano. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would need to use his special skills to make money. Chapter 51 Visiting Dad. Speaking of which, Su Fan passed the 3rd level of piano at the age of 6, the 4th level at the age of 7, and the 6th level at the age of 9. By the time I was in junior high school, I was already a 7th level pianist. When I just entered high school, I reached level 8. And he also won several provincial awards. He was considered a bit famous in the Shonan circle at that time. However, as his high school studies were busy and his family didn't need him to make money with this skill, Su Fan didn't continue to take the exam. But every time school was on vacation, Su Fan would go home and practice his skills. With his current level, he is confident that he can pass the level 10 exam. Then why don't you live stream your piano performance? Your level isn't very high? Mimi said. Su Fan smiled bitterly, because I don't have a piano. Mimi. Then he asked Su Fan, you don't have a piano, so how did you learn piano? Su Fan said, I used to have it at home, but now I don't have it. Mimi took several seconds to reply, did something happen at home? Su Fan replied. Looking at the words typed by Mimi, he felt that Mimi really didn't recognize him. Mimi said, then I have no choice. If you want to buy a piano for the live broadcast area, I'm not sure if you can earn back the money for the piano. But if you are good, why don't you consider finding a job with this specialty? Su Fan felt that this matter was feasible and said, I didn't think of it before, but now that you mention it, I think it might be possible. Thank you. You're welcome. Mimi said. Then the two said nothing more. Mimi said she was going to sleep. Su Fan said good night to her. Afterwards, that night, Su Fan continued typing until almost 2 o'clock. I exceeded the original plan of 8,000 words and wrote 10,000 words. After uploading the 2 chapters to be published during the day and setting a scheduled release schedule, Su-fan turned off his phone and went to sleep. Tomorrow is the 5th day. After these 2 chapters are published, you can apply for a contract. I don't know whether the contract can be signed. If the contract fails, it would mean that all his tens of thousands of words were written in vain. Su-fan was very nervous, and he was thinking about how to make money by playing the piano, so he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. But he didn't know that this tension would accompany him for a long time. The new week started with drizzle. Su-fan got up at 6 o'clock. He didn't hear the sound of rain outside. After washing up and preparing to go out for exercise, he saw that it was drizzling outside and the ground was already wet. But the weather is finally much more comfortable and no longer so hot and stuffy. Unable to go out for exercise, he went back to his room and did sit-ups. Now the only part one can train is my waist and abdomen. After exercising, he went out with an umbrella, bought breakfast for himself and Su Mengyao, and then went home. When I got home, Su Mengyao and Yaya had already gotten up, and Su Mengyao was combing Yaya's hair. Su-fan was reluctant to waste time while waiting for Yaya. He took out his cell phone to type again. Writing while eating breakfast. He had long realized that if all these scattered moments were added together, a considerable amount could be done. After sending Yaya to school, I went home and found that Su Mengyao hadn't left the house yet. Su-fan asked Su Mengyao, "Do you want me to take you to the company?" Su Mengyao shook her head. "No, it's convenient for me to take the bus." Su-fan felt a little disappointed and smiled. He felt that Su Mengyao might not want her colleagues to see her. I don't know whether Su Mengyao's colleagues in the company know about his past behavior. But it is an indisputable fact that he can't make Su Mengyao look glamorous now. Su Mengyao wore a professional suit and held an umbrella as she went out to work. Su-fan stayed at home, typing while waiting for Su Jin to come and pick him up. Around 8 o'clock, Su Jin called him and asked where he was. More than 10 minutes later, he appeared at the foot of the slope outside Su-fan's house. After Su-fan received another call from Su Jin, he went out with an umbrella and got into Su Jin's car. Su Jin asked him if he had brought his ID card and household registration book. Su-fan said she brought it. Su Jin took him directly to the police station in his registered place of residence. Su-fan's household registration is in Jiang County. Paziling Police Station. Su Jin must have found someone in advance, and the process of Su-fan applying for proof of kinship was very smooth, and it was completed in just over half an hour. Su Jin drove Su-fan directly to Tancheng. It takes only a little over an hour to drive from Songjiang County to Tancheng Prison in southern Hunan Province on the highway. On the way, Su Jin told Su-fan that his brother, Su-fan's father Su-ming, was serving his sentence in a prison ward, and today happened to be the date for relatives to visit. But you have to wait until Wednesday to visit Su-fan's mother Ling Shulan. After arriving at Tancheng Prison in southern Hunan Province and completing registration, I was taken to the visiting room. There were quite a few people inside, all of whom came to visit the prison. Su-fan and Su Jin were arranged to sit outside the window. The window was blocked by glass, so the only way to communicate was by phone. Soon, Su-ming was brought out. The moment he saw Su-ming, Su-fan's eyes suddenly turned red. In his impression, his father is still a middle-aged man who is full of vigor and looks to be only 40 years old. He has good looks and good temperament. He is the kind of charming uncle who is at the peak of his life after experiencing the vicissitudes of life and can charm an 18-year-old girl. But the father who appeared in front of him now looked much older than the one he remembered. Even now, my father is just about to turn 50, but he looks like he is in his 60s. He has a head full of white hair and a weathered, dark face. When Su-ming saw Su-fan, he was also stunned. His eyes suddenly turned red. It was not until the staff behind him whispered something to him that he came to his senses and sat down opposite Su-fan. Both the father and the son paused, picked up the phone with extremely complicated expressions, and slowly put it to their ears. "Dad!" Su-fan shouted, his voice choked with sobs. Tears finally flowed from my eyes. Su-ming's hands were shaking slightly. He looked at Su-fan for a long while before asking, "Why are you here?" His voice remained gentle. But it seems to contain too many complex emotions. Since he came in, Su-fan has never come to visit him. But he was clear about Su-fan's situation. Su Jin, Su Wanping, and others mentioned this to him when they came to visit him. He was very disappointed with Su-fan's self-abandonment, but more of it was guilt. He felt that he had ruined his son's life. "Dad, I'm sorry," Su-fan said while crying. Su Ming was slightly stunned and glanced at Su Jin. Why are you suddenly saying this? I am the one who is sorry for you. No, no. Su Fan said, Dad, you didn't let me down. It was me who didn't live up to my expectations. He lost his composure. Please keep your voice down. The staff behind reminded Su Fan. Su Fan turned around and said sorry. How are you, now? Su Ming asked Su Fan again. Chapter 52 Lying. Su Fan wiped her tears and said, It's good. My uncle arranged a job for me. Su Ming glanced at Su Jin again and said, Are you and Meng Yao alright? How's Yaya? Su Fan said, It's okay. It's because I owe some money that we quarrel more than before. But I have decided to change now. Life will definitely get better and better in the future. Yaya is also very obedient. This morning when I sent her to school, she said she missed her grandparents. Meng Yao had to go to work and didn't have time to come over, so she also asked me to say hello to you. He lied. It was because Su Jin had told him on the way here that when he came to visit Su Ming over the past 3 years, he had not concealed from Su Ming the bad things that Su Fan had done outside. To be honest, he was worried that when Su Ming was released from prison, he would find it difficult to accept Su Fan's changes and would have a big fight with Su Fan. Judging from Su Fan's previous character, he might even do something like severing his father-son relationship with Su Ming. It's just that he concealed the fact that the relationship between Su Fan and Su Mengyao had deteriorated. Because even if Su Ming is released from prison, Su Fan and Su Mengyao will have divorced, and he believes that his elder brother will be able to accept it. Woo woo. Su Ming, a middle-aged man who had experienced many hardships, suddenly burst into tears. It was not for any other reason, just because Su Fan said that Yaya missed her grandparents. Yaya is the treasure of him and Ling Shulan, and he misses Yaya so much. I want it so much. Dad. Looking at Su Ming like this, Su Fan's tears started to flow again. Su Ming quickly controlled his emotions, raised his head, and said to Su Fan with red eyes, I feel relieved that you know how to change. Su Fan. Dad is a loser. I am sorry for you, your mother, Meng Yao and Ya. You are still young. Although you have been ridiculous for a few years, you still have a chance. Don't be like before. Be good to Meng Yao and Yaya, okay? Su Fan nodded vigorously, I will. He smiled through his tears, don't worry, Dad. I will definitely pay off all your debts before you come home. Meng Yao, Yaya and I will welcome you home then. Su Ming's lips trembled, and he wiped his eyes vigorously. Take good care of Meng Yao and Yaya first. It doesn't matter if there are some debts that haven't been paid off. Wait for Dad to come out, and I'll pay it back with you. He knew that Su Fan owed a lot of money, and he would be released from prison in less than a year, and he didn't want Su Fan to bear too much pressure during this period. Stress can crush people. He was worried that Su Fan would collapse under the pressure and become what Su Jin and the others had said he was doing. Dad! Su Fan shouted and started crying again. Su Ming's lips trembled even more violently, and he gently placed his left hand on the glass window, as if he wanted to touch Su Fan's head. But it is destined to be untouchable. He tried his best to suppress his emotions, and said with a slightly choked voice, Let me talk to your uncle. Su Fan agreed, stood up and handed the phone to Su Jin. Su Jin's eyes were also red at this moment, and he sat down in Su Fan's seat. Su Ming waved at Su Fan through the glass window. Su Fan understood and walked out. He knew that Su Ming wanted to say something to Su Jin, but it was not convenient for him to hear it. Maybe no matter how old he is still a child in Su Ming's heart. Walking out of the room, Su Fan could no longer bear it, and suddenly squatted down against the wall, covering his face and crying. Inside the room. Perhaps influenced by Su Fan and Su Ming's emotions, there were more people crying inside and outside the glass window. Elder brother. Su Jin called out to Su Ming on the phone. Su Ming sighed softly and said, I'll have to trouble you to continue taking care of Xiaofan, Meng Yao, and Yaya. Su Jin said, Don't worry, brother. I will definitely take good care of Xiaofan and the others. Then he was silent for a moment, but forced to smile and said, But Xiaofan seems to have grown up all of a sudden. I wanted to lend him money, but he refused. He even asked me how much money he owed me, as well as my elder sister and younger sister, and he said he would definitely pay us back in the future. Su Ming also forced a smile and said, Then I feel relieved. He did the right thing. We are brothers and sisters, but I still have to pay you back. After all, you all have families. Elder brother. Su Jin had a complicated expression. You said that over the years, my younger sister and I went to school, and my older sister's family opened a shop. You helped and contributed a lot. Isn't that enough? Do we have to divide it so clearly? Okay, let's not talk about this. Suming smiled and said, what job did you arrange for Xiaofan? Working as a construction worker at Zheng Thingnian's construction site. Mr. Zhang. Suming nodded and asked, how is Xiaofan doing? Su Jin said, I didn't really expect Xiaofan to be able to do much, but I asked Zheng Thingnian, and he said that he worked very hard at the construction site and took over the work of the original construction worker. Suming nodded again. Are Su Fan and Meng Yao really on good terms? With his social experience, it was not difficult for him to notice some clues, not to mention that Su Fan was his biological son. Su Fan said before that when he and Su Mengyao quarreled too much, his eyes would unconsciously wander a little. Every time Su Fan lies, there are small details like this. It's just that even Su Fan himself doesn't know it. Su Jin smiled and said, it's better if you don't say anything, but it should be okay. Anyway, nothing happened to alarm us. Mengyao is really a good girl. Su Ming nodded gently and sighed, it's a pity that Shulan and I got into trouble within 2 years of marrying into our family. She must have suffered a lot in the past 3 years. You should ask the eldest sister, the youngest sister, and Ingwan to communicate with her more often. When I get out, I will never treat her badly again. Yes, I know. Su Jin said. In fact, Su Wanping, Su Peishan, Nia Ingwan, and even Hu Lirong all had some communication with Su Mengyao. Otherwise, Su Mengyao might not have been able to maintain her marriage with Su Fan until now. Marriage is undoubtedly centered around the couple, but whether it is happy or not is definitely related to the entire family. Go and let Xiaofan in. I'll take another look at him. Su Ming said. Su Jin went out and saw Su Fan squatting outside the door crying. He sighed softly in his heart and patted Su Fan on the shoulder. Your father asked you to come in. Su Fan raised her head, wiped her tears, and then followed Su Jin into the house. When he picked up the phone again, this time Su Ming just asked him to go see his mother. Su Fan said he would go there in 2 days. Su Ming also said that Ling Shulan should be released from prison in about 3 months, and asked Su Fan to settle his mother by then and let his mother see the child for him first. If the money is really not enough, you can borrow from Su Jin first, or you can ask Su Wanping or Su Peishan. Su Fan just nodded in agreement. Ling Shulan had doted on him since he was a child. It could be said that she had never treated him badly in life and had never insisted on raising boys in poverty. No matter how difficult or hard his life is, he will never ignore his mother. Chapter 53, Good Weather. The visiting hours were soon over. Su Ming was taken back. Su Fan and Su Jin also left Tancheng prison. Xiaofan, how much money do you owe in total? On the way back, Su Jin suddenly asked about Su Fan. Speaking of this, Su Fan was a little depressed and said, I don't know the exact number, but now I know that it is already more than 500,000. So much. Even Su Jin was a little surprised. Su Fan nodded. Su Jin asked again, who do you owe it to? Su Fan said, some of them belong to a few of my friends, and one belongs to the owner of a mahjong parlor. The rest are borrowed online. You even borrowed money online. Su Jin was a little annoyed. Su Fan felt wronged, but didn't know what to say. He is not he, but also he. How much did you borrow online? Su Jin said again. Su Fan said, 280,000. Su Jin is his uncle, there is no need for him to hide it. The reason why I didn't tell Su Mengyao this number was that I was worried that it would scare her. If Su Mengyao's determination to divorce was shaken again, it would be a disaster. Su Jin frowned slightly, are they all online loans? Su Fan said, I also have a credit card. Su Jin frowned and remained silent for a while. I'll transfer the money to you when we get back. You can pay off the money you owed online and on your credit card first. He still has some savings over the years. Uncle. Su Fan was so embarrassed. Just listen to me on this matter. Your dad and I said the same thing. The interest on money online is so high, it's not worth it. Besides, I have no use for this money for the time being. However, Su Jin interrupted Su Fan directly. Then he suddenly laughed, why? Are you afraid you can't pay it back? Su Fan shook his head and then nodded. He must have owed Su Jin a lot before, most likely a scary number, and if he added the 280,000, he would definitely not be able to pay it back, but he really didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Seeing Su Fan nod, Sujin said, "That's fine. When you have more money, you can give it to me." Su Fan opened his mouth and wanted to say something. "But when I thought about the interest on online loans, I didn't say it out loud. Those interest rates are really too high." Although Sujin's money didn't come from the wind, he still owed it to her. After all, he was her uncle. This kind of blood relationship was a lifelong thing, and as long as she worked hard, she would definitely have the opportunity to repay Sujin in the future. "It seems like the weather is good." Sujin had just finished talking to Su Fan about the loan when Su Fan suddenly received a notification from Tomato's backend. He signed the contract. Although it was Al who signed the contract, rather than some editor taking a fancy to his novel, it is still pretty good. Yi Feifei once said that Tomato's signing threshold is low, but not every new writer can sign a contract successfully. 20,000 words. Su Fan plans to update 6,000 words a day starting from tomorrow, so that he can start his first show verification in 10 days. Su Fan couldn't help but tell Yi Feifei the good news. Yi Feifei is half his teacher in writing. Soon, Yi Feifei replied and congratulated Su Fan. After returning to Jiang County, outside Su Fan's house, Sujin asked Su Fan to go in first while he made a phone call. Su Fan knew that Sujin was going to call Niangwan. Niangwan has always been the person in charge of the money in Sujin's family. He also didn't know whether Niangwan would agree. 280,000 is not a small amount. Even if Sujin's family can afford it, Niangwan must consider whether Su Fan can afford it. But even if Niangwan didn't agree, Su Fan would definitely not blame her. This is human nature. Lending is a favor, not lending is your duty. Moreover, he already owed a lot to his uncle and aunt, and had never paid them back, so it was hard to say that he had a high credit rating now. It was more than half an hour before Sujin walked into Su Fan's house. He said to Su Fan, who was typing in the living room, "Xiao Fan, can you print out the credit report for me?" Just now outside, he was talking on the phone with Niangwan. Niangwan was a very generous woman, but when she heard that Sujin was going to lend so much money to Su Fan, she found it a little hard to accept for a while. She and Sujin also have a son, Su Fan's cousin, named Suji, who is now a junior in college and will graduate next year. They had to find a job for Suji, or support Suji in starting a business, and they also had to make early plans for Suji's marriage. She had recently been planning to take Suji to look at houses. Although she and Sujin were both civil servants, their incomes were not particularly high, and they were short of money to buy a house in Tancheng. Now that Sujin was going to lend so much money to Su Fan, the matter of buying a house for Suji would definitely have to be postponed. And it may be delayed for quite some time. The two people almost got into a quarrel because of this. However, later on, when Niangwan heard Sujin talking about the care and help Su Ming had given him in the past, and how he would not be who he is today without Su Ming, Niangwan finally agreed. The only prerequisite is to ask Su Fan to print out the credit report. Because she is still not sure whether Su Fan has really changed, even though it was Sujin who took the initiative to bring up the matter of borrowing money. If the amount reported by Su Fan was false, it meant that Su Fan did not truly face up to his mistake, and she would never lend the money to Su Fan, even if Sujin quarreled with her because of it. Sujin felt that what Niangwan said made sense, so he agreed. Su Fan listened to Sujin's words, nodded, and said, "Okay, I was thinking of checking the credit report to see if I borrowed these using the app on my phone." He was worried that his previous self had deleted some software. After all, even if he had deleted the contacts with so many relatives and friends, it was not impossible to delete the software and hack into the credit report. Sujin's heart skipped a beat and he frowned. But after thinking about it, I didn't say anything else. Su Fan has lost her memory now, so it is normal for her to miss something. He thought that if the amount on Su Fan's credit report was similar to what he said, with only a difference of 10,000 or 20,000, he would still have to persuade his wife. Immediately, Su Fan followed Sujin out to the bank. There is a bank just a few minutes' drive from Chenyang community. After Sujin and Su Fan arrived at the bank, they directly printed out the credit report. Very thick. There are more than 20 of them. The uncle and nephew gathered together to watch. After roughly calculating the amount on the credit report, the uncle and nephew breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. What Su Fan found on his mobile phone were all the loan apps he had used before, and nothing was missed. The amount is not wrong either. Soon, Nia Ingwan came over. She came here directly after taking leave from work. When I saw Sujin and Su Fan in the bank, they looked very unhappy. And one. However, when Su Fan called her, she nodded. Su Jin handed Su Fan's credit report to Nia Wan and said, "The numbers are correct." Su Fan looked embarrassed and lowered his head slightly. Chapter 54. Su Mengyao is on a business trip again. Nia Wan didn't take the credit report from Su Jin and said, "Then transfer the money to Xiao Fan." She still trusts Su Jin on this point. But I can't help feeling a little complicated. I was relieved that Su Fan was honest about his accounts, but at the same time I was worried that it would be difficult for him to pay back the money in the future. Forget it, if you can't pay it back, then don't pay it back. After all, he's his nephew, his family member. Nia Ingwan sighed softly in her heart. She was willing to lend the money to Su Fan because Su Jin was a very responsible husband. They got married after falling in love freely. Over the years, most of the family income was indeed earned by Su Jin, and she was always the one in charge of the money. Su Jin never let her suffer any hardship. Su Jin patted Su Fan on the shoulder. Su Fan lowered his head and went to the counter with Nia Ingwan. Nia Ingwan took out her own card and asked the bank staff to transfer 280,000 yuan to Su Fan's card. But the couple didn't just leave. Su Jin said to Su Fan, "Pay back the money now and delete all those messy apps." In front of Su Jin and Nia Ingwan, Su Fan paid off every online loan in advance. Some of these platforms are simply scams, and they even charge extra fees for early settlement. However, Su Jin didn't care about all this and asked Su Fan to return them all. As a result, the 280,000 yuan that Nia Ingwan transferred to Su Fan was not enough. Because there is still several $1,000s in interest. Fortunately, Su Fan still had about 4,000 yuan in her card. In the end, after paying off all the online loans and credit card debts, Su Fan was left with only a pitiful 200 yuan in her card. He deleted all the online loan apps. "I originally planned to cancel all my credit cards." Only Su Jin stopped him and said that credit cards were not like online loans, so it didn't matter much. As long as he didn't spend it recklessly, it was okay to keep the money for emergencies. Su Fan didn't know how to express his gratitude to Su Jin and Nia Ingwan, so he could only keep his gratitude in his heart. All online loans and credit cards have been paid off. This made Su Fan feel like a huge stone had been lifted off his shoulders, making him feel a lot more relaxed. He finally no longer had to worry about making repayments every now and then. In fact, this caused him a lot of mental exhaustion. "I often can't sleep at night, mostly because of this reason." Nia Ingwan still had to go back to work. Su Jin sent Su Fan home. What Su Fan never expected was that after arriving home, Su Jin transferred another 10,000 yuan into his green bubble. "This is Su Jin's private money. Add this 10,000 and we'll have 300,000, so it'll be easier to keep count later." Su Fan didn't want to accept the money at first, but Su Jin sent him a message like this right after. Su Fan accepted the money and said he would pay them back as soon as possible. But having said that, some money must still be paid back before Su Jin and the others. "There's nothing we can do about it. Originally, those online loans were the most urgent and had to be repaid first. Now those debts have been paid off, but the money owed to relatives and friends also has its priorities." Although Su Jin and his family borrowed so much money, it did not affect their normal living expenses. Zhou Peng is different. After learning about Zhou Peng's situation, Su Fan has been feeling very guilty recently and has been thinking about how to pay Zhou Peng back first. Although Zhou Peng said that the more than 80,000 yuan could not change his current family situation, it could ultimately relieve a lot of his stress. Perhaps, there is still room for mediation in marriage. After Su Fan received the transfer from Su Jin, he immediately transferred 8,000 yuan to Zhou Peng. He also said that he would find a way to get the remaining money as soon as possible. Zhou Peng quickly asked several questions. "Where did you get the money? Did you get rich?" Su Fan said, "My uncle lent it to me." Zhou Peng said, "You borrowed money from your uncle to pay me back? What's the difference between this and borrowing from me? I told you there's no need to rush. You can take it. I'll take care of the money from my uncle. You're under a lot of pressure too." Su Fan was touched. Zhou Peng hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Then I will really accept it?" He's been having a hard time lately. He already owed a lot of credit card and online loans, and he and his 2 children had living expenses. He used his meager salary every month to make ends meet, so his situation was not necessarily much better than Su Fan's. "Collect it," Su Fan said. Zhou Peng took the money. Su Fan looked at the time. It was just a few minutes past 11, so he rode his electric scooter out to work at the construction site. He had originally asked for the whole day off, but since his work was done, he thought he should go to the construction site. The afternoon is spent working and typing. Su Mengya was going to get off work at 5:30, so Su Fan went to pick up Yaya at around 4 o'clock and took her to the construction site. After arriving at the construction site, I sent a message to Su Mengya, asking if she would come home for dinner. He had noticed that the kitchen utensils at home had been used before, so they must have cooked at home before. However, since he traveled here, Su Mengya had either been working overtime or on a business trip, and had never cooked at home. Su Mengya called him soon and said, "I'm on my way on a business trip and I probably won't be back this week. If you don't have time to take care of Yaha, you can send her to my mother's house." On a business trip again. Su Fan felt a little helpless. But more of it is guilt. If he hadn't messed up the family like this, Su Mengya wouldn't have to work so hard. The issue between Tian Lai Baby and Fatty Wang has been resolved. He doesn't plan to send Yaha to Humeya's house anymore. He said, "I have time. Let Yaya stay at home with me." Good. Su Mengya agreed and hung up the phone. Su Fan felt much more relieved because Su Jin lent her money to pay off her online loan, but she never thought about relaxing herself. After having dinner at the construction site, I took Yaya home, picked up my backpack, and went directly to Emerald Lake. He still has dozens of balloons to sell. It's all money. Su Fan plans to devote all his time to writing novels after selling all the balloons if his novel can achieve good results and generate good income. And if the novel doesn't achieve much, I'll have to keep selling balloons. After all, you can earn several $1,000s every month. However, he was also considering what Nini said about making money by playing the piano. We sat at Emerald Lake until 9 o'clock. Yaya was always well behaved. When the weather wasn't so hot, she squatted beside Su Fan and played with her little toys. Su Fan was typing. Although he only sold 4 balloons, he typed more than 1,000 words, so his time was not wasted. Yifei was in Chai-In-Yusei, and occasionally she would go to the door to glance at Su Fan and greet him. Seeing Su Fan always keeping her head down writing novels, she actually admired her very much. With some experience, she knows that the hardest part of writing a novel is persistence. With Su Fan's personality, she will definitely go further than the average newcomer. It is hard to say whether she can become a great writer, but it is inevitable that she can earn money from her novels. Chapter 55 Looking for a Job Again. Before Yifei got off work, Su Fan packed up the stall and left with Yaya. He did not leave Emerald Lake, but went to the door on the backside of the mall. This place is not far from the night market, facing the artificial lake, with colorful lights flashing, and is considered the place with the best view in the mall. There is a bar called Qinghuan. Su Fan considered that the places that might need a pianist would be bars, pubs, and some high-end restaurants. There are also art schools. He doesn't have the time to work at an art school or a training institution. As for high-end restaurants, there aren't any in Jiang County that are high-end enough to require a pianist, so he can only consider bars and pubs. The prices in a bar should be higher than those in a pub, so Su Fan planned to go to several bars in Jiang County to ask. If he couldn't find a part-time job in a bar or tavern, he could only try to see if there was a need for piano tutoring. Qinghuan is located in a place like Feitsui Lake, and its business should be considered better than those in Jiang County. However, when Su Fan took Yaya in, he found that Qinghuan was quite deserted, with only about 10 tables of guests. Under the dim light, it looked quite empty. After all, there are too few young people in Jiang County. He looked around. There was a girl wearing simple clothes and glasses singing on the stage. Next to her was a male guitarist with long hair accompanying her. Then next to the stage, there is a piano. This gave Su Fan some hope. He took Yaya to the bar. There was a handsome young bartender and a young and beautiful waitress at the bar. "Hello." Su Fan asked the young bartender, "Excuse me, is your boss here?" The bartender was slightly stunned and asked, "What's the matter?" Su Fan said, "I want to ask if you are hiring a pianist." As he said this, he quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. He still doesn't smoke, but he has almost developed the habit of carrying cigarettes with him at all times. The bartender took the cigarette and said, "I think we don't need to hire him anymore. We have a pianist here." "Oh, thank you." Su Fan smiled and nodded. Although he felt disappointed, he had no choice but to take Yaya away. Back to the parking lot outside Chai-In-Yusei, Su Fan rode his electric scooter and took Yaha to another bar closer to home. It is easy to find out the location of the bar, you can see it on Meituan. However, in Jiang County, the market demand for pianists exceeds supply. Places like bars and pubs don't really need a pianist of very high skill. That night, Su Fan took Yaya out for a stroll until after 10 o'clock. They visited 3 bars in total, as well as several small pubs they passed by on the way. There are only 2 piano shops in total, and without exception, they both have signed contracts with pianists. This means that Su Fan does not see much hope. But he still decided to go and ask a few more companies tomorrow. If there isn't a place that needs a pianist, see if you can find one that needs a tutor. Although he did not take the level 8 exam, he has the level 7 certificate in hand and several provincial awards, so he is definitely qualified to be a tutor. After bringing Yaya back home, Su Fan gave Yaya a bath and told her a bedtime story until she fell asleep. He doesn't plan to broadcast live anymore. Just as Mimi said, he can't make any money from live streaming like this, so he might as well use this time to write. It feels so relaxing not having to worry about repaying online loans all the time. The next day, Su Fan woke up refreshed. After exercise, I sent Yaya to school. Then to the construction site. Life will always change a little because of too much positivity. In just 10 days, Su Fan's life seemed to be back on track. Although the pressure is still great, like walking in a quagmire, it is finally not like before, where we kept sinking in the quagmire. That night, Su Fan still took Yaya to Emerald Lake to sell balloons. He didn't notice that there were already 2 people sitting outside the Starbucks in the corner of Emerald Lake Mall before he arrived. Both are women. One of them was Su Mengyao, who said she was on a business trip. There is no need to say much about Su Mengyao's beauty. Not to mention in a county like Jiang County, even in Tansheng, there are probably not many women who dare to say that their appearance is definitely better than Su Mengyao. Among a group of women who are all beautiful to a certain extent, saying who is more beautiful is a matter of personal opinion. What is quite rare is that the woman sitting next to Su Mengyao is also very beautiful. The plump type is most popular among middle-aged men. Big bright eyes, fair skin, and bright red lips. The beige figure flattering hip skirt paired with transparent high-heeled sandals made this woman look extremely charming, even more so than Su Mengyao, who was just wearing no makeup. This woman's name is Mi Jieja, and she is one of Su Mengyao's best friends in Jiang County. At the same time, she is the only one among Su Mengyao's best friends who is not married yet. Seeing 2 women like this sitting outside, most men passing by couldn't help but glance at them from the side. I was extremely amazed. Only Su Mengyao and Mi Jieja didn't care about these looks at all. Until Su Fan appeared with Yaya, their eyes kept glancing over there. I never thought that the former young master would actually come out to set up a stall. If you hadn't brought me here to see it, I wouldn't have believed it. Mi Jieja picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, then put it down and said, "It has a casual, lazy flavor." Su Mengyao's eyes were a little complicated, and she said, "Actually, I was quite surprised too. I never thought he could hold on." Mi Jieja curled her lips. "So, do you really plan to continue living with him?" Su Mengyao pursed her lips and said, "Let's wait and see. If he really has changed, should I divorce him now?" Mi Jieja raised her eyebrows slightly. "Since he is willing to put down his pride and set up a stall, I really think he is determined to change. But have you ever thought about it? He owes so much money now, and his family is in that situation. Even if he changes, when can he pay off the money? When can he buy a house and a car? Not to mention letting you live a good life. Do you plan to accompany him to pay off his debts?" "I know that." Su Mengyao sighed, "But I have to consider Yaya. Moreover, if she divorced Su Fan now, Su Fan would probably become the same as before." But she didn't say this in front of her best friend. "Well," Mi Jieja sighed, "it is true that we have to consider Yaya, but for Yaya, don't you consider yourself?" She really felt it was not worth it for her best friend. If it were her, she would have divorced Su Fan when Su Fan started to behave unruly. Just when Su Mengyao was about to be free, Su Fan turned back at this moment. Isn't this just a hassle? She also came from an ordinary family, so she naturally knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to repay debts of hundreds of thousands or even more. From the perspective of a best friend, she really prefers Su Mengyao to choose to divorce Su Fan and live a free and easy life. Chapter 56, Ordinary Road. As long as people don't block my doorstep every day and ask for money, I can still live like this. Su Mengyao said. Mi Jieja looked at her best friend who had a calm mind in astonishment. It was hard for her to believe that these words came out of Su Mengyao's mouth. She shook her head and said, "Forget it. It seems that you have made up your mind. I am too lazy to persuade you anymore, lest you blame me for hurting you when Su Fan really gets up." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Fan again. You said Su Fan is working on the construction site, selling balloons, doing live broadcasts, and writing novels. Is that all true? Really? Su Mengyao nodded. TSK. Mi Jia smacked her lips, looking quite surprised. If you had known that forcing him to divorce would irritate him like this, you should have dragged him to the citizen's home. Su Mengyao smiled and said, this has nothing to do with whether I force him to divorce or not. Didn't I tell you that he has lost his memory? Mi Jia was stunned for a moment, and said, even if he lost his memory and returned to his previous personality, I still find it hard to imagine. He is a young master, when has he ever suffered such hardship? Although she only met Su Fan after Su Mengyao and Su Fan got married, she had some understanding of Su Fan's personality. The two best friends sat in Starbucks for about half an hour and then left quietly. Su Fan is still selling balloons and typing at the same time. Yaya squatted beside him obediently. It's 9 o'clock again. Su Fan took Yaya away from Emerald Lake and went to a bar and tavern a little further away to ask. I asked several questions in succession, but still got nothing. An old street in Jiang County. Free space. Seeing that it was almost 10 o'clock, Su Fan planned to ask about the pub and take Yaya home. Then I stopped thinking about it and posted a message online to see if there was anyone looking for a piano tutor. Free Space is a bistro with a trendy decoration style. To say it's fashionable is nice. It's industrial style actually. This kind of decoration style has a low cost. There are not many tables inside, including booths, there are only about 20 to 30 tables in total. However, in such an old street, Free Space's business is surprisingly good, with most of the tables occupied by customers. I don't know if it's because the decoration style is pleasing or for some other reason. The bar is on the right-hand side after entering the door. Su Fan took Yaya by the hand and walked directly to the bar. At the bar was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. She was dressed very sexy, and the two huge hoop earrings hanging on her earlobes were even more eye-catching. Hello, are you hiring a pianist? Su Fan asked the sexy girl. The girl looked up at Su Fan, blinked, and asked, are you a pianist? Su Fan nodded. The girl continued, wait a minute, I'll ask for you. Then he quickly walked out of the bar and ran towards the singing stage located in the corner of the inner wall of the bar. It is a triangular concert stage. There are several huge speakers on the stage. There were 2 guitars against the wall. There is a piano next to it. Sitting in front of the microphone was a girl with long hair and simple and casual clothes, and a cool-looking man wearing a black baseball cap, black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and sunglasses. The man was lowering his head to tune the guitar in his hand. This is obviously a resident singer. The sexy girl at the front desk walked straight up to the girl and whispered something in her ear. The girl's eyes immediately turned towards Su Fan. Then he followed the sexy girl to Su Fan and asked with a smile, are you a pianist? Su Fan nodded. The girl asked again, what level? Her appearance is not particularly outstanding, but she has a very graceful temperament, which makes people feel very comfortable. Su Fan said, level 7, but it will be no problem to pass level 9. He needed the job so badly that he couldn't be modest. Even if this might come across as exaggerated, that is fine. Anyway, as long as you get started, you can always see his level. The girl was indeed slightly stunned, and then asked, then, can you try it? Su Fan smiled and nodded, sure. Then he followed the girl to the stage. He went to the stage, took off his backpack and put it on the ground, and said to Yaya, Yaya, stand here and let Daddy play the piano for you, okay? Yaya's eyes sparkled slightly, but she blinked and asked, Dad, what is a piano? Su Fan pointed at the piano on the stage and said, this is the piano, a musical instrument. Like a trumpet? Su Fan nodded and walked onto the stage. Sit down at the piano. His many years of experience in playing the piano gave him a familiar feeling the moment he touched the piano. Although he was going to play in front of so many people in the bar, he did not feel stage fright. Because just 10 days before he traveled through time, he went home to practice the piano. The girl walked up to the man in the baseball cap and whispered something to him. The man turned his head to look at Su Fan and nodded. Su Fan also smiled and nodded. Then the girl asked him, do you know how to walk the ordinary road? Su Fan said, yes. The girl smiled and said, then let's try this song. Su Fan opened the piano cover and tried the tone, and found no problem. The girl suddenly handed him a music sheet, which had already turned to the page of Ordinary Road, which made Su Fan stunned. Then he nodded, indicating that it was time to begin. 1, 2, 3, start. The girl sat back on the high stool in front of the microphone, nodding her head slightly as she spoke. She has a great voice. Boom, boom, boom. Before the prelude, the man in the peaked cap tapped the guitar lightly with his palm. Make a thudding sound. 4 beeps. Sufan lightly pressed the piano keys with his fingers and started the prelude. The right hand plays the high note for 4 beats, the left hand plays the low note for 4 beats. The sound of piano and guitar suddenly rang out in this relatively quiet bar. The piano sounds loud and ethereal, and the guitar seems to be a concerto with the piano. Of course, this may also be done intentionally by the man in the baseball cap, who wants to see how good Sufan's piano skills are. The voice of a girl whose name I didn't know yet was heard. Wandering, on the Road. Ordinary Road is not a song sung by a girl, but her voice is melodious and ethereal, and it sounds very nice when she sings it. Sufan gradually got into the state. It was as if all the sounds around me had disappeared. His body swayed gently to the rhythm. This is a memory that has been engraved in his bones. Yaya was in the audience, looking at her father without blinking. She never knew her father had such ability. Before I knew it, the song was over. Applause broke out in the bar. In fact, most of the people sitting here, regardless of whether they are men or women, are laymen, but they can still tell whether something sounds good or not. Both the girl and the man in the baseball cap turned their heads and looked at Sufan with a hint of surprise. Sufan turned around with mixed feelings and asked the girl, "How is it?" Chapter 57 Dream Melody. He had mixed feelings, but that was because this song resonated with him so much. The girl nodded and said, "Great." She originally estimated that Sufan's piano level was just so-so because Sufan did not look like an expert. The level that Sufan had just demonstrated was far beyond her expectations. She has been playing musical instruments for several years, but has never met anyone whose piano level can match Sufan's. "Can I stay here and work?" Sufan asked hurriedly. The girl heard a hint of urgency in his tone and was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "This is just one of the bars where we perform. If you are willing, I would like to invite you to join our band." "Band?" Sufan was slightly stunned. "Right." The girl continued, "We have formed a band with 5 people, all of whom are fans of Jiang County. We had a pianist before, but he went to work in another city, so now we are in need of a pianist." "Are you all part-time?" Sufan said. The girl nodded. "Yes, in a place like Jiang County, if we don't work part-time and do music full-time, how can a band like ours support itself? And we formed this band out of interest in the first place." Sufan scratched his head, "Then can I earn money if I join your band?" He has no interest in forming a band now, he is only thinking about making money. The girl smiled a little embarrassedly, "We do have some income, but not much. We now work part-time in 2 bars at night, and take on some work like opening a business or weddings. How much income can I expect?" "Probably, it's hard to say. For example, Zhanglo and I, we work hard and can still make more than 10,000 yuan a month. There are 2 other guys who don't come out very often, they just play around, so they may only make 3,000 or 2,000 yuan a month." The girl said. "We get 400 yuan for 2 hours of singing in a bar, and if we attend an event, the fee is divided equally among each person." The man in the baseball cap said that he should be Jean Lu. After listening to what the girl said, Sufan was actually very satisfied. You can earn thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan from a part-time job, so what else is there to complain about? He nodded and said, "Then time is free, right?" The girl said, "Yes, we don't force you to participate in the activities. Just sign up when you are free. We will often get together and practice coordination. You can do that at your own leisure." "Okay then, I'll join your band," Sufan said. Then he scratched his head and said, "But I don't have a piano." "When performing, you definitely have to practice, and practice requires a piano." "It's okay. We have it in our small base." The girl laughed. "A small base?" Sufan was stunned. The girl said, "It's at the home of one of our team members. He has a piano and you can use it at will." Then he stood up and held out his hand to Sufan, "Welcome to join us. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Jiang Yanling, and this is Zhang Lu." Sufan. Sufan stood up and shook hands with Jiang Yanling, then shook hands with Zhang Lu. I understand in my heart that the other two guys in Zhang Yanling's band probably come from well-off families and don't rely on this to make money. That's a good thing. Because that way he can make more money from this part-time job. Immediately, Su Fan, Zhang Yanling and Zhan Lo added each other to the green bubble. Then Zhang Yanling pulled him into the band group. Dream Melody. After Su Fan joined the group, Zhang Yanling introduced Su Fan to the other three guys in the group. Su Fan, our band's new pianist. He also tagged a person named Zhong Rui. Well, Zhong, you have a successor. Ha ha. Great. The person named Zhong Rui replied immediately. Apparently, he was the previous pianist in the Dream Band. Then, the other two people in the band quickly bubbled up. They are all men. A series of welcome emoticons were sent in the group. Zhang Yanling introduced Su Fan to her. One is a drummer named He Jian Kai. The other one is a bassist named Yuan Jia. The five-member band includes lead singer and violinist Zhang Yanling, guitarist Zhan Lo, drummer He Jian Kai, bassist Yuan Jia, and pianist Su Fan, which is quite rare. Such a combination can be said to be able to play a variety of musical styles ranging from pop music to classical music. As it was getting late, Su Fan did not stay in the free space for too long. He chatted with Zhang Yanling and Zhan Lo for a few more words and then left with Yaya. I was in a very good mood on the way back and hummed a little tune. With the salary from the construction site and the several thousand yuan income from part-time work, his income is definitely very good in a place like Zhang County. Although he owed hundreds of thousands of foreign debts, as long as he didn't spend money recklessly, it would not be a long time before he could pay it back. It would be even better if the novel could generate some profit. After returning home and giving Yaya a bath, Yaya lay on the bed. Su Fan had only finished the first 2 paragraphs of his bedtime story when the little girl fell asleep. After taking a shower and washing his clothes, Su Fan lay down next to Yaya and typed. Listening to Yaya's even breathing, a sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. Soon it was past 11 o'clock. Nini suddenly sent a message to Su Fan, not planning to live stream anymore? Su Fan hasn't done any live broadcasts for 2 days. Su Fan replied to Mimi, didn't you say that I couldn't make money from live streaming like I did before? So you went out to look for a job? Nini said. Su Fan said, I looked for it. I just found it today. It's a band here. Mimi, that is pretty good. Su Fan, it should be okay. I can't tell how much I earn for now. But it's definitely more than what I make from live streaming. Thank you. Mimi, you're welcome, haha. I suddenly regret telling you this. If you don't broadcast live, I'll be bored. Su Fan found it a little funny and said, there are so many live broadcasts on Douyin, isn't it easy for you to watch them? Nini, but I just want to see you when you're exercising, stupid. Su Fan. Mimi, just kidding. I wish you success. I'm going to watch TV series now. Bye. Goodbye. It's Wednesday. Cloudy day. It's windy and cool. Su Fan took another day off and sent Yaha to kindergarten in the morning. He saw that many people on the street were already wearing long trousers. Then he returned home and sent a message to Su Mengyao, asking her if she had brought enough clothes for her business trip, as the situation in Zhang County had changed. Su Mengyao replied that she did. He also asked Su Fan whether he had given Yaha enough clothes. Su Fan said she wore long sleeves. We didn't talk about anything else afterwards. Su Jin arrived at Su Fan's house at around 8 o'clock. He came to pick up Su Fan and go to the Shangnan Provincial Women's Prison to visit Ling Shulan. Chapter 58 Visiting Mom. Ling Shulan was sentenced to 3 years and 3 months in prison. And until now, Su Fan has never visited Ling Shulan. No matter how Su Fan thought about it, he felt that he was too bad in the past. But he couldn't empathize with himself and wonder how he felt when he fell from heaven to the abyss. In fact, he has an uncle. During the days of preparing to visit Ling Shulan, Su Fan always thought of visiting his uncle's house from time to time. But in the end, I didn't muster up the courage. He even deleted the green bubble and mobile phone number of his own uncle. It was obvious that his relationship with his uncle had become strained to a certain extent. Even though he knew the problem was definitely on his side, Su Fan still wanted to go to his mother first to sound out the situation and find out what was going on. If he angered his uncle too much, he thought it would be better to let his mother talk to his uncle first. Normally, uncles are gentle and kind to their nephews, but Su Fan's uncle is not like that. His uncle used to be a gangster, and was a well-known gangster in the local area. He was really fierce, and Su Fan had been a little afraid of him since he was a child. The Shangnan Provincial Women's Prison is much farther away from Jiang County than Tancheng Prison. It is located to the west of Tancheng. It takes nearly 2 hours to drive there, taking the entire highway and then the ring road. Having had the experience of visiting Su Ming before, Su Fan was able to control his emotions very well when he saw Ling Shulan. I didn't cry, but my eyes were still red. My mother has also aged a lot and is no longer the glamorous and charming lady she used to be. Woo woo. But when she saw Su Fan, Ling Shulan immediately lost control of her emotions. She covered her face and burst into tears, sobbing so loudly that she could not even stand. It was the staff next to her who quickly supported her. Later in the class, Ling Shulan calmed down after being persuaded by the staff and sat opposite Su Fan. Mom. Su Fan's throat was dry. My heart is bitter. Ling Shulan had tears in her eyes and was still sobbing, with a variety of emotions mixed in her eyes as she looked at Su Fan. Missing, heartache, guilt, pampering, and also a hint of resentment. Are you okay? When Ling Shulan spoke, she did not show any complaint, only deep concern. Fine. Su Fan lowered his head slightly. Mom, I'm sorry. Then he raised his head, looked directly at Ling Shulan and said, I'm such a jerk for not coming to see you for such a long time. He. Ling Shulan smiled and wiped away her tears, saying, It's okay, as long as you are fine. Your father and I. She glanced at Su Jin, smiled, and suddenly changed the subject. Why did you suddenly remember to come see me? She was not aware of Su Fan's amnesia. Su Fan didn't know what to say, so he said, Nothing serious, I just feel that I was really wrong before. I will change in the future. Hearing what he said, Ling Shulan couldn't help crying again. Although she was in prison, she still knew something about Su Fan. She knew Su Fan gambled, that Su Fan was hanging out outside, and that Su Fan was becoming more and more of a jerk. She was always worried. I never thought that my son would suddenly wake up before I was released from prison. Knowing that you are wrong, it's good to be wrong, it's good to know. Ling Shulan said while crying. Su Fan pinched her own hand. Mom, are you okay here? Ling Shulan said, It's okay. Su Fan added, My dad and I have discussed it. When you are released from prison, you can live with me and help me take care of Yaya, okay? Ling Shulan was a little stunned. In fact, even in prison, she never thought about asking Su Fan to take care of Yaya. She is a strong woman. When she was young, she married Su Ming, who was not yet successful at that time, and worked as a reinforcement worker on the construction site with Su Ming. She was the one who managed the finances at home. Later, Su Ming gradually became a small contractor and then the boss of a construction company. No matter how big the project was, she was in charge of the finances. She thought about what she would do after she was released from prison. That was to start over with Su Ming and rely on some of her previous connections to try to make a comeback. Yeah, of course I would take her with me, but I wouldn't always have her by my side. At this moment, looking at Su Fan's expectant and heartbroken eyes, she suddenly had a feeling that she had grown old. Yes. Old. She is no longer the decisive female boss who drives a luxury car. Now it seems more appropriate for her son to start a new business. Although she still hadn't given up on her idea, Ling Shulan nodded and said, Okay. She knew that Su Ming would be released from prison a few months later than her. Su Fan smiled and said, Do you know what's going on between me and my uncle? Ling Shulan was a little stunned. Su Fan scratched his head and said, Actually, I have lost my memory. Now I only have memories before college. Amnesia? How did it happen? Ling Shulan suddenly became nervous. Su Fanlian said, It's nothing serious. I just woke up from sleep and it became like this. Don't worry, I didn't fight with anyone. Ling Shulan breathed a sigh of relief. Have you been to the hospital? Su Fan said, I haven't gone yet. I don't want to go. If I recover my memory and become the bastard I was before, I would rather not recover my memory. These words made Ling Shulan silent. Even though the person in front of her was her most doted and cared for son, Ling Shulan had to admit that Su Fan had been a bit of a jerk in recent years. Then let's take a look first. She said. Then he continued, Your uncle and uncle have told me about some of your affairs in the past 2 years. You are indeed quite rude. I heard from your uncle that just because he refused to give you money for playing cards, you ran to his house and made a scene. Not only did you scold your uncle, you also scolded your grandfather, saying that they were all bastards who looked down on others. You wanted to cut off relations with them, and you almost beat up your aunt? Su Fan looked embarrassed. Wipe. This is a big deal. My uncle didn't beat me? He asked. Ling Shulan looked at Su Fan like this, and she had no doubt that Su Fan's memory and character had really returned to the college days. She was a little annoyed, but also found it funny, and said, "How could your uncle really bear to beat you? But he did say that if you were not his nephew, he would have wanted to pick up a kitchen knife and chop you. That time you almost gave your grandfather a heart attack. In the past few months, your uncle and his family have come to see me, and they always tell me that you made such a big mistake, but you didn't even go to his house to apologize and show your weakness. No matter how distressed he is as an uncle, he certainly can't go to apologize to you. Xiao Fan, when you return from my place, buy some things, go to your uncle's house, admit your mistake to them, and apologize, okay?" Su Fan nodded with a guilty look on his face. I thought to myself, the less capable people are, the more selfish they are, always looking for help from others. If others don't help, it's a sin. I must have been this kind of person in the past. Just because his uncle didn't give him money for playing cards, he ran to his uncle's house and made a big fuss. He is really insane and hopeless. Chapter 59, Apology. Ling Shulan and Su Fan talked for a very long time. Then I asked about Su Mengyao and Yaya. Ask Yaya how tall she is now and whether she still remembers Grandpa and Grandma. When Ling Shulan heard Su Fan say that Yaya missed her grandparents, she started crying again. It was not until the last 2 minutes that Ling Shulan spoke a few words to Su Jin. It means that it has caused trouble for Su Jin and others. Su Jin asked Ling Shulan to relax, saying that Su Fan had changed and became more down-to-earth, hardworking and no longer had those bad habits. Ling Shulan should just wait for him to be released from prison and take care of her granddaughter. Following Su Jin out of the women's prison, Su Fan felt a little complicated. I felt somewhat relieved, because fortunately I had not caused too much harm to my uncle's family. As long as I admitted my mistake and apologized, the matter should be resolved. But it also feels a bit heavy. I said that I would let my mother take care of my children after she is released from prison, but it is hard to say whether I will have the opportunity. Su Mengyao's attitude towards him was somewhat distant, and he could feel it. It is not certain now whether Su Mengyao will choose to continue living with him. Only when Su Jin started the car and Su Fan looked up at the road ahead did his gaze gradually become firm. No matter what Su Mengyao was thinking at the moment, he had to work harder. That's the only way this family will ever be okay. After returning to Jiang County, Su Fan went to the construction site again. In addition to chatting and gossiping in the group of Zhou Peng, Liao Bin and others, the Dream Melody group is also quite lively. At around 2 p.m., Jiang Yinling tagged Su Fan in the group chat and asked him if he had time in the evening. If he had time in the evening, he could go to the small base to rehearse with them. They have signed long-term residence singing contracts with 2 bars. If Su Fan wants to participate, she can't just perform impromptu like she did last night. After all, they have to sing 5 or 6 songs in every bar. Su Fan actually wanted to go to Emerald Lake to sell balloons, but she knew her priorities. And compared to selling balloons, the income from residence singing is obviously higher. He immediately agreed in the group and asked what time he would come over in the evening. Zhang Yinling said 6:30 and sent the location to Su Fan. After picking up Yaya that day, Su Fan did not go to the construction site again. After leaving the kindergarten, he went to a nearby fruit supermarket to buy some fruit and then went to his uncle's house. His uncle Ling Jianuo also lives in Jiang County, in an old villa area called Luxinyuan. In fact, it is quite close to the Chenyang community where Su Fan lives now. It is only about 10 minutes away, which is considered walking distance. When Su Fan arrived outside Ling Jianuo's house, he felt a little nervous. Yaya looked at Su Fan curiously. "Dad, what are we doing here?" When she was a little older, Su Fan's personality had changed drastically, and she had never been to Ling Jianuo's house. Su Fan sighed softly and said, "Come to see Dad's uncle and grandfather, that is, your great-uncle and great-grandfather." Yaya blinked her eyes. She had no impression of Ling Jianuo or Su Fan's grandfather. Su Fan let out a long breath, finally took Yaya to the door and knocked. The door was opened quickly. An old man with white hair came out. But the spirit is still good. The moment he saw Su Fan, the old man was stunned. "Grandpa!" Su Fan shouted with mixed emotions. The old man's slightly cloudy eyes rippled a little. "Why are you here?" Su Fan said, "I came to see you, Grandpa. I'm sorry about what happened in the past. I was such a jerk." The old man was quite surprised, wondering how his grandson had suddenly become a different person. As soon as he saw Yaya again, his eyes softened instantly. Is this Yaya? Su Fan asked Yaya to call him great-grandpa. Great-grandfather. Yaya called out in a soft voice. The old man smiled immediately, his eyes reddened, and he squatted down and hugged Yaya. Yaya has grown up, and now you are a little girl. He picked up Yaya, looked at Su Fan, sighed, and finally said, "Come in." Su Fan carried the things and followed the old man into the house, placing them by the door. Aren't your uncle and aunt at home? He saw that there was no one else in the living room. The old man said, Your uncle is out on business, and your aunt is out playing mahjong. Oh. Su Fan nodded. Then he asked, Where are Ling Chen and Ling Miao? Ling Chen and Ling Miao are his cousins, both a few years younger than him. The old man said, They are at school. I sat down on the sofa holding Yaya. Su Fan also sat down on the single sofa, not knowing how to start the conversation. How have you been? It was the old man who asked. Then he smiled and said to Yaya, See if there is anything on the table you want to eat. Take it yourself. Ling Jianawa's house is quite big and the decoration is quite high-end. On the dark blue coffee table, there were several metal baskets containing some snacks and fruits. Yaya looked at the coffee table but didn't go over to take it. She is an introvert after all. The old man stood up and took some winter dates for Yaya and put them in Yaya's hands. Su Fan organized his words at this time and said, Not bad, I went to work on the construction site. Grandpa. I don't know what to do about the past. In fact, I lost my memory recently, and it was only recently that I realized how much of a jerk I was before. Yesterday I went to see my mother. He slowly told everyone about his amnesia, including his visit to Ling Shulan in prison. You lost your memory? The old man was also very surprised. Su Fan nodded. The old man frowned and thought for a while, then said, Since you have lost your memory, just pretend that the things that happened before never happened and live a good life in the future. Are you and Meng Yao still on good terms? In fact, he had never been so disobedient by a junior before. Just a few months ago, Su Fan came to his house to make trouble, pointed at his nose and called him an old bastard, which almost made him have a heart attack. But when he thought of his daughter and son-in-law, how could he bear to ignore his grandson? Not to mention that Su Fan seems like a different person now. Even if Su Fan is still the same as before, they will not watch Su Fan fall to the point where he has no food to eat. In fact, he had been waiting for Su Fan to come over and surrender. Su Fan didn't want to hide anything in front of the old man, but he had to hide it, and said, It's okay. He was afraid that if he told his mother about his current situation with Su Mengyao, it would get to his mother's ears. My mom would definitely be very worried. That's good. The old man nodded and said. Then he took out his cell phone and called Ling Jianhua, telling him that Su Fan and Yaya were coming. Su Fan didn't hear what Ling Jianhua said on the phone. But Ling Jianhua returned home soon. He is of rather sturdy build and has a fierce look on his face. As soon as he saw Su Fan after entering the door, he said, Didn't you say you wanted to break off relations with us? Why are you still coming to my house? Seeing him like this, Su Fan felt a little scared. He stood up and didn't know what to say. Chapter 60, Generous Uncle. Ling Jianhua glanced at Su Fan and sat down on the sofa angrily. Seeing Yaya sitting next to the old man, he stood up, hugged Yaya in his arms, and said with a smile, Yeah, call me uncle. Yaya looked at Su Fan timidly, looking a little scared. Su Fan nodded to Yaya. Uncle. Only then did Yaya shout out obediently. Ling Jianhua snorted twice and said to Su Fan unhappily, Yaya is much more obedient than you. In fact, once these words were said, the matter between him and Su Fan was almost over. Su Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Ling Jianhua waved his hand and said, Tell me, what's the matter with you coming here this time? Nothing, I just came to see you and Grandpa and apologize to you. Su Fan said. Ling Jianhua's eyes almost widened, Apologize to us? Okay, stop being so fierce. Su Fan has lost his memory. The old man said to Ling Jianhua beside him. Ling Jianhua's eyes widened further, staring at Su Fan blankly, Amnesia? What happened? Su Fan said, I just slept and woke up, and my memory of the past few years was gone. Then he said a little embarrassedly, It was only when I went to visit my mother yesterday that I realized that I had come to your house to make trouble. Ling Jianhua was stunned for a while after hearing this, and then said, It's good to have amnesia, it's good to have amnesia. You still look like a human being after losing your memory, much better than before. This statement was so blunt that Su Fan was speechless. So what are you going to do in the future? Ling Jianhua said again. Su Fan answered honestly, I am now working as a construction worker on a construction site. I have also joined a band. I will perform at a bar in the evening. Now. I just need to pay off my debts first. Uncle, how much do I owe you? Ling Jianhua became annoyed again. If you don't have money, just ask me. If you don't have money, just ask me. How can I remember how much you owe me? I think there should be a rough idea. Su Fan said. He guessed that his uncle was probably in the same situation and didn't even keep count. Okay. Ling Jianhua said, I've given it to you. I don't want you to pay it back. Just be less angry with your grandfather in the future. You still have to pay it back, so just give me a figure. Su Fan said. This really surprised both Ling Jianhua and the old man. If it was the old Su Fan, he would definitely not say such a thing. Not lending him money would be like doing something terribly wrong. I'll figure it out when I have time. Ling Jianhua said. Then he asked Su Fan, which construction site do you work as a construction worker at? Su Fan replied, my uncle introduced it to me. It's over at the South Station. The boss is Zhang Fengyan. Do you know him? Ling Jianhua shook his head. Then he asked, how much salary do you get every month? 8,000 for the first 3 months, 10,000 thereafter. Su Fan said. Ling Jianhua nodded gently, then it seems to be giving face to your uncle. After saying that, he frowned again, but you won't make much money working for others. How about you come with me to do the water and electricity? I'll give you a team to manage first. He is also in the construction business. He first made his fortune by following Su Ming and Ling Shulan. He basically took on all the water and electricity work for the projects that Su Ming took on. Although the money earned is definitely not as much as Su Fan's family, it is also pretty good. I'd better work on this construction site first. Su Fan thought for a moment and said. He knew that if he wanted to make money, it would be faster to follow his uncle, and he might even be able to become a small contractor soon. But he has only been with Mr. Zhang for such a short time, it would not be right for him to resign now. Besides, even if he worked with Ling Jianhua, he would definitely still need a process of learning and gaining experience. In this case, it would be better for me to continue working at Mr. Zhang's construction site, where I might be able to learn more comprehensively. It's up to you then. Ling Jianhua didn't force it. He stood up and went out to make a phone call. They walked quite far away, so Su Fan in the room naturally had no idea who Ling Jianhua called or what they said. After Ling Jianhua returned to the house, he asked Su Fan to stay here for dinner. Then not long after, Su Fan's aunt Chen Xiaoyan also came back with some vegetables in her hands. Chen Xiaoyan is a very beautiful woman, and she is still beautiful even at this age. Su Fan remembered that Chen Xiaoyan was pursued by Ling Jianhua when he was still a gangster. At that time, he admired his uncle's ability. Seeing Su Fan, Chen Xiaoyan said as if nothing had happened, Xiao Fan is here. Aunt! Su Fan stood up and shouted. Chen Xiaoyan smiled and nodded, with no intention of asking Su Fan anything. I guess it must be Ling Jianhua who told everything about Su Fan on the phone. Chen Xiaoyan is different from Niangwan. Niangwan is in charge of the financial power at home and has some say, while Chen Xiaoyan basically does nothing in this family except playing mahjong and going shopping. Men are responsible for making money to support the family, while women are responsible for being beautiful. This saying is fully implemented in Ling Jianhua's family. It is also because of this that Chen Xiaoyan's attitude towards Su Fan actually always changes with Ling Jianhua's attitude. Ling Jianhua no longer held a grudge against Su Fan over what happened before, so naturally she wouldn't give Su Fan a hard time anymore. Chen Xiaoyan went into the kitchen to cook. Su Fan continued talking to Ling Jianhua and his grandfather in the living room. Mainly talking about Su Fan's current situation. Knowing that Su Fan has changed now, Ling Jianhua and the old man are very relieved. Later during the meal, Ling Jianhua asked Su Fan to drink some wine, but Su Fan refused. He said he had to go to band rehearsal later, and it wasn't safe to ride a bike with Yaya after drinking. Ling Jianhua did not force Su Fan and poured half a cup for his old man. After dinner, it was already past 6:30. Su Fan didn't even have time to drink tea and said goodbye while holding Yaya's hand. The old man, Ling Jianhua and Chen Xiaoyan all sent Su Fan and Yaya to the door. Chen Xiaoyan suddenly said wait a minute, and then she found some snacks from the cupboard and packed a big bag for Yaya without caring whether they were for children or not. Su Fan took it and asked Yaha to say thank you. Then leave with some embarrassment. Ling Jianhua sent him to the door again. Standing at the door, he asked Su Fan, "Do you have any money in your pocket?" Su Fan knew that his uncle wanted to give him money. He was not clear about the previous years, but even earlier, his uncle had always been generous, and every Chinese New Year, his uncle gave him the most New Year's money. It's often tens of thousands. If he is lucky enough to win money during the Chinese New Year, he will be given a red gift, and the amount is sometimes even more than the New Year's money. Besides. But he didn't have the nerve to take Ling Jianhua's money now. Ling Jianhua nodded, "Okay then, be careful on the road, and call me if you're short of money." Then he suddenly widened his eyes and said, "By the way, add my green bubble back. Otherwise, I will slap you." Oh. Su Fan nodded repeatedly in agreement. My heart feels warm.